The VESL season starts and end here. The playoffs are kicking off today. Valorant, we have 8 teams competing. 2 will be going to their regional competition at UNCG Charlotte, and the rest we're going to bid farewell. Big stakes on the line. Myself, Tiny Shiny, and Exil to bring ahead these matches.
Yeah, very excited. We have the bracket up and ready to take a peek at. Here is what we have planned for our quarterfinals here today. We do have, unfortunately, a forfeit. Sun Valley already moving on to that semifinals. We'll play the winner of Monroe and Cabarrus early college here for the VESL playoff season. Very excited. A lot of rematches coming through as well. A lot of these teams are very familiar with each other, know the play styles, so who knows which way these matches can swing.
And that's really the joy of it, is this is a clean slate for a lot of these teams, especially in our first one, Weddington, Marvin Ridge, their week 1 matchup. This is the first game that each of these guys played, and here they are facing off in the quarterfinals. Now, this is a single elimination matchup, so whoever ends up winning moves on. The loser is going to be out, and it's still best of 1. The only time that's going to change is when we get to the grand finals, which we will say today, the entire bracket is going to be played. So if you saw your team name there on the bracket, don't worry, you are going to be on the broadcast later, but we're going to start here with our quarters and kind of see our way through.
Yeah, very excited to jump into draft here. The first map of the day will be Ascent, so some familiarity, right? A big Sova kind of map, right, is what we often see from these teams here. We already see the Clove and the Jet being locked in. Switty on Weddington locking in the Rays as well. A comfort pick for that player here. So yeah, I believe in this first matchup, I believe Marvin Ridge came away with the win, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, very excited to jump into this first match. Yeah,
it was Marvin Ridge in the last meeting of these two teams that ended up taking the win. And Weddington, though, we have seen them make some solid improvements since they are out. There's been changes to their roster as we've seen them go through, and they've just continued to make a lot of those adjustments. You have a large roster, you have players moving in and out, and these are the 5 players that they think are going to give them the best shot at pushing towards these grand finals and, of course, the regional competition along with it. Interestingly enough, for Marvin Ridge, though, I do see a couple names on there that we haven't really seen on stream. Rupture being one of them. Dead Zone now on the Clove being a second. So a lot of new faces on both of these sides that I'm kind of looking forward to seeing where this goes. Because, again, Marvin Ridge was the team that won this matchup previously. Weddington have brought excellent looks to them. XD in particular, I want to shout out, when we saw Weddington play on Lotus last week, some of the best breach play that I've seen the entire league.
Yeah, XD is very known for that breach throughout this VESL competition here. We'll be locking in the KO instead today. Still kind of like a scout out, can do a lot of fun stuff with the KO, so kind of a similar play style with the KO coming through. But yeah, very excited to see, like you mentioned, new faces on the side of Marvin Ridge, Rupture, and Dead to Me on the Clove as well coming through. So very excited to see what that gameplay looks like with a new squad coming through.
And it's when you're making these changes last second, which, while it can be great, you have some new faces to get in the mix, they can have this experience, it's also within the playoffs too. I mean, this is some of those high intensity matches. It's not like, okay, we just go GG, we go again next week.
Right.
This is it. This is it for the entire spring semester. This is it for a lot of those seniors that are going to be graduating in probably just a couple of weeks coming up.
Yeah, graduation probably is like, what, early June,
somewhere
kind
around
of towards
there,
the end of May. So this is kind of the last hurrah for a lot of these players here in their senior year. So being able to pick up a nice win throughout this VESL playoffs here for their final year would be something very, very exciting to see, and something that, as a senior, you would like to see happen as well. We are already starting off. We have Marvin Ridge here starting, I believe, on this defensive side. Taco on that Sova. Played that last time these teams met, I believe, as well, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, exciting to see kind of some familiar character selection from these two teams. Already pushing forwards through this B main is Marvin Ridge, but Taco, Red Spy, able to win out on that early gunfight.
Redspie is also a player that we've really seen her kind of shine. From the very start of week number 1, in the first matchup that these two teams had, it was all about her dominating one site on the Killjoy, but it's really hard on this attack. Like players like Dead to Me, Wicked, you just have to push into them, and when they're ready for these shots and they're lined up like this, it's just easy pickings across the board. Float Relic got a glimpse of a couple, and that's all it's going to take to put an end to round 1. Marvin Ridge off to a strong start.
Yeah, Rupture there, you can see picking up 2 kills on the back end there. Tacho as well, just trying to put on some pressure through that B main, but was unable to win out on that gunfight against Redspie earlier in the round. But a good hold nonetheless coming through from Marvin Ridge, able to find those pickups, those kills. Blinking health bars at the end of that first round as well, as we do see, I believe, the Outlaw for Dead to Me coming out on this Clove, possibly trying to peek mid here and trying to get an early pick to start this round number 2.
Nobody has any shields or realistic anything else. Dead to Me. Just one body shot at the double collateral. What in the world? All right, that's why you pick out the Outlaw. 2 shots, 2 kills straight through one another. Excellent choice of both positioning and also the weapon in this round. Caught Weddington completely off guard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Dead to Me pushing up as well with this Outlaw, trying to find those collaterals, those wall bangs coming through as well. Rupture able to find one onto Redspie. I mean, Marvin Ridge is playing with so much aggression right now that Weddington need to try to find a response. XD, one of the final member remaining. The Trigger Discipline coming through. Possibly just hiding out a little bit. We'll find one onto Dead to Me, but Wicked able to clean that one up with the Spectre towards the tail end of that round.
What impressed me the most, of course, collateral with an Outlaw. That's pretty dang cool, don't get me wrong. But what Marvin Ridge were doing, where they were comboing a lot of their abilities, also decay effects getting thrown in, putting shock darts in the mix, and it's like putting them on top of each other. So it just one taps, and when you're putting these damage abilities together, you're calming with your teammates, and Marvin Ridge showing these excellent pieces of teamwork very early on in this matchup is a great start for them. This, however, is going to be Weddington's first real chance of striking back. First full buy round in play.
Yeah, pretty even on the guns here. Weddington able to find some rifles to their name. Dead to Me playing very well already on this Clove. Only 1 kill away from having that ultimate up and available. That second life available for this Clove. Very close. But we can already see Weddington looking towards this B main area. Possibly now looking for a rotation through mid. Rotations coming through from Marvin Ridge. About halfway, kind of hanging around Market and that defending spawn area. But now rotating back over to A is Dead to Me, just making sure that they are able to read and respond to a rotation if it does come through.
Tasha's playing with fire, but knows several players in the mix. What in the world is that peak? At least traded out for 1. Really best case scenario given the situation that was in. Here's a Rusher and Float Relic. They want to go for a double peek, or Rupture can just dash away. Big advantage having this Jet. Quick peeks, no problem for that character. Weddington now are down 2, and they don't really have anywhere to go. The back's up against the wall. The realistic option is back across B. No idea
30
that
seconds left.
Weddington is realistically positioned. Bicaro be carrying the spike through mid, where Rupture is just holding down this tree, this off angle. Going back through this middle portion of the map would be darn near close to a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, Rupture has that angle on lock. We'll rotate over back towards this mid area. Dead to Me able to pick up 1. A Float Relic dropping as well. They need to try to get this plant down. The plant is coming through. Rupture able to find 1 again with the Outlaw. Redspie going down. Now to Kuropi. The last one left standing, but Dead to Me able to find that collateral kill yet again. The defuse coming through from Marvin Ridge. 3-0 start and looking super strong right now on this defensive side.
Marvin Ridge gets a lot of credit for that round, specifically watching how they maintained their positioning, not knowing where Weddington was thinking about going after kind of getting stoked up in the market there. You held your spots, you didn't let them take this crazy amount of space, and stuck to your guns the whole time. Marvin Ridge looked calm, cool, and collected to push them on in. Weddington, though, I do want to see them try to cover more areas of this map instead of just funneling down 1 choke point. They did attempt to do that back in round 2, but it seems that Outlaw really came back to bite them, and they were scared of pushing that angle again.
Yeah, we already see the Odin Rupture trying to find that wallbang through that B main, but Weddington opting to play for this A site again. KJ already set up on this A site. All the bots, everything in position. The Rays going in towards Hell, just trying to find these angles with Dead to Me, able to find one. Karopi answers back with a kill onto the KJ. Up in heaven, the plant now coming through. The Odin from behind, blasting through this door now. A Float Relic able to find one onto Red's Pie in that back angle. And now two members stacked up. The Flick not coming through. Tacho able to find one, but 7 as well. Dead to Me is playing out of their mind right now. I do not know how you can stop this Clove.
Dead to Me really had a great moment there, but also Marvin Ridge, they didn't stagger themselves on this retake. There were a couple players that just kind of got caught in corners on site, and instead of pushing out impulsively and taking these 1v1s out of fear, they waited until there was an advantage in that specific moment. Weddington ended up just having to fall back, and there wasn't really any other choice for them to take. They're now down 4-0. Marvin Ridge looking even better than when we saw them way back in week number 1. Massive improvements from this team.
Yeah, Dead to Me sitting at 9-1-2 right now. Full buy sitting on a whole lot of econ on the side of Marvin Ridge. A full buy now coming through from Weddington as well. So the rifles will be matched, but 2 Odins on the side of Marvin Ridge coming through here. So would be very interesting to see.
I do apologize. I just realized now that the overlays are incorrect. So on your left, it is Weddington. The right is Marvin Ridge. We're unable to catch that, fortunately, till just now, but because this is Weddington too, much better than the last week, and that does stand by with especially not losing your footing in a lot of these moments where it starts to get scary. I mean, even Tacha right now, what is this? Goes in with the Oda, 1-2, almost grabs a third. Seven, thankfully, taking care of them just before it got tragic.
Yeah, the overlays are swapped up, so Weddington is on this defensive side, looking very, very good with this 4-0 standing so far. KO and the KJ, the last 2 remaining here. A 1v1 situation, but critically, KJ still has that spike up and available. So the rotating coming over to this B angle, a Float Relic will have to go over and find that defuse and win that 1v1, or they can just save and opt to lose that first round and still have that 4-1 lead.
This is a rather tense situation. If we're pushing into Killjoy utility here, let's be honest, Red's Pie is an incredible Killjoy player. A large reason of why her team has found success in previous games, and now Marvin Ridge, or excuse me, Weddington, to go ahead and push on into her. Turret spots out a Float Relic. Red's Pie know that they're coming in. Chooses to walk through the Nanoswarm. Very little health remaining. It doesn't have the read on her positioning. Backside identified for the cross replacement. A little bit off. Red's Pie, she's on the job. Getting Marvin Ridge their first round.
Yeah, Red's Pie able to win that one out. A Float Relic just playing very aggressive, walking through all of the util set up by Red's Pie there. She was just barely able to get that gunfight win to secure the first round from Marvin Ridge and a possible comeback angle maybe, but the operator picked up already on the side of Marvin Ridge here. I'm now
it's
mixing myself
I know,
up
right?
here
Like, you really got to be thinking about it. And the thing is, like, even when we've seen these teams in the past, they've been together, so
yeah.
It's challenging to figure out, but in Weddington, considering their first week matchup and how it didn't look so great, to be totally honest with you, and to be up 4-1 over Marvin Ridge right now, this has to be a great feeling for this team. But Red's Pie doesn't check the corner. Saw the ult point, she got greedy, and Rupture takes advantage.
Rupture able to find one already. The Killjoy out of the equation for Marvin Ridge here. Tacho able to find one as well. Karopi falling. That is Spike. Will be picked up by the Sova. Still over on this A site. But now with the rotations coming through, this is going to be a 4v2 till reinforcements arrives.
Rupture, though, doesn't have a ton of health, but Wicked on the off angle. Look at Rupture going straight over. Straight over the Hunter's Fury. No fear in the world. Breaks through the tree. Grabs one. The operator now into play. There'll be another round going over to Weddington.
Yeah, Weddington 5-1 now in this first map, this first series that we come with here for the playoff bracket. Looking super strong. I mean, Dead to Me 11-3. Tacho as well 7-5. Rupture still has the knives up and available, possibly opting to use that one here. We don't see any buy coming through from Rupture, which is usually a sign that the knives are going to search for a kill, try to find that one and then move on with a possible Vandal or a gun that they can pick up later on in the round.
They got a lot of these bigger plays in the way. I do want to see a faster push, though, from Weddington. They've been taking it so slow so far, and from what we've seen, Marvin Ridge are on it when it comes to these rotates, not overcommitting. The lockdown will clear a lot of these space. They need to be careful not to clutch too early. Wicked, though, just hooked right out in front of Red's Pie. A gutsy move that's going to come back to bite Weddington later on in this round. The lockdown cleared most of the site except for the back. Tacho, existence is known. Can Hickory find the kill? Yes, she can. Spike in hand. Plant coming on out. Looking much better for the attackers.
Yeah, picks up that Vandal as well, trying to even up a little bit of this rifle game. But still, it's going to be a 5v2 in favor of Weddington here. Dead to me with the operator again. Just trying to find these angles into B main. Red's Pie super, super low in that B main area at the spread. Doesn't be playing a little bit with fire there, not just barely able to squeak by of that bot being set up there.
What a shot through! Dead to be caught in a glimpse of Seven Shoulder and grabs another one, the no scope! Oh my gosh, who is this player? Absolutely pop off performance, but it doesn't matter in the end as Carapi is gonna clean up house.
That no scope was that caught me off guard a little bit. You do not no scope, especially when you're moving. There's no way that is supposed to hit.
Pure luck.
Yeah, what a play coming through, able to pick up 2, get some rifles off the board, but they will drop their second round here to Marvin Ridge. 5-2 the score line. Full buys across the board, except for a float relic here on the side of Weddington. Will have that light shield and the Spectre, or just sell it and opt for the Vandal again and no shield to their name.
Marvin Ridge, though, they worked themselves onto site very well. I loved the use of the lockdown there. Unfortunately, it did cost a decent amount of util, and they just keep pushing into these sightlines that already exist. Players like Rupture are going to always wrap around the behind, and there's not much that you can really do about it. You'll have a lot of these ultimates coming to play, the lack of abilities, but if you don't check your 6, what's going to happen? Have to reload Classic on out. Red's Pie is going to manage to win the day. Be enough. It's just Weddington. They got stuck up. B main is such a difficult to choke to push through with all 5 of your players and Marvin Ridge even wrapping around behind.
Yeah, I mean that B main is definitely a hard area to push. Weddington able to clean that one up. 6-2 now after that round. Dead to me again. 14-4. 1 kill, but 1 ult point, one something away from that ultimate being up and available yet again. I mean, this player for Weddington has been playing lights out all game long.
Yeah. And it's our first time seeing them in action, too. And this is incredible. I mean, if Weddington are going to make a comeback run over Marvin Ridge, which they're already looking pretty darn good to do now, Dead to me is the perfect player to start to lead that charge in the right direction. Does see Marvin Ridge, though, are switching up their attack plans, pushing through mid in the direction of Treebo. Because over there, it's Dead to me, waiting for a lot of these players. And, of course, our good friend Rupture is in the backline. No surprise.
The spike is down as well. Rupture was able to find that one. Tacho finding another answer here onto Switty. Rupture on this swing around.
Wow.
XD was trying to find some way out. Now it's just Red's Pie. 1v4. Won't be able to find the kill onto a float, able to pick that one up. And this Jet, Rupture, on the side of Weddington has been playing so aggressive, but getting so much value out of that aggression. I love to see that.
It's amazing. Rupture should not be getting away with as much as he has, to be honest with you. I mean, he's insane, especially in Valorant when you know where all of these players will push up, and especially since Marvin Ridge likes to go in the same general direction. Rupture can take this space for free and can usually come away with at least 1 and sometimes even 2 eliminations just from a back push. If you're Marvin Ridge right now, check your 6. That's all I got to say to you. This is really tricky when you're pushing on up. And even now, Rupture knows that they're there and still moves up anyways.
I mean, that's
okay. There you go. Good job, Red's Pie.
She was able to get that one off the board right away. Rupture. See, it can be really fun and really advantageous to play aggressive, but sometimes you just do lose out on the gunfight.
Yeah.
That would be the first case in which that I have seen that afloat now. In a little bit of trouble. If they all peak at the same time, maybe they're in trouble, but they would line up a little bit afloat now, just trying to get out of trouble. We'll be able to back up towards that market area and hold a little bit safer of an angle here. The flash coming through from XD as well. The other KO on.
But look where Switty is. Look where Switty is right now. Marvin Ridge are basically in the spawns. A site is clear. Everybody from Weddington relocated over to B. For the first time, this is going to be Marvin Ridge moving around the map and taking care of more of the space. Switty holding an angle that nobody had expected. Use the element of surprise. Switty is going to get a ton of work done and should be gifting Marvin Ridge a third round for free.
I mean, that's 3 kills to this race. Switty doing so much work. Now is Tacho stuck with 30 HP. A 1v4 situation with the spike already planted on this A site. The setups as well coming through already from Marvin Ridge on this attacking side. And the save might be the angle here for Tacho as well. Looks like it will be the call. No sense of trying to lose the rifle in a 1v4 with 30 HP. The spike already planted as well. So a good smart play coming through from Tacho to save that rifle and just try to stay even with the momentum that Marvin Ridge is trying to get under the belt.
Yeah. And this was a much better play from Marvin Ridge. They didn't put all 5 people in the same spot, and that makes me happy. You're controlling more space, you're less likely to get flanked, you completely just annihilated Rupture's ego push. Like, these are the things that we need to see from Marvin Ridge. They're adapting to Weddington's playstyle after recognizing their patterns. If they want to continue this run, run it back. Like, don't put all your players on one site, and look at this, we have a 3-2 split push.
Yeah, I love the kind of adjustment that Marvin Ridge is having here. They're not just stacking that site like you say. They are trying to confuse Weddington on this defensive side. Rezpie able to find one already. These opening picks have been huge for Marvin Ridge. Rupture in the last round. And now Tacho as well dropping down in mid. Switty able to find that one. And now they're pushing through onto this B site. They know that this Killjoy is not set up over there and that they have huge access points to that. The smoke's coming down as well into market in towards that back of site. Switty with the rocket as well, finding Rupture, having one crazy game right now.
Switty's feeling himself right now. Like, pulling out the showstopper, did you need it? Probably not, but okay, it feels good to hit somebody with a big old rocket. I'll give you that, but this is great. Marvin Ridge did exactly what they need to do in terms of adaptations. You have pretty much full utility going forward. Switty is playing out of his mind and is in the spawns right now. If there is one player that can clutch it, it is dead to me, but who's been hotter for longer? Oh, it's been our guy Switty.
Yeah, Karopi able to pick that one up on the tail end there. 7-4 now, the score line. Marvin Ridge able to win a few rounds in a row, trying to even it up here before half at a 7-5 score line before they switch over. Rupture now, the Jet with the operator in hand. We'll be looking possibly through this B main area again, trying to see if they walk over towards that market, but looks like they're going to be aggressive towards this B main. We've seen it work. We've seen it not work. Now it's the operator. Yeah. So if that goes down, the operator out of the way, Karopi as well having, opting to switch last second back over to that Vandal. That would be a huge pickup for Marvin Ridge.
There are ops on both sides, and Rupture being one of them. And look where he's positioned. He pushed straight up through this B main area, and you're not going to peek and hop and win it, especially if it's in the hands of Rupture here. Spike is still alive, and that's very important. Karopi holds on to it, and it looks like she's going to start moving the rest of her team over on A site, but is the team going to be there to greet her? Dead to me, shut the toes out from under XD, and it's not looking too hot for the remainder of the team. What a flick on over. Switty thought he was safe, but dead to me. Give him a quick old reality check.
Yeah, the ult, though, back over to that B site from Karopi.
Beautiful.
We'll be able to find that plant and set up a hopeful 2v4 hold on the side of Marvin Ridge. Tacho, however, able to find that one Hunter's Fury. The spike did go down, but now the Killjoy coming through. It is a very large task on the side of Marvin Ridge if they want to try to find that kill. Well, the Hunter's Fury coming through. There could be hope, but now the defuse again from Dead to Me, able to win that round and finish the half 8-4.
A wonderful start from Weddington, considering when we saw them back in week 1 just struggling with any form of initiation, any form of play, and here they are just running away with it. You got Rupture taking all of this incredible space. Dead to Me has won pretty much every one that we've seen them take on the stream so far. Wicked has been as consistent as ever. Tacho providing information, and like this team is firing on all cylinders. That isn't to say though that Marvin Ridge can't come back for this. What we've seen from Marvin Ridge is that they made the adaptations despite really going down, what was it, 4-0 in the start of this game. They've managed to get it just to a half bit of a lead by making those adjustments.
Yeah, 8-4 is not an insurmountable second half start, right? We see that all the time in VCTs. It's always like a 7-5 and 8-4 kind of half for a lot of these professional teams. So we've seen it happen. Sure, those are professionals, but these guys are looking pretty darn good as well. Kuropi, the only one available on this A site, will go down eventually. It took them a while. Reinforcements has now arrived from Marvin Ridge here, just trying to stay alive, trying to find these angles. The Jet low, Rupture on the side of Weddington, about half health here, but the Spike already down.
Spike's down, and all the players of Marvin Ridge are swarming it like flies. Now, what can Weddington make happen here? Red Spy did a ton of damage. These scans are massive right now, and they're all just walking to their own demise. And the positioning, the scans, I mean, look how much impact that Tacho has had for this team. And even if it's not in the form of eliminations, the assists are insurmountable.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of damage goes a long way. Those headshots being able to land with those ghosts, if there was a light shield bought early on by either one of the players on the side of Marvin Ridge, helps a lot, right? So now we see Weddington possibly looking over towards this B main push coming through here. Just trying to switch it up a little bit. Marvin Ridge, the split defense coming through as well. 3 on B, 2 on A, with the KJ setup coming through on this B site.
Yeah, B site known for KJ, and Optima teams will go towards A, or at least attempt mid, but Weddington, all right, are gonna just take the risk to begin with. The float walking through a nanoswarm like it did absolutely nothing. Weddington, what are they gonna manage to do? Marvin Ridge are now booking it back to the B site. If you want to get out, I would say do it, but it's a little bit too late for that decision. Tacho, Rupture, all of these guys have superior weaponry compared to these pistols that we're gonna see Marvin Ridge hanging on to this late in the game. So the one time you're gonna bum rush B, I can tell you this is the one of few times we're gonna see it work.
Yeah, Tacho able to pick up 3 there too early on in that final kill to end that push. I mean, Weddington looking super strong. 10-4 now, the scoreline. Only 3 rounds away from advancing to the semifinals. Weddington need to try to find some momentum, try to get this econ back in their favor. 2-3 rounds in a row would be huge, but with the way Weddington has been playing, it's going to be very, very difficult, especially this Clove, Dead to Me, playing super, super well.
Dead to Me has been having one heck of a game, and a lot of the team to back it up. Honestly, where Marvin Ridge are going, they're all on the A site, getting bombarded with utility. Squiddy, an aggressive push. I mean, buddy, you've been doing great, don't get me wrong, but that was a little ambitious.
Yeah, I mean, Switty, they're just trying to find something, it seems, trying to find some kind of advantage for their team. Does not end up going in their favor, but I do like the play coming through. Kuropi now finds herself very, very low. Has to TP just to the other side of that mid angle. That could be an amazing play. The dash coming through. Kuropi just not able to turn fast enough. Rupture able to pick up that kill. Now a 5v3 situation. KJ, the only one left standing on this B site. 7 able to find 1. Rupture does go down. XD as well, tying things up. Weddington super, super low as well.
Oh, that was another scan from Tacho that resulted in an elimination. I mean, the amount of times we've been seeing this happening, Sova in particular, one of the most difficult characters to get value out of it. He's making this agent look like it's absolutely nothing at all. A fight that Weddington looked down and beaten has suddenly becomes much more winnable. It's only Red's Pie, and she's not going to last long at all. Marvin Ridge now down and hurting. Weddington are only 2 games away to go through.
Yeah, I mean, Weddington looking super, super strong, trying to get through these angles. And yeah, I mean, so far, Weddington has been amazing so far, especially Dead to Me able to find a lot of these kills, and the health bar advantage, they decided to swing at the same time. They know they both were low on health, so if they swung at the same time, it would be hard to find those kills on the side of Marvin Ridge. That's exactly what they did, and it looked, and it, well, I mean, it worked to perfection.
Yeah, again, Weddington right now, they're starting to get unstoppable. All of these early leads that they had are just slowly stockpiling on top of each other. The mountain that Marvin Ridge's climb gets taller, and it's getting taller still. These fast pushes, there's just no way to rotate in time. The confidence Weddington has is simply unmatched. The spike already down, and it's gonna be a fast push through. Rupture, though, does again get a little over-aggressive. Punish the one player. Can they get a second? Dead to Me just has the better weapons here. You're working with pistols. Marvin Ridge, only so much damage that they have the ability to deal here, and this is looking like a 12th match point on the line, unless 7 has something to say about it.
Dead to Me is so low as well, just able to pick off member after member in that heaven area on the side of Marvin Ridge. Now 7, just trying to find a little bit of flank, maybe try to save this weapon that they do have. I believe they did have a rifle. Maybe it is just a pistol in the hand of 7 right now. I might be faking myself out just a little bit as we switch between these Sovas. Wicked does go down to the bomb, but 7, a float relic, getting away from that explosion, is able to find that Sova. Now map point and well, I guess match point really. Semifinals on the line here. Weddington trying to close this one out.
Well, Weddington have high hopes ahead of them. Marvin Ridge, it's looking grim. Facing elimination unless they can pull out 8-round wins in a row, which is a lot to ask of any team right now. The Ultimates not on their side. I mean, even just the Hunter's Fury and the Revival, it's a lot to look down the face of. Weddington have to do their best to slow down this push. When the game goes slow, Marvin Ridge look a lot better, but Weddington are pushing this tempo to the limits right now, and it hasn't looked well at all. Rupture, I mean, look where this guy's positioned. They've moved their way through Market up towards the defender's spawn, where Rupture is positioned, going to find out 7 momentarily. I mean, this is crazy. Weddington, they know it's close. They can feel the confidence. XC even pulling out the Judge just in his attempt to make this close. It's a 2v1, but Switty is caught out. Pistol now taking the ego duel. Dead to Me so confident in winning this battle, but smartly waiting for their teammate to regroup. Losing Switty, using the sightlines, and now Wicked falls as well. Series on the line, Dead to Me, firing through the blocks. It doesn't hit the shot, it'll be Switty to clutch it up. Oh, if all else goes wrong, you can rely on our good friend Switty to make it happen.
I mean, Switty able to pick up 3 kills there on the tail end, stuck in that 2v1 situation, right? That little ring around the rosy as well towards those boxes on B, able to bring that one back. 12-5 now. Still map point, a defender timeout coming through as well from Marvin Ridge. I mean, it's not over yet, right? There's still one more round to go, but Weddington, they are looking so strong. Virtually unstoppable right now, especially Dead to Me having a virtual 6v5 possibility with that ultimate up and available. Having to kill that Clove twice is one super hard thing to do.
You can't rely on a Switty clutch every single time.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to have his moments, and he looks great when he does, but you're realistically, one player isn't going to kill the entire lobby every single round. So if Marvin Ridge want to keep themselves afloat, no pun intended, this is the time to go ahead and do it. Weddington right now, as you said, unstoppable. They have the ultimates, the resources. It's going to be tough to pull it back. My eyes are on the showstopper right now.
Yep.
To really just set this apart, get an opening elimination, maybe a second or just some damage. Marvin Ridge have to start this round off right.
I mean, hey, maybe Switty finds all 5 with the showstopper, right?
It's possible.
It's happened. They're all pushing towards this A angle here. Switty.
He could do it.
Still around that tree. Okay, wait. Hang on.
Oh, he's got it out.
Oh, it's out. Okay. It's ready.
All right.
Switty.
It's going to go big old boom, and it doesn't
find one, but we'll find the kill.
Now
oh, that is the spike. The revive coming through, back through that smoke. Dead to Me. The nade, though, is able to find it. The Clove dead twice.
Wow.
What we didn't expect to happen. The spike down as well.
Massive.
I mean, a huge play coming through from Switty.
Did it go the way any of us thought it would?
Nope.
Not really, but hey, it's Switty. Unpredictable as ever, and unpredictability can win you games. No spike online. Rupture, who's got a Bladestorm on board? That's 2 heads with knives between the eyeballs. A third now, down to Rupture. This one is brutal. Weddington far from done in this fight, and it's just going to be about over. Marvin Ridge took the win at the start of the season, but Weddington, ultimate comeback underway. They're going to continue their journey through the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, what great play coming through from Weddington, right? We have 2 new players, right? Rupture and Dead to Me coming through for that squad, looking super strong. I mean, everyone on the side of Weddington looking very good, calm, cool, collected, and the team play coming through. Everyone was on the same page. Everyone knew their assignments, where they were supposed to hold these angles. Rupture getting a little overzealous at times, getting very aggressive, but I love to see that from a Jet player, right? That duelist able to pick up those kills very easily with the mobility that they do have. But yeah, Weddington moving on to the semifinals and will await the winner of Central Academy Tech and Central Cabarrus.
And these are already the looks that we're going to get for the start of today's series, and the improvements that these teams have made across the course of the season. And it does show that nothing really is permanent. It's the teams that work the hardest. It's the ones that have this work ethic put in, and it'll push it forwards to these matches. And Weddington booked a ticket to the semifinals. We'll find out who their opponent is going to be momentarily, but I believe our next matchup is going to be Monroe taking on Cabarrus Early College coming up here on Sunset, a map that we actually haven't seen any of so far within the VESL Valorant series.
Yeah, a little surprising that we haven't actually seen that map before,
because
it does get a lot of pro play, and people do like to play it quite often, but seeing it for the first time now in this high school league is going to be interesting to see, right? To see what the practice is like. If this map is just kind of a toss-up and we're like, we don't really know what the angles are, what to hold. I know in my case, I certainly do not know what to do on Sunset. So it'd be nice to learn a little bit, right, from some of these kids. Yeah.
They'll teach you. Hey, you can always have something to learn from everybody. And today, Ben's going to learn how to play Sunset.
Yeah, and I can't wait, right? Because, man, every time I peek mid, it never ends well. Never ends well.
Well, hey, these guys can aim, so.
That's true. Yeah, that's something I do struggle with. Yeah, a little above the head, to the left, to the right.
You know,
sometimes
give them a haircut.
Yeah, a little haircut here and
there.
You
get a lot of those.
Yeah.
It's been great so far. I mean, we've seen 2 of our teams, and now we get to see 2 more. Where Monroe, we've gotten a glimpse of in the past, and we've actually seen them in multiple regions. All 3 of their players, or 3 out of their 5 players, also are their Rocket League team, who is incredible. I mean, these kids are the ultimate gamers. I would love to have those kind of talents, and it's been great to watch them succeed on the Valorant roster. However, they did lose to Sun Valley. When we did see them last week, it was a 13-8 matchup, and whoever does win this game goes on to play Sun Valley. So if Monroe want that rematch, you're going to be taking out Cabarrus Early College, which we did see on stream, but it was in a 5v4 situation, so we didn't really get a true testament of what they have. Yeah,
so having this kind of 5v5 now is going to be very fun to see, right? Because now we're about evened up, right? Being down 5v4 is definitely a struggle, especially if you're on that team of 4, right? It's not very fun to play, but Monroe trying to book their ticket for that rematch with Sun Valley, a very close 13-8, like you mentioned there earlier. So we will be jumping into Champ Select here, or Agent Selection. Yeah, it's a little League of Legends
there
out of
your head, man.
in me. Hey, they're both Riot games, so I feel like it'll work out, right?
Close enough.
Close enough.
Close enough. Hey, we love all the colors that we do get to see in Valorant. It's kind of the pretty cool thing about it. If we do get to take a look at some of these lineups, though, my big thing from Cabarrus Early College last week, if you remember, our good friend, they're in our bottom right corner. I'm lurking. That ring any bells for you?
They lurked a lot.
They did.
And it worked a lot as well. It was, I believe, on the KJ that they played the last time. Opting now over to this Cypher pick, a little bit more sunset friendly. We often see KJs as well on this sunset map, but Cypher is just Cypher. Yeah, you said it best, right? Cypher's just Cypher. He will just watch you from a distance.
It's not creepy at all.
No, yeah, he has a camera set up that's invisible. It's just like, hey, I see you walking around.
I'm watching you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so
Okay, seriously though, in all seriousness, when we're looking at Cabarrus, they're going to be on the attack first, I believe. So when you're pushing this out, I'm lurking, let me guess, is going to be lurking against some of these players. Monroe, when we saw them last week, it was Cray on the Jet. We're going to go see if that ends up staying the same. But Cray, in particular, was popping off when it came to finding these eliminations early with the duelists and just having this incredible aim. So that's going to force Cabarrus to start off cautiously, respecting this player, especially when that player is going to be in a defensive position.
Yeah, Cray is definitely the one to look at on this Monroe squad. Really good at finding goals in Rocket League and really good at clicking heads in Valorant. Definitely the top frag option here for Monroe coming through. Be interesting to see if they do opt towards that kind of duelist style. Yet again, my guess is that they will be the Rays. They are the Rays coming through there. So, yeah, expected from Monroe to have Cray in that duelist position here. A little bit of a split approach. The Cypher for Monroe set up on this B site already. We'll see the attacking squad, Billie Jean, trying to get through towards this B angle here. The shock dart able to find one, the camera down as well. So that is the sign for Monroe that maybe there's some people hovering around this B angle. The rotation's coming through, but a fake hit coming through from Cabarrus as they now rotate over towards this mid area.
Cabarrus willing to use the whole map makes me happy. I'm lurking out. Isn't lurking for once. It's going to be Lego Kid. Are they ready for this? Flashed up and tried to move to the corner. Found himself face-to-face with the wall, though, and that isn't going to help you at all in terms of your bullets. Billie Jean, though, is on the objective already. Lego Kid completely caught off guard by that one. Spike, though, is down thanks to our good buddy Wingman, but with very few players walking through a smoke, and I kid you not, in a firing squad of 4 players, it's going to be really tricky. Monroe, take their time.
Yeah, Cray able to run, find one. Billie Jean finding the response. Now a 2v2 situation. Nova able to find one. Now it's just Kev trying to find these last kills. Nova does go down. Now it's Billie Jean and Kev, the Rocket League extraordinaire. Kev trying to find this final kill.
Oh,
Billie Jean, however, able to find the 3-piece and able to find that first round win for Cabarrus.
Yeah. Monroe did play that retake pretty dang well. Instead of impulsively just pushing through the smoke, lining players up into, as I said, a firing squad, they're going to rotate around this back site more towards the gravel area and anticipate where Cabarrus can be positioned and just give more places for them to look at being scared. Billie Jean, though, is just incredible, especially when it comes to these pistol rounds. So Cabarrus had the leg up at the end of the day. I want to see them play this first in like 30 seconds of the attack, just like they did before, playing slow and waiting for a pick to come their way.
Yeah, we already see the Cypher setting up alone towards that B site yet again. Cabarrus just slowly approaching that B site, possible fake. 3 members over towards this A, so maybe if there's an entry kill over towards this mid A site, maybe we see a rotation coming through back over to this A site. The smokes getting prepped by I Keep lagging here, just trying to smoke off that garage. Well, it went a lot further than I thought it was going to go. Mid has been smoked off by I Keep lagging there, and now I'm lurking, trying to find these kills back over towards this A site.
Yeah, much more patient on the Cypher than you have in previously. I mean, if this guy was on KJ, we'd already see him well within their spawns somehow. That's the thing. You got a 5v4 and gets a rematch now against Lego Kid, who turned their eyes in the other direction. It's okay for now. If somebody peeks his corner, I can tell you they're not looking for Billie Jean up top. Gets blinded by their own Omen and still pushes up. No fear out of Billie Jean whatsoever. Identifies these players up top. I mean, that's how powerful these tripwires can be. The B site now open to spam through the smoke. Goodbye, Kyler Cook. Spike is down now. Cabarrus, their job far from done, and a lot of them are going to be playing, though, towards this B main area. All of them, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, the spike has been planted. A 5v4 now, health advantage as well in favor of Cabarrus here. The Rays looking a little damaged, around probably like, I'd say, what, 15 HP, give or take, on this Rays on the side of Monroe here. Now just trying to set up these posts, plant everyone hovering in this kind of B main entrance here on the side of Cabarrus. Nova able to find one through the smoke. Cassini will fall. I keep like finding Cray, Kev, Lego Kid falling one after the other. A huge and really great second round coming through from Cabarrus.
There's high risk, high reward for playing the post plant, like in the exact same area. Risk, I mean, you don't really have any sort of crossfire, so if you get smoked off in one place, you better know where that bomb is planted, otherwise you are in trouble. But they also have a lot of damage coming from a singular direction, and there's just not much Monroe could have done to sniff them out and get those eliminations accordingly. So that'll be that second round gained on up. Monroe, though, begin their comeback, at least in terms of the weapons they have available. I'm Lurking did manage to dodge the flash, so there's no way for Monroe to know that he's in this area.
Yeah, the cam set up as well, looking over towards this A-long kind of area here.
Baiting him.
Just trying to find these angles. The KO as well. The spike kind of sitting around this B/mid area.
Smart.
Omen now going over to pick that one up. The slow rotations now from Cabarrus over towards this B site. Need to try to find this early pick. This guy drops mid. That may be the go button.
Smoke, like
try to find this one. Like we'll get through the smoke. We'll be able to find one. Billie Jean falls, but I'm Lurking, able to find that response kill. A 1-for-1 trade in the end.
Really, it's more for Cabarrus because now you have a Vandal instead of a Spectre in your hands. Be great for them as this push continues to progress. I keep lagging though. Doesn't really have much eyeballs to use. Catches Kev off in the corner. They'll manage to live, but their teammate won't. At the spike on the objective, would love to see them wait for reinforcements or just back out altogether. And with Cassini though, they're really gonna go for the 1v1 here as the crosshair lined up, headshot, kill. Monroe. They'll have this at least even in terms of numbers. Limited time to plant, so there isn't rotating to another site. You can spam through these boxes and just split yourselves up. Wonderful play from Cabarrus. Once again, taking all of these different angles that they can. But Cray has taken out 3 of them, looking for a 4th, but he can't quite get there. Oh, Monroe almost had it. This is why we need to be watching Cray against Cabarrus' smart moves.
Yeah, Cray having a little bit of a slow start here. 4-3 on the scoreboard right now. I keep lagging 4-1 with that ultimate up and available as well. So a lot of potential to kind of fake a lot of these hits and then TP to the other site, find that plant and that rotation coming through from the rest of their teammates. So look to see that one happen here shortly. Maybe not in this exact round, but eventually down the line when we get closer to that switch at the half to see if that ult does get used in that kind of manner here. Now all 5 members hovered around this B main entrance. The camera coming out from I'm Lurking, trying to see if anyone is lurking over towards this B site. The smoke's coming through, only expecting the rest of Cabarrus to follow suit, trying to find this early plant and try to secure their 4th round win here.
Walking in that Cypher util, zero fear in the world, but you should be afraid when somebody named I'm Lurking is starting their move around the flank. We're that clear that Cypher player is aggressive. That was gutsy, to say the very least, and Monroe are able to punish it. Cabarrus got so overly confident in that exact instance, and it's all falling apart. 2v2, despite the advantage that was early there. Wingman on the spike. Someone's got to be able to stop it. Thankfully, I keep lagging all the teammates. Click onto the spike, have the smoke, but a beautiful blind flash play that keep lagging, still gets the elimination with no silent on by, no way! He clutches this out! Monroe did everything that they should have done. I keep lagging, was just one step ahead.
I mean, I keep lagging, not lagging at all in that instance, right? Able to pick up 3 kills. I mean, with that blind, Kev not able to find that final kill onto that Omen. And again, able to find the wingman on the defuse, able to find one earlier on that defuse as well to get another member of Monroe out of the way. I mean, I Keep Lagging is having a crazy game right now.
Yeah. Keep it up is all I got to say.
Yeah,
keep it up. Not the lagging portion, but whatever those positive things that you're doing. Should you have hit that shot through the flash? Do most players do that? Absolutely not. But the times that you do and clutch around because of it, dang, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, timeout now. On the attacking side here, Cabarrus taking a little bit of a breather, making sure you're not getting in your own heads here. You have that 4-0 lead. Let's not squander it coming into this 5th round. Monroe trying to keep up with the momentum and the the aggression that Cabarrus is coming out with. That B hit looked super, super well from the side of Cabarrus, just able to slowly approach, make their way in, fall out, and then play this post-plant positioning towards that B main area. Got a little bit dicey there towards the end, but I keep lagging, able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, if you will, with those 3 kills in favor of Cabarrus.
Worked out in the end for him. That's what matters. As soon as the dust clears, who has that point at the end of the day? So far, it's only been Cabarrus. Monroe defense has not been their dram at all. And it's just so hard to defend against what Cabarrus have been putting out in their defense. And especially, you can have all these sites locked up, you have the Cypher util, but it's really never enough. Cabarrus are playing their tempo near perfectly, so they usually force a mistake out of a player. Somebody on Monroe gets antsy and finds themselves face to face with a member of Cabarrus, and 9 times out of 10, or really 4 times out of 4 times, it's gone the way of Cabarrus for that opening elimination. Moving into Site A now, and like that's the thing, you wait so long, the players moved away, thought that the call was going to be in the direction of B, and look exactly, Cabarrus breaking into the site, no problem. All the smokes.
Yeah, I mean, Cabarrus doing a great job at just playing time and playing safe. A lot of different approaches coming through the spray, through the smoke as well. Billie Jean able to find one I'm lurking as well to kill onto Lego Kid. One does fall on the side. I keep lagging. Kevin now on this back angle, trying to find these kills. Kev, excuse me, I'm assuming your name is Kevin, but who knows? I'm not entirely sure. But
we know a lot of great people named Kevin.
We do know a lot of great people named Kevin. One of
this
our
is one
close
of
friends,
them.
Kev,
Okay.
able to find another one looking super good.
Okay. Maybe this Kevin should be our friend too.
I think so. I think we're friends
popping
now.
off.
Yeah.
I know, absolutely. Oh, but has the play!
My goodness.
Oh my goodness, this is such a great play too. It's a 2v1, and there's just nowhere that Gassler could have gone to. They have time in the spike though. It's gonna be cutting it close, and it's gonna go off. The relics of Kev, unfortunately, amount to nothing.
I mean, Kev looked super, super good, but just not able to get that final defuse to come through. 5-0 now in favor of Cabarrus on this attacking side, looking to really have a monstrous advantage moving into this half.
Yeah. Monroe have been getting stuffed up in a lot of these corners, and a big part of this is mainly, again, I'm just back to this, where Cabarrus, they take their time to push onto sites and force errors out of Monroe. Monroe are just not content sitting in one area and kind of holding out these angles. The communications, they get mixed, and it's all a mind game that Cabarrus have been winning. This time, though, full 5 players moving over onto the B site. What are they going to manage to do here, though? I want to see them play off of this initial scan that Nova's going to have, and the Blade Storm along with it. See him gliding, Billie Jean waiting in the wings for any players to peek them out, but I'm just waiting for the smoke to go down instead. I mean, this is Cabarrus, the trigger discipline. I got to give him credit here. Yeah,
playing very, very slow, very patient. Still having that info dart up and available from Nova. The string pulled back, not opting to fire that bow just yet. The rotations from Monroe not coming either. 2 members still playing over towards this A site. We see Cray as well hovering around this mid area. Cassini now possibly getting a little curious into this angle, but the timing! Gassler just barely pulling out that nade. Able to find one, but Billie Jean will answer back with a knife to the face. 1 for 1 at the end of the day. The Blade Storm still up and available for this Jet. Just trying to find these kills. Now the spike has been planted. Cabarrus on the attacking side looking strong again, trying to have this post-plant come with another victory. That was a perfect picture of how these rounds have been going. Gasani just got a little bit too curious for their own good, right into the sidelines of Billie Jean, and it's not looking good at all for them. Sliver of HP, single player, and that will be a 6th for Cabarrus, and they're just they're in Monroe's heads. Like, I don't even know what to tell you about that. They called the push on to B, but they sat still for a solid 30 seconds, and it was both, I believe, both Kev and we saw
Lego Kid rotate themselves back over onto the A site. Yep. Once they heard those footsteps go away, Kasani got really curious because, like, okay, we called that they're going towards A. Let me see what's going on. Finds themselves face-to-face with all 5 players, and that's a problem. Cabarrus are winning the mind game. Monroe, they just don't know what to do. They're getting jump scared all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Gosler did get a little bit timing there as well in that corner. Yeah. Cassini was able to pick up that early kill to open up that round. The trade did come through from the knives from this Jet as well on the side of Cabarrus. But again, looking over towards this B site, the Jet dashing through yet again, just trying to find these sprays, these kills through these smokes. I'm lurking. We'll be able to find one. The duelist Cray already out of the way. The plant as well down onto this B site. I mean, Cabarrus is showing no signs of slowing down any of these pushes.
No, and like, this is a moment where you just go in with the overload, and they're just not afraid to decipher you till there's smokes put in your face. Billie Jean, fortunately, going to have to get that kill into Cassini again. Cassini's going to have to get rather aggressive here. Instead, it's actually Kev, though. It comes to a couple of these eliminations. Gosler blinded themselves, had an opportunity, but Kev backed off. I believe also got hit with that flash. Now it's all up to Cassini. Had the jump scare of a lifetime in round number 5, and doesn't really have time to really defuse this spike either, so it's best for their interest just to go away and try to pick up any players that are on the way out. Sketching, I keep lagging on the corner, but it's not going to get anywhere far. Cabarrus, another round down in their books.
Cassini just trying to find that save, but unable to do so. And Cabarrus, again, with another round win. 7-0 now in this first half. Still around 5 rounds to go till the switch.
That's crazy.
I mean, Monroe just needs to try to find one round to boost that morale, give that confidence back to the team so they can hopefully try to claw this one back.
The hardest parts of competition aren't always about like the physical performance, but also this mental game that you have going on here. And I mean, it's a great start like this. Cray picks off I keep lagging, but Billie Jean, this moves up. Market is now unlocked. Looking towards the Boba area. Doesn't spot anybody out. They have players to cover should they need it. The Hunter's Fury early on out here. Wonderful smoke box Cray off, and the timing of it rather lucky for the sake of the Jet player. Cabarrus wrapped their way around the back. Showstopper canceled midway through. The speed from Cabarrus continues to impress.
Yeah, Billie Jean able to find these angles, find these kills. Just playing so aggressive on this Jet through that mid kind of garage door area. Coming through, able to find those kills. 3v2 in favor of Cabarrus. The spike planted already towards this B site as well. It's going to be Kev and Lego Kid to try to retake this one. I'm lurking does go down. Spectre in hand.
Have the immobilizer though. Can they manage to get it? Lego Kid double peek out with Kev. Ow! And all it takes is the pistol to the dome. Went for the knife, but didn't quite grab it. We needed Monroe to get themselves on the board, have the change of momentum, and Kev showed us how versatile a Gecko's kit can be, and managed to get Monroe on the board in their Sunset map.
Yeah, the first round win on the side of Monroe. Maybe this is the start of something new, right? Being able to find that first win. Hopefully he can keep it rolling. Needs to try to get some guns under their belt. Try to even this one up a little bit on the rifle department. They look like they will be able to do so. Full buys still on the side of Cabarrus. Their econ not hurting a whole lot after 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, no, you can probably lose another round or two, and then you're still okay. I mean, Cabarrus is such a cushion to fall back on. Monroe needed the win, and it was on one of those few rounds that you are going to have a full buy. So as they progress throughout this series, it's going to be a lot easier to kind of maintain this tempo that's been going on. This is good, though. Look how Monroe are starting to investigate around A. They're not playing in just the back half of their map. They're moving up into other portions, scouting out any rotates, which would have been awesome had Cabarrus been there before. It is now they're going to make that call to move over to the A sites, or at least some of them. They're getting back into these mind games, trying to make Monroe make a mistake first.
Yeah, now 2 members being sent over towards this A site. I'm lurking, and Billie Jean the ones to brave the unknown of A, trying to find these kills. 3 members still hovering around this B site as well. Lego Kid will find one kill. Maybe that'll have other members of Monroe rotate over. It looks like it will. The Clove making their way over.
Genius.
Gray as well. I'm lurking, able to pick up one kill as well, and that's the ult. They're going to see that only one member is over towards this B site. They're able to find these kills. The plant coming down as well. What a glorious, gorgeous fake coming through from Cabarrus.
It's the fakes, the mind games. Cabarrus just forced Monroe out. They cut all noise on B. Made them jump, and now retake in order. But a favorable one at that. If you grab another kill, at least if you can keep your Cypher on board, you're looking at all the knowledge in the world. But you do find that elimination. Cray pops through a smoke. Ultimate not even needed, just I keep lagging. This is Monroe getting back-to-back rounds here. Look at these improvements that we've seen from the team in just a short amount of time. Even though they get confused by this early shenanigans that Cabarrus are doing around the map, they've managed to recover and just overwhelm Cabarrus with these retakes.
Yeah, Cabarrus, I like the play. I like the idea coming through from them, but they just weren't able to capitalize on some of these kills, right? We saw Monroe, the Cypher, just backing up and not risking dying on that B site just in case people were still hanging around, waiting for the utility to get a lot of that information for them, and then waiting for reinforcements to arrive. We saw on the other side 2 members of Cabarrus going down in that A fake, and then we're just able to rotate back over and find that favorable 4v3 and win their second round of the map.
They take the numbers game. And honestly, Cabarrus also got a bit confident themselves, sent 2 of their players into an unfavorable position. This time, though, they're going to do the same thing. Start with 5 over on the A site this time. Whether they decide to leave later or not is up for debate. For now, the commit seems to be true. Are they going to catch the rotate from Monroe in the back time? Cray is working his way around Gravel, and Ladle Kid's already down here, so Monroe, they're going to make a move. Cray has got to get there fast. Wrapping entirely around the now occupied site. Cabarrus, Spike hitting the ground. The Wingman already out too, so no worries of a sneaky defuse.
I mean, I keep lagging. Billie Jean are up in the sky, right? They're going to have to look up if you want to try to find those 2 members. And like you said, no one checks above, right? Nova able to find those kills. Now this Killer Cook will find that angle, but won't be able to find the kill. Billie Jean able to secure another round win, a bounce back win after 2 rounds in a row, able to bring this one to an 8-2 scoreline.
The way that would have gone wrong was if Cray wasn't checked. If Cray wasn't checked, this could have gone very differently, but there must have been some sort of audio cue. Perhaps the nade was thrown in from behind, and Cabarrus were able to snap back around, and there was no problem with that flanker, and clutched back up, got themselves that 8th round, and at least we've hit double digits in the game. Only 2 more to go on these respective sides. And if you are the defense right now, this is your last round, really with an econ push, or, well, with a full economy, rather. They need to make the best that they can out of it. A rare mid selection that we're seeing go through, often avoided because of Cray. And you can see why. A 2-for-1 trade. You take those any day of the week. Yeah,
Cray almost able to find that flick back over to Billie Jean as well. We already saw Cassini running for the hills back through that mid archway. The spray from Billie Jean able to get a few hits of damage onto that Clove, but nothing too scary. Very, very manageable health bars. A 4v3 still in favor of Monroe. However, Cray does go down, but got so much value off of that mid peak.
Value continuing to progress too. Gassler moved over to the site through that market area where, Billie Jean is in the spawns. They're going to catch it out. Lego Kid is in for the heck of a surprise. Isn't going to catch it at all. Gassler bodyguarding this Spike. Wingman, little buddy, can only do so much here. Kev got caught up in the nade as well. So Cabarrus used their utility to dang near perfection. Of course, Billie Jean got around the back. Tonight, Siptoed his way into the defender's spawns. That'll be Cabarrus moving up again.
Yeah, Cabarrus able to win that round yet again, even at a man disadvantage. It was a 4v3 retake in favor of Monroe, but like you said, that utility coming through. Gosler specifically able to pick up a lot of damage and 2 kills there towards the end of that round. 14-7 still on top of the scoreboard is Billie Jean here. The knives up and available. Who knows if those ones will be used. It looks like there is a rifle in hand, so wouldn't expect that ultimate to be popped just yet. I Keep Lagging still is holding on to that Omen ultimate, however, so still a lot of trick play potential on the side of Cabarrus.
And if anything that Cabarrus really college likes, it is those trick plays. Smoke is down, and I have a feeling we're just going to sit here and like have a deep conversation while we wait for the smoke to go down.
Yeah, what do you think they're talking about? Like, what did you have for lunch? You know,
that's a good question.
Grilled
what do they
cheese?
Serve in high school cafeterias? I gotta think back to this
like
now.
Pizza.
Ooh, pizza.
Chicken. I think. Yeah, like chicken. Chicken.
Any form of chicken is really good. And
that is true.
Okay, well, lunch break's over. We're back to the game now. We got the knives, though, maybe to carry those over from lunch. However, these are a lot more fun to deal with for, well, Billie Jean in particular. Anybody else who finds one between the eyeballs can't say the same. It's a nice flash going through. It catches all these players out, so the locations are revealed. It's no secret what Cabarrus are up to. It's just a matter, are Monroe going to expect? Yes, they will. Gray Cook getting one apiece. Scrappy battle in the middle. Billie Jean getting sucked down, though, is a massive pickoff. Monroe, just one more player, stands in their way of finishing a 9-3. And they're going to go ahead and snag him off. A very difficult start that Monroe had to this initial map of Sunset, but here they are, recovering themselves, ending the defense on a good note. And that good note better turn into a whole song, because they're going to need it with the comeback that's ahead. Yeah, 9-3 at the half here in favor of Cabarrus. Cray, 17-10. Still doing a lot of work on the side of Monroe as they now transition over towards this attacking side, which so far has been the name of the game, right? Cabarrus attack, picking up those 9 rounds, looking super, super strong. But if they're able to find these early picks onto Billie Jean and I Keep Lagging, Monroe has so much to work with that they could really easily claw this one back if they can find one of those 2 players early on in these rounds. It ain't over till it's over, and, you know, if we saw other teams in this situation where Monroe hasn't been close to a lot of these rounds, I would say it'd be over pretty darn quick. But if Monroe start out with a pistol, that's usually going to lead to this massive econ lead, so that's 2 rounds in a row right there. It's after that where it starts to get sketchy. Monroe, though, you got to win this pistol round. That is the most important thing right now. And they're playing it slow, taking a page out of the book of Cabarrus Early College. The difference, though, is Cabarrus are holding their guns. I don't think a single player has moved this entire time. The tripwire is scouted out. This dog getting a whole lot of nowhere because of it. So the call is now on B site. 2 players of Cabarrus wrapping around spawn. Monroe, gotta move quick.
And Cabarrus now trying to find these flanks. There's only a 2v5 here in favor of Monroe. If they're able to find these early kills and find them fast, that would be ideal.
Cry.
Maybe finding one. Yes, we'll be able to. Missing that last shot got me a little scared there. Lego Kid able to find I'm Lurking as well. We can already see Killer Cook has this angle. The tripwires set up as well. There's no entry from that B main area on the side of Cabarrus. Gassler able to find 2. Lego Kid, Killer Cook dropping as a result. The 3v3 now. I Keep Lagging finding Kev. Cassini finding 1. Gassler again with 3.
Wow.
What a retake from Cabarrus.
As soon as I saw those tripwires, I'm like, uh-oh, that's not going to end well. I mean, surely Cook would have gone down, but the rest of the team could just wrap around and capitalize on it. What Cabarrus did, they broke one of the tripwires and just booked it as fast as they could into the site, not giving Monroe a chance to react. And, of course, after that, it's hitting the shots, which Gassler did to an absolute T. 3 eliminations just towards that 1 player. Cabarrus, we mentioned how important it was that Monroe took the pistol round and coming back on a retake, especially when you were down a player. And this is massive towards the tail end of the series. This is looking like an almost guarantee to close it out.
Yeah, Cabarrus now only 3 rounds away from advancing to that semifinal slot. Sun Valley, the team that awaits them in the semifinals after the forfeit. Coming through from Parkwood, I believe. The other team just unable to field a team, unfortunately, for those quarter finals. Cabarrus defense spread out yet again, but the attacking side of Monroe spread out as well. Billie Jean able to find an aggressive play on to Cray there.
More of a slow move, though. And this is the thing, though. Monroe, the big differences is Cabarrus will push up on this defense, and they're not going to be afraid about it. Monroe also need to be careful if there's anybody, quote-unquote, lurking on a lot of these angles. So Spike moving in the direction of mid, which this will be checked by Nova. At least he knows it's there as a Marshall in hand, and yeah, that's not going to fare too well with a lot of these pistols. Just firing at you. Maybe if it was 1, but 3, yeah, good luck, buddy. That's all I got to say. Killer Cook moving around the back of A site, but the flash and the delayed movement tried to pull out the tag from the camera, and it ended up costing him his life here. Suddenly, this much more winnable on the side of Cabarrus.
Monroe now still have possession of that spike. I'm lurking, able to find Gassini, the Clove, out of the way. No more smokes remaining. They will be able to find that plant and try to find these last few kills. The dog coming out as well, just trying to find a little bit of information for Monroe to work with. Cabarrus, though, having the split approach. I'm lurking, already able to find Lego Kid. It's going to be Kev with the pistol, trying to finish the job, and Billie Jean will find the swing. Kev, so much to do with oh so little. Cabarrus able to find that second round here on this defensive side. Yeah.
We get a second round in order, and that spike took a trip around the world. It was literally, I kid you not, it touched A site, it went back through mid, and then ended up getting planted on B. Monroe, it took their time figuring out, hey, what's the best home for our good old tactical nuke? And by the time you did find that home, Cabarrus just went in guns a-blazing. They knew they had the advantage in terms of weaponry, so it's an expected round going in their direction. There's only so much that Monroe could have done. Timeout here is going to be good, especially when this is that round. You're like, okay, we got our big shiny rifles now. We're not afraid of their weapons anymore. How can we manage to plant the spike and take the battles in a way that favors us the most?
Yeah, and right now, playing slow on this attacking side has seemed to work for both of these teams, right? Monroe had the very slow push onto that B site that looked like it was going to be able to pick up a round, but they just weren't able to find those closing kills. Cabarrus as well onto these slow B pushes, able to find multiple round wins. So maybe slowing it down a little bit, trying to play for these picks in mid and over towards this A site would be the way to go if you're trying to claw this one back.
Yeah, more of these split areas. Don't give too much space over to your opponents. Cabarrus have been much better about their split positioning, and not in a way that they're overextending or taking unfavorable numbers battles. It's just space coverage, and they hold different corners, and they've gotten so many eliminations and opening ones off of that. So it's just something that gives you an early advantage in these fights and less stress later on in these rounds, which I can tell you Monroe's feeling a little stressed. Your season on the line, you can only afford to lose one more round before it's really sudden death, and even then you do not want to be sitting against a match point the entire time here. Nice thing about Wingman is he can play limbo under a tripwire. Unfortunately can't survive a bullet to the head. Very sad for our good old reptilian friend. Spike in order, Kev gonna opt to plant it himself. Ends up getting blinded, at least has his job done for now. And Cabarrus are down and bleeding. Cray ended up taking more of this positioning over in the market area, yet it doesn't amount to much. Cabarrus, even if they end up losing players, still go in with the same confidence like, hey, we have the better aim, we have these angles, yet I'm lurking caught in a reload animation. Opportunity still there. Monroe desperately need this round to go over in their side. Billie Jean, though, they know where that smoke was thrown from. Do they know there's both players, though? Gets Cassini by surprise. Look how they're dividing and conquering. And suddenly an even fight. I keep lagging. Grabs another. The flash is coming through. Lego Kid grabs one sliver of HP, and he's going to clutch it out. Monroe have their first on their attack.
Yeah, Lego Kid able to win out on those final gunfights. The approach from Cabarrus over Billie Jean and I keep lagging. It was very, very smart, right? The uses of those smokes, cutting off those sight lines on the side of Monroe. They were almost able to pull that one back. I keep lagging, getting those final 2 kills, sitting 17 and 6 on the scoreboard right now. But Monroe critically were able to win that round and will still be able to semi-match the gun firepower on the side of Cabarrus.
Massive win, though, that Monroe ended up taking in their direction, and matter in which they got the spike down and sending their duelist Cray Overtime mid was worked out relatively well, but they'll get a bit too far with Pathfinder. Ends up going towards a mid rotate. They see all the Cypher util and like, yeah, this is gonna be a no-go. Have all the time in the world to go ahead and play with. Say all the time, well, you got just over a minute, which in Valorant terms isn't too bad at all. So this is actually the first time we're seeing Monroe kind of switch these directions a bit more on the attack. Thing is, though, Cabarrus, or more specifically, Billie Jean, is pretty far up here.
Yeah, Billie Jean will go down. Kev able to find that kill with the Bulldog. The Jet out of the way. Smokes out of the way. Still, that Omen available on the side of Cabarrus. The Blind as well will do a lot of work if it catches multiple people on an angle. The Wingman able to find that plant for Monroe
that's
here.
risky, Kev.
Picking it up. Yeah, that was a little close, right? It didn't seem close, but standing there in the open, knowing that these picks might be coming from that angle is very, very scary. Yeah, you're playing with fire. He might be able to find one, and he will. Able to stay alive as well. Nova, the one going down. KO.
No way.
Gasler, the last man standing on the side of Cabarrus. 1v5 situation. Amazing play coming through from Monroe. Kev specifically playing with so much fire and somehow not getting burned.
Who is this guy? Like, he might just be a firebender. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, he's popping off on this Gecko, and it was a great play. Did it smell a little bit like an eco push? Sure, but it worked out in the end. Sometimes, hey, if I just think I'm better, I'm going to be better. That was the mentality that Kev went into that fight with, and hey, Monroe got their second round in a row because of it. If that's what you need to do to win the fights, okay, Monroe, I'm not going to judge you for it. Cabarrus, on the other hand, though, gotta be careful of where these sites are pushing. That was one of those few moments where they did call an early rotate over towards B/mid area. So by the time Monroe was approaching Gravel, there wasn't a lot of space for them to work with.
Yeah, timeout now coming through. On the defensive side, Cabarrus opting to take a timeout here, trying to find this round win to move them up to that map point to advance them to those semifinals.
And break Monroe's momentum here.
And break the momentum, indeed. Good call. Yeah, that is very, very true because they have those, 2 rounds there in a row in favor of Monroe. So very, very close indeed right now, especially in the gun department, heavily in favor of Monroe.
Yeah, Cabarrus, they kind of understand that they're not favored weapon-wise for the next couple of rounds. This has now turned to a situation where Monroe can sit pretty and high on their Vandal and Phantom thrones and be like, haha, you can't shoot me. Like, that's cool, right? Cabarrus, if you lose the next round, okay, that's fine. We'll chalk it up to some weapons unless something really glaring and bad ends up going wrong here. Monroe also do have the Showstopper online. I mean, that's a hefty ultimate to build up. 8 ult points, and Raid already have it, and we're only 4 rounds into the defense. That's something.
Yeah, Cray, if he is able to find multiple members, or even just one member with that Showstopper, that will definitely be beneficial for the side of Monroe, especially if you can find that Jet, Billie Jean, or I keep lagging on the side of Cabarrus. If they are able to find either one of those members, that would be a huge pickup with that ultimate.
A lot of the util chucked in. Both our Roomba and a little lizard friend, but either really going to catch anybody out, and this makes Monroe think, like, look at that, they're so used to the flanks from Cabarrus that they're not taking any risk, jump peeking around these corners. That's audio cues, though. Like, you know Lego Kid's there. Well, maybe not Lego Kid specifically. Like, you know somebody is there. This is such a lurky angle from I'm lurking. Lego Kid doesn't catch this. There's just no way. You don't. Like, what is that, you little rat of a Cypher player? It's such a... Like, I call it a rat, but I mean it in the most endearing way possible. The Showstopper gets absolutely nowhere. Monroe got scared of what Cabarrus were doing behind them the whole time and walking to the side eventually, sure, but significantly down in numbers. Cray, Kev have to clutch up.
Cray goes down. Now it's just Cassini, the last one standing, not able to find. I keep lagging. 12-5 now for Cabarrus. Map point. Semis now in the sights fully for Cabarrus. Monroe need to try to find 7 rounds in a row to try to tie this one up and force an overtime.
Hey, look, Cabarrus did that too. They got 7 rounds in a row.
That's
it's possible.
True. That is
it's
true.
possible, all right? And that timeout, though, I wonder how much that impacted Monroe.
Yeah.
Like, before, they've never been so scared of what's happening behind them.
Mm-hmm.
And now you send 2 players out, and yeah, that's unfortunate for them. And with all of that power loss, thankfully you still have enough credits for a full buy here, and you got to be flawless from here on out. Well, you'll have a full buy every single time, so woohoo, that's great. Monroe, though, gonna try to move up in these towards this A site. They have seekers on board, so they'll know at least who is on the site and a general idea of where. There's always been a player in this back vents area, but Cook wasn't ready for it. Castro grabs both. Regal Kid too on top of it. This is not looking good for Monroe at all. 60 seconds to plant the spike. Wonderful flank from Cray. Turns his head just a half a second though. I keep lagging. There's 2 more players on the line. Monroe, Kev has to make some magic happen, and it ain't gonna be easy.
Kevin Gassini, I'm lurking, able to find one. The ult is popped. They will have to try to find a kill or an assist within the next 15 seconds to get that life fully back online. Playing aggressive now. Kev trying to find these angles, trying to find any member on the side. Gassini will find the 1 kill, but I'm lurking is there to find that crossfire, find the round. 13-5. Cabarrus will advance to the semifinals.
Cabarrus moving on to the semis. Oh, Cabarrus Early College. This is a good showing for them. As I said before, we saw them play in a 5v4 series on the 5 side of it. So we never really got a true testament to the skill that they had, and seeing this performance against a relatively solid team in Monroe. And this does show as a squad that can make these deeper runs into our bracket and potentially qualify for these regionals.
Yeah, a great showing, right, from Cabarrus. Looking at the players, right, Billie Jean and I keep lagging. The top 2 players of that map at least coming through for Cabarrus, playing very, very well, finding these trades, finding these angles, and the roams as well. I keep lurking, was doing a lot of lurking. I was able to find a lot of value with that for the side of Cabarrus. So great stuff, and can't wait to see them again here in the semifinals.
We've only done 2 of our matches today, and we have so many more yet to come, finishing the entire playoff bracket for the METROLINA Conference. So make sure you don't get anywhere. Get your popcorn. I know I'm going to be doing that. And we'll see you back in just a couple minutes for our final finals matchup. Welcome back to the VESL playoffs. My goodness, our Valorant games have been off to an incredible start so far. 2 of our teams have booked their tickets to the semifinals so far, and there's going to be one more to join them today. Will be the Central Academy of Tech or Central Cabarrus.
Yeah, the winner of that matchup goes on to play against Weddington, who had a commanding victory 13-5 over Marvin Ridge earlier today. We just saw the most recent matchup of Cabarrus Early College and Monroe. Another close matchup, again, ending in a 13-5. They will face off against Sun Valley here coming up in the semifinals. But first, we do have this quarterfinals match, Academy of Tech and Central Cabarrus coming through. Central Academy of Tech. There we go. I should say the full name because it's written in red. A lot of centrals. Yeah, a lot of central high schools in Carolina.
North Carolina specifically.
North Carolina.
There are 2 separate states.
There are 2 Carolinas. You are right.
Okay. Hey, we got to do geography check every once in a while.
Yeah,
you learn the states and capitals back in like 4th grade.
I never learned the capitals.
Never?
No.
Well, no, you better
Maybe
know.
that explains a lot about.
That does explain a lot.
We'll
have to.
I know the states, though. I know locations, countries.
That's good.
I'm pretty good with countries.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to hook you up on like one of those global quizzes later.
Yeah, give me a globe,
Check
and I'll be
out.
able to point at like, oh yeah, I know where that is.
But there's one thing I can tell you: Central does mean the middle. So
no, that is true.
These 2 teams, ironically, are more towards the middle of the pack when it comes to the Valorant squads that we do have here. Central Academy of Tech and Central Cabarrus. I do believe we've seen them face off before in similar matchups. And there's one name that stood out to me. We're talking about states. Texas Red.
Yeah.
The Cypher player who has been taking advantage of the Sentinel in his arguably peak form that we've seen in competitive Valorant as of late. On Ascent, is Cypher as good as somebody like KJ? Not always, but if you have this great understanding of the character and, of course, the game sense and prowess of Texas Red, he's a real threat to any opponents.
Yeah, Texas Red is definitely one of those players that we often see thriving and really taking control of these games. We do see them on the Killjoy today here in this best of 1. We saw them on the Cypher earlier, as we talked about just a moment ago. But yeah, I like the switch up here. And yeah, we are on, I believe, Ascent here today for this best of 1 to decide the semifinals, who will be facing Weddington here. Central Tech over on the defensive side. Central Cabarrus here playing this first half on attack, looking for an early B main approach for this pistol round.
Yeah. Another highlight player we've seen so far has been Tartigalicious. Stellar name, by the way. She had one heck of a performance on Clove for Central Cabarrus in their previous matchup and was top fragging every single time. However, it will be Baby Consumer, another interesting name for today's list from Central Tech, getting that first final blow of the day, scouting out a mid push. So that was the one lurker Central Cabarrus have. So losing out on Promethazine results in significantly less map control.
Texas Red hiding out in this little kind of cubby area past this A site archway for this main entry. Next to tree here. We'll get smoked off, just going for that ult point. Texas Red just sitting there, waiting to see if anyone pushes up through that pathway. Does not look like anyone will do so. Rotations back over towards this mid area. We already see Central Tech playing very safe, very conservative here, just waiting for Central Cabarrus to come to them, not getting too overzealous, and really playing time, because with 20 seconds left, Central Cabarrus have to make a move.
Yeah. there's an advantage to playing slow, but sometimes you're so slow. By the time you pull the trigger, your opponents already have the read. Is what we're seeing from Baby Consumer right now. Articulicious walking straight in. All right, she's going to grab the headshot, but the spike has to work its way onto that site, and with no time remaining, it'll be the turret to seal the deal on the pistol round. Central Tech, strong start.
Yeah, Central Tech, the defense already online, picking up that pistol round now. Can get a little bit of a bonus round to try to jump up to a 2-0 lead. The third round typically is a very even round when it comes to economy, because Central Cabarrus, they're not going to buy anything. They don't have the economy to really buy anything of note, so they're going to go those pistols again and then look to bounce back in round number 3. We already have a Guardian, Vandal, Spectres, and an Odin on the side of Central Tech, so heavily favoring this defensive side yet again here as we enter round number 2.
Round number 2 now. It was a lot more difficult for the attackers, particularly when your opponents can basically take you out with 1 or 2 bullets. Tartigalicious, though, kind of sniffing out this mid area. Back off as a result of our paint shells being dropped in. The smokes here, though, are going to be Central Cabarrus' ticket to safety. They can get around Central Tech. This is the most challenging part they're going to have. Again, Supreme Magofka buying a Vandal in round 2. I mean, like, literally, that's 2-3 bullets, all that it takes to take down a single player, not even including headshots.
Yeah, able to pick up 2 there in that mid angle. Star able to pick up 1 as well from Mikazine. Already down. Baby Consumer finding another one in that mid area. I mean, Central Cabarrus, it spooks. The last man standing for Central Cabarrus. Central Tech now going on a little bit of a hunt. And okay, where is this Cypher?
Don't lose to the turret.
Yeah, don't lose to the turret. Oh my goodness, that was something I would do, and man, that's not fun to see, and especially have happened to you. So glad that Spooks was able to win out on that trade against the turret. The spike coming down now.
The turret was drawn. Now everybody else, though, okay, all right, what a snipe, that's a Vandal! Wait a minute, Spooks can actually do this if Texas Red didn't buy an Odin. Wait, I was talking about a Vandal round 2. You bought the most expensive, second most expensive gun in the game, round 2. All right, Texas Red, I'll see you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it worked.
It
right?
did!
Picked up the kill through the wall there. The bonus round going in favor of Central Tech. Now Central Cabarrus will be able to buy this full buy that they were looking for earlier today. Spook's the only one with the light shield. We'll be able to pick up the Phantom in the meantime. Never mind, they are able to get that one on the board. So, yeah, full buys across the board, but not for both teams. Star stuck with that Spectre on the side of Central Tech and not full shields on the side of Central Tech either. We can see Central Cabarrus positioning, poised to take this A push early on. I mean, Super Emo Goth Girl just went flying in there, able to pick up 1, pick up 2 through the flashes. Get Better Kid will be able to find the trade back, but 2 off the board already is huge for Central Tech.
And a great combo, too. Blinding them and then using those blast packs just to put your Raze player straight in the mix. Great teamwork. Does result in a couple of even trades, though. When Central Cabarrus have the spike down here for Mythazane, forcing this tree positioning, while the rest of the team is isolating the spike on point. Trip finds himself out in no man's land. It's an easy capitalization of the elimination, leaving only Texas Red and an Odin. And a Dream, wait a minute, that's 2! Biggest gun in the game, I guess everything's better in Texas. Only 5 HP though, this has to be a headshot or bust. Does get the shout out, Better Kid has to see Texas Red. You know where they're positioned, they can go around over the top doing the style on him. All right, broke the ankles, you get the better end of the day.
Get Better Kid was better in that instance there, able to get over those crates there for the timing. Picking up the first round win for Central Cabarrus on this attacking side. But that Odin, Texas Red, almost clutched that one up if they didn't have 5 HP. Maybe that goes a little bit differently with that Vandal. But nonetheless, Central Cabarrus come out on top. Looking again for a fast A push, possibly. Central Tech setting up around this B mid-market area to try to find one of these early picks of a peek through mid.
We'll say out of all of our teams today, this has been by far the most even matchup, at least in terms of the starts. It's only been 3 rounds, so this could easily change moving on forwards, but between Cabarrus and Central Tech, like, it's really difficult to tell who has the upper hand at any given point in time. The smoke, wonderful Super Golf Girl, only so much you can really do, spamming blindly.
Oh.
Nice suppression though, no abilities for a second, and you gotta know where everybody is. It's a gutsy drop down, the blinds are in place, so the play was there, the execution though simply wasn't. That's why you leave it up to your duelist. Already has the showstopper online, you absolute madman! That's a third now for the Rays player. One away to end our round number 4 in a series of fireworks.
I mean, the showstopper picking up the kill down in hell, and then the swap over to the Phantom to finally finish off that kill down by the Spike. A great defensive round, a great retake coming through from Central Tech there. Central Cabarrus, they had it set up, they just weren't able to win out on their individual gunfights.
No. And that's the thing. Central Cabarrus did what they should have done to get onto the site. Their entry was great. You just didn't factor in the super emo goth girl pop-off, plus I already have a showstopper and you go kablooey. Like, to be fair, that was a really fast build-up of that ultimate. And for one that typically drags on for a point in time, and having such a great match for the defenders. Central Tech, though, going to split themselves up a bit more. Central Cabarrus doing the same thing. Player towards B, 1 in mid, 2 towards A. These are the kind of map coverage we like to see.
Yeah, spreading out the defensive power of Central Tech. Love to come and see that. Killjoy is very good at holding a site by themselves, so it's not a surprise that we can see some rotations already coming over towards this A site. The knives out, up, and available. Baby Consumer will be able to find the kill. That's the second on the round. The knives already out of the way. An ult off the board. And a 5v3 in favor of Central Tech.
That was a newer push and a half. That's okay though.
Yeah.
It happens. You have the Blade Storm. You gotta have some sort of confidence and belief in yourself. A little too much. In that instance, you have ultimates, should you choose to use them if Central Cabarrus push up, but yeah, losing out on Cove here, that's looking a little bit sticky. That'll be a good old-fashioned reset, regroup. Central Tech, and especially with these retakes, has been great, and in these more widespread coverages that we've seen Cabarrus go for in these past few rounds, and you can tell they're really holding their ground and not allowing the Vikings to catch them by surprise.
Yeah, Central Cabarrus does have 4 ultimates available on this next round, so maybe a few of those get used, maybe not. Maybe we save them for a little bit further in this half. I second that. Please use them. You have them all at your disposal. Why not now? It's only round 6, so you will be able, most likely, to get them back by the end of the half. I think, yeah, you would definitely get them back by the end of the half, if you're getting kills at least.
We were Seekers! Woohoo! That's one down. Good job. Hey, they don't Texas Red, or what I mean, not Texas Red, specifically his back sight, and that's free pickings. KJ had no idea what's happening. We get to watch our little wingman friend do his little waddle to the sights, and there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. Spike is down. Central Tech now are on this retake. I mean, hey, they're down a player, but let's be honest, that's not going to mean too much, especially with Sumer Emo Goth Girl here still being alive and popping off so far in this game.
Yeah, Trip here, hovering over towards his log area. Ooh, the timing.
That's unfortunate.
He's just better. Get Better Kid, able to find those kills. Spooks again, able to find 1. That's 2 for Get Better Kid. Now it's a 4v1 situation for Mitazine. Able to find that kill onto Star and seal another attacking win for Central Cabarrus.
That post-plant rather unbreakable. If you had some of Trip's util there, I'd say perhaps you could break in, but without any of those like flashes, stuns, you're walking to your own death at that point. So if Central Tech got that plant, or excuse me, Central Cabarrus got that plant down with not really much of a struggle, held on to the vast majority of their util and until this last moment. Really paid out well for them and has kept it relatively even so far. Again, not really too many railing red flags. He's still got 3 ultimates to go. Let's use them.
Yeah, let's use at least one of them again.
Fishy?
Right, the fish does come out, trying to get a little bit of information. Won't be able to find anything.
Pick it back up too.
Can pick it back up, so we can collect our little fishy. Now in about 9 seconds.
Oh, Texas Red! Every time. No player plays backside unless your name is Texas Red. It has the Odin in hand. Do they see from me? They say no. maybe you kind of saw their knee peeking out, but you know, wall hacks, they don't. Hack is back up there. Texas Red is clutching up. Only one player remains. You got the crosshairs in exactly the right place. Get better, kid. Walking to the line of the good old machine gun. I can see why Texas Red likes to lock this gun in. Woohoo! It is pretty to watch.
Yeah, Texas Red with a 4K in that round. Too early on, 2 to seal the deal. Tartaglicious even popped that ultimate on the side of Central Cabarrus. That was 2 ults used on that push. None of them able to get value. Now just the download up and available for this Cypher. But yeah, Texas Red is 10-2 right now on this Odin.
That's not okay.
Has the lockdown up and available as well. So there is a lot. If Texas Red stays alive, I don't know if they lose this
walking
next
into
round.
the Odin. This is like the biggest spam spot in the entire game. And Texas Red is a backside. Surely they checked the counter this time. The lockdown is there. So you have to know where Texas Red is located just because of the placement of that ultimate.
Yeah.
Getting Trip out of the equation, much better chances moving forward. So because the lockdown's so far back too, there's not really any need to move forward. It's just slightly more delays, and I guess opens a window for Super Emo Goth Girl.
Super Emo Goth Girl reading the flank as well. Won't be able to pick up the kill. Prometheus has 3 kills on the round. Texas Red again with his Odin, picking up yet another kill. And it's Texas Red against the world. Won't be able to find Tartaglicious. The Odin finally goes down.
Woohoo! No more Odin on the board.
Unless we buy it again right here, right now. It is very possible. And yeah, the Odin's back.
SMH.
It's never
still
failed Texas Red
credits
before.
I mean, you've only died 3 times.
Yeah.
So, okay, that checks.
Hey, it's looking good.
It is.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
That's true, but I just hope for the sake of not seeing people getting spammed with an Odin through smokes or walls. Let's not push B again with all the KJ util and then good old Texas. Like, look at him! No!
Oh my goodness!
Why did I have to say anything? Why did I have to say anything? I'm sorry, get better, kid. I'm really sorry for that.
Yeah, that was a little bit of caster curse there from my.
I already apologized.
Yeah, you said sorry,
You
but
don't
that
have to call
doesn't
me out
mean you
on
did
it.
it. You still caster curse.
Well,
Nevertheless, Prometheus able to find another kill onto Baby Consumer, tying this one up at least player-wise, 4-4.
the Odin's a separate player.
Traveling, it's a 5v5 still in favor of Central Tech. No, Trip will try to find the peak. Prometheus able to find the kill as well. 4v3 now in favor of Central Cabarrus. Spike is in defender spawn right now, going a little bit on a journey. You know, have you seen the TikTok trends of showing my dog places that they haven't seen? Oh, well, Texas Red able to pick up yet another kill onto Prometheus and Cope as well. Super Emo Goth Girl finding 2. Now we're in another 1v1 situation. Odin versus Tartaglicious with the Vandal. Who wins this one?
Well, you know who does probably have TikTok?
Yeah.
I think our good friend Texas Red here is on TikTok and knows all of the wall bangs that you can grab with an Odin here. It's been working out well. This is an interesting spot for Tartaglicious. I mean, Texas Red just doesn't check this. There's no way you anticipate this play. It's genius. Both of these players, this turret though, does clear health. So you know one place that they're not. The only questions are backside. The alarm bot though, great call, but the scope, it just takes so long to grab on an Odin. And the one thing that was going well came back to hurt you on the tail end.
Yeah, 5-4 now. Very close map as we approach round number 10. Now back to what I was saying about the TikTok trend.
Oh, okay.
I just need to get this point.
Right,
There's
I
this trend of showing your dog things they've never seen, so the top shelf of the fridge.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
They were showing the Spike things that they've never seen before, like Defender Spawn and Market and stuff like that. Just being like, hey, you'll probably never see this again, but this is what it looks like on this map. Yeah.
That has to make the question, do I know what the top of my fridge looks like? I don't know. Gecko does, though. I mean, just chucked their Dizzy over the top and said goodbye. I'm never going to see you again. Especially the Star Gouge right there. That blind, though. The placement on that. Line up. My goodness. At the same, though, doesn't check the angles. It's going to be really rough. Look how little health a lot of these players have right now. The Spike is down on the site. How do you even recover this?
It's hard, right? You got to try to find this tree angle. And we see Breach as well approaching up through heaven here, possibly on the side of Central Tech. Smoke's coming down. Spooks is trying to find this plant. The blind will come out, will connect, but no one opting to push in just yet. Trip up towards this heaven area. Spooks will go down 8 HP. Get Better Kid will be able to find the response now. It's Baby Consumer versus the world. Guardian in hand. Will they be able to find the kills? The Jet so low. The Clove so low. The Spike, a little slow approach coming through. Maybe a little bit of fake here. Maybe see if there's someone to peek over towards this archway, but Tarch-Delicious will find the kill from behind. Great post-plant setup.
Yep.
Great round coming through, tying it up 5-5 for Central Cabarrus.
Yeah, close match we've seen all day long, and whoo-hoo, it's been looking good on both sides. There hasn't really been major moments of like, ooh, what just happened there? It's been a lot of, ooh, what's that? Ooh, that's cool. And they're very good signs for both of these teams. And high school matches, the VESL is only 3 weeks of regular season, then you're moving right into playoffs. Like, there's not much of a break in between. So the fact that these teams have been got up and as fast as they have to start running is big. Taking these timeouts here just to further kind of regroup, not that they necessarily need it. It is the third round in a row that Central Cabarrus has, or excuse me, that Central Cabarrus did just lose. So this is important for the Tech team to kind of push this on forwards. These entries have been amazing from Central Cabarrus, and Central Tech, I feel like their biggest thing that we've seen them kind of fall behind on has been more on these retake areas. Yeah, the retakes have not been 100% on the side of Central Tech. They haven't been able to find these angles because Central Cabarrus, their post-plant setups, have been looking at a lot of these angles of entry that Central Tech has been looking for. The crossfires, like you say, being set up early on. I mean, we saw that just in that final round over towards that archway, and in Hell, Tartaglicious, they can peek at the same time. You can only look one way and try to find a flick onto that other member. It's hard to do, right? So these post-plant setups from Central Cabarrus have just been looking very, very good. Continues to do so, and just the speed at which you move forwards. Once again, they get spotted out over on the side of B and are still waiting just below Catwalk here before they actually move in any selected direction. It's a slower kind of push. You have several retaking tools here. If you're Central Tech, especially that Rolling Thunder is what I'm looking at. And any time, that's almost instantly a fight win if it is used correctly. And so even those post-plant situations we were just talking about that Central Tech can sometimes have a challenge getting a grip of, it's a perfect tool to go and have and grab it. But why even have to worry about the post-plant if your opponents are taking their sweet old time here? A rare slow push, actually, from this squad. They just wanted to get their smokes. Flashes on cover. You can tell they practice this lineup time and time again. And that's 2 players of the defensive side down. Cabarrus looking to plant their flag. Yeah, Texas Red, Super Emo, Goth Girl down as well, 2 leading members of the Central Tech squad. Star now in heaven, trying to find an early pick. We'll be able to find one. Cope will answer back. The heaven angle already taken care of. Both opting to go through door. Trip finds one. Get Better Kid will be able to find the kill in response. Now it's Baby Consumer with the Vandal in hand. Smoke down. Still in this door area. The blind coming through. The smokes, excuse me, coming through. Trying to possibly find an entry. As soon as you walk through the door, Spooks is there to greet you. Those crossfires set up and another round win for Central Cabarrus. I don't think there's been a point where we've seen where Central Cabarrus has the spike down that there's not one angle that doesn't have 2 players covering it. And it makes it literally impossible for Central Tech unless you have the aim of our great 10s or something out here today, which these high schoolers are good, but let's be honest, that's 10s. So if you're trying to embody that spirit, Central Cabarrus, it just looks incredible when it comes to these late games. They have these offensive pushes down to a T. Like, look at the pattern their util even goes out here. They have the Gecko blind for the flash, even some Skybirds float on in. Smokes are already down. Like, they have these plans in place and execute them so quickly. You can tell they're just logging into these custom games and practicing them. Can't prepare for Texas Red, though. Thankfully, Kid has their teams back and manages to even up the playing field. Yeah, Baby Consumer able to find one on his Spooks as well. Star finding a kill on Tartaglicious. The ult is popped. We'll be able to find the kill back in full now. 100 HP back on
to this clove. The spike getting planted now as well. Smokes down. One approaching from market. Baby Consumer over towards this defender spawn side here. Going up towards that high ground, trying to find a cheeky kill, a cheeky angle. Do they see the barrel there? I don't
think
know.
She can't. Like, there's no way you would assume there's a gun there.
Yeah, no, that's very, very fair. Playing backside are both members here of Central Cabarrus. Both members of Central Tech as well, approaching from the same general area. Tardik was able to find one. Get Better Kid will find the second. Another clean post plant coming through from Central Cabarrus.
Again, look at this. Anytime the spike has gone down, which it doesn't show you here, there's been a total of 2 defuses this entire time, which is ridiculous. Every single other instance, the spike has gone down, and it's been a full elimination wipe for the round that Central Cabarrus have won, which that's crazy, especially crazy when the amount of utility and abilities you have to use to actually get into the site, they use as minimal amounts as possible to do so. And then when it comes to the post plant, it's relying on these true hard aims plus whatever else you have left over from that initial push. No ultimates on the board as we are now returning to our second pistol phase. These teams swapping their sides up. Central Tech now going to give their hand at an attack.
Yeah, 7-5, the ending of that scoreline of that first half. A pretty close first half as well. A lot of rounds going back and forth. Central Cabarrus able to come online later on. And now Superhuman Goth Girl was able to find one already. Cope out of the way. The A push coming through from Central Tech. Spike already down. And now Texas Red just trying to get that good old KJ util down onto that spike. Metzine able to find the kill up through Heaven Star down. 4v4 now.
Like funny there is Super Goth Girl was stunned and flashed by their own teammates and still managed to get the kill, which I think is absolutely hilarious to start with. It's true teamwork right there. I mean, that one, you don't need any friendly assistance. It is Tartagalicious, though, who we know she's a demon on these pistol rounds, gets the dink, lives because of her overheal. Isn't it enough, though? Still a 2v1, and she hasn't got a whole lot to work with. The stun going through, but she dodges it and grabs his head anyways. It's only Super Goth Girl. Don't have time on the spike either, so it's either the elimination, and it is all but cooked. While she looked good while she did it, it will still be a Central Tech round.
Yeah, I mean, Tartagalicious pulling a rabbit out of the hat there, right? A lot of really good slight movement as well, dodging that concuss coming through. Fancy footwork indeed from Tartagalicious, picking up 3 at the tail end of that round. 7-6 now, Central Tech able to pick up that pistol round, bring it within 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, a good showing from really both sides in that round.
Yeah, Tartagalicious did her job, had fun while doing it, but you just didn't have time. Look how quickly Central Tech actually started their initial entrying. That was kind of the problem. You had all your players over on the B site. Even now, presence much stronger in A's direction. Killjoy often is a lot better in these maps than it does for a Cypher, and we're seeing that come to light now. Texas Red is all of their util remaining just for this post plant. Can Cabarrus manage to break that same curse they placed on the Tech?
Yeah, 5v3 now. Central Cabarrus trying to find this retake from Metzine. Will knock down the door. Star able to find one. Get Better Kid. The pistol out and ready. Finds Baby Consumer. But Texas Red again able to find these kills. Just playing out of their mind. That's 3 kills again in that round, tying it up at 7.
The nanoswarm placement too. We got to see the KO Star Gaucho sitting in tree. The edge, when he was preparing to throw that flash, the edge of the nanoswarm caught the tips of his toes. And it did pretty much all the damage there, which was pretty darn good, especially to see Texas Red knowing how to use the KJ, not only in the simpler defensive positions, but also in these attacking phases where getting value out of her utility can be significantly harder. Even scoreline now, it would continue to go into these rounds where it seriously depends on who has the better end of that day. I do feel very sorry for this poor Cypher player who's about to get bombarded by literally everything Tech has.
Yeah, but smokes tossed out from Central Cabarrus, just trying to find some stalling. Super Emo Gothro already going down from the scene as well, finding one. Spooks, Texas Red out of the way, 4v2, 4v1 now. Star able to find Spooks in the meantime. Now it's just as KO trying to find this plant. 63 health and a Dream will not be able to find it. Cope able to find a 2K in the round. Central Cabarrus bouncing back with a win.
A lot of credit to Spooks on that. I said at the very beginning, like, oh, this isn't going to be fun for you. I'm so sorry about the Spooks. Spooks got 2 off the initial and just backed off, waited for the rest of the team to come in on supports. Exactly what you need to be doing as a Sentinel. So Cabarrus breaking that 2-game loss streak, and there you go, right back on top.
Yeah, I mean, Central Tech, keep Texas Red alive, right? That is the name of the game. 20-9. On the scoreboard, Phantom in hand. Another B main hit coming through, but the Cypher not set up. It's just the Jet. Get Better Kid needs to try to find some kills. Fast entry coming through from Get Better Kid as well. We'll be able to find one. Super Emo Gothro will be able to answer back 4v4 now. Central Tech doing a great job at controlling this area. Trip as well, finding a kill on to Cope over towards Market. Now a 4v2 situation. Central Cabarrus finding themselves on the back foot.
Yeah. Central Cabarrus, though. Yeah, rough pushing, especially with all the util. I mean, Spook's already looking at these alarm bots and nanostorms and like, yeah, I'm not so sure about those. At least forces to pop relatively early. They could spam through this boathouse here. It doesn't really seem that that's going to be in the cards today. Trip is in that one spot where you can kind of grab him. They do know that there isn't really any time on the spike, though, so Central Cabarrus will be better off just kind of waiting for players to come in. If you can grab any of these exit eliminations, especially since Central Tech did lose the last round, and it would be absolutely wonderful in terms of these last plays, and Tartaglicious does just that.
Tartaglicious is able to pick up 2 kills on the rotation. Now Spooks as well, finding Baby Consumer. Tied up at 8 apiece here. The round going over in favor of Central Tech, but Central Cabarrus were able to take a lot of guns off the board, forcing Central Tech to have to spend some money.
Yeah. What's particularly interesting about this game, too, is that this isn't the first time that these teams have played each other on stream. Last time, it was on the map of Bind, and it was 13-4 in favor of Central Academy of Tech. Tied up here at 8-8, like the massive steps that Central Cabarrus have been taking in the right direction here to show their improvements, and there hasn't been anything significantly wrong that's going with these teams. It's really just been Super Emo Goth Girl and Texas Red that have been standing above the rest, grabbing 2, the lockdown, zoning out B, but it's all a ruse from those players looking at the other site.
Yeah, Central Tech already rotating over towards this A site. 2 pickups already off on the board for Central Tech. 2 members down on the side of Central Cabarrus. All members kind of approaching from this Heaven Tree angle here. We already see Texas Red still set up in kind of this tree door entryway area, but all 3 members of Central Cabarrus are moving through this Heaven area. The Cypher Cam coming out, trying to find someone, but a whole lot of smoke is in the way. You can't really see through that one, even if you have a really nice, schwanky camera.
Yeah, 4K.
Yeah, 4K camera. Yeah, still smoky.
Tartaglicious
is able to pick up 1 with the Phantom. That'll be 2, dropping down through hell. We'll be able to find 3. Spooks will find another. Now the defuse needs to come through. Tartaglicious will have to reload, but Spooks already on the defuse. A great retake coming through from Central Cabarrus.
Tartaglicious! I mentioned her at the beginning of the series for her ability to pop off on a controller duelist hybrid kind of agent. I mean, Clove, the newest one added to the game, yet Tartaglicious looks like an expert in the way that she utilizes the agent's utility between these smokes, the decay effect, and even just straight up aim. And you have to think that she used to be a duelist player before the release of this agent, and with how impactful she's been, a 2.0 KD right now.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice to see, right? 18-9, the ult up and available for Tartaglicious as well. Still trying to just hang on to this lead, up 1 round, 9-8. Get Better Kid! Oh my goodness, finds 3. The Judge through the smoke, getting so much value.
You hate to see it when it does happen, but you love the feeling when you have the Judge in your hand. The shotgun weapon absolutely broken in the right players. Oh, get better, kid. Just basically ended this round as soon as it started. My goodness, I don't think we're going to see anything else like that today.
I don't think so either. That was just unbelievable. Woo! Automatic. It seemed like all 3 players died at the exact same time, right?
That's a judge for
that
you.
Judge was just able to tear through them. Now a 2-round cushion in favor of Central. Cabarrus 10-8. The defensive side starting to come alive.
Yeah. A good call on this timeout, too. You got to regroup and take that, like, whoa, good job, buddy. don't let Central Cabarrus feast on that energy. The last thing the Vikings need is more power on their side in the mental game, especially winning those 2 rounds. And some of the biggest differences we've seen all day, which is literally just 2 rounds. Incredible to say, nonetheless, but the lead is slowly edging out of Central Tech's hands. So hopefully that they can kind of regroup and reassess in this exact moment. They've been a team to take these slower pushes outside of their econ rounds, which relatively normal for a lot of teams, but I once again bring up that point of map coverage. If y'all weren't in A in that exact moment, perhaps that could have played out differently. Right. It hasn't been too many flank angles, but if you can have some of them yourselves, use this element of surprise and deception to your hands, it really can be a massive asset for Central Tech.
Yeah, Spooks also has the download Get Better Kid with the knives available as well. Don't expect them to be really pulled out just yet unless Spooks gets an early kill here to try to snuff out a possible push. But you can see Spooks on the opposite side of where Central Tech is looking to push through this B main area. Yet again, the blind coming through will get Promethazine to back out of harm's way. The smoke as well. The Judge finding one again. It's Texas Red yet again down. The knives getting pulled out. Trying to hold this angle. And now we can see Central Tech starting to back out. Up in the air. Super Emo Golf Girl able to find the kill just in time before those knives really started digging in.
A series of events is making me lose my mind. What in the world did we just watch? Knives off the table. Thank goodness for that. And the Judge, too. So, woohoo, 2 wins.
Yeah, right. The shotgun and the knives are off the table indeed. 4v4 now. Central Tech still hovering around this B main mid area. Walking slowly but surely back towards this B main. Trying to be a little bit of sneaky, faking towards that mid area. Going like, hey, let's go back over towards B. Let's see if we can get an entry kill here again and try to get the spike down.
Do you have numbers? Central Tech does if they make quick work at this point. Assuming there's really no way. Central Cabarrus have been very stingy when it comes to rotating, but I can see why. It only takes 2 players to take down 4. What in the world did we just watch? I thought it would be entirely over for Central Tech had they played it slow, but instead the Vikings came roaring back. It was all Promethazine and Tarcticalicious.
Yeah, Promethazine able to pick up, I believe, 3 kills in that round to secure that hold on to B. Now we can see Central Tech trying to switch things up. It's like, okay, B is not working. We cannot go through B main. Let's try to go through A yet again, but we can already see Cypher setting up. Spooks already setting up a tripwire and the camera on that A site. Now rotating over towards this mid-market area, possibly trying to catch someone out on this catwalk. Texas Red, however, it does have the Marshal up and available. If they find a head, that will be a kill, but Spooks opting not to peek that one. And look at Promethazine on the flank, already through attacking spawn.
What is this? Oh, but they caught it. Texas Red caught it, and it's a Marshal to the dome. There's so few players that would check that. Like, it just so happened in that exact moment that Central Tech were in the problem with the rotate. So Promethazine, what turned out to be a genius, like, 5-head play. No. That wasn't it. And it wasn't entirely their fault.
It happens. It does. Right? You don't expect them to be watching through attacker spawn about 10 seconds through the round. No. Right? Not something that you would expect to see happen. Now the rotation back over to B, now approaching towards this mid area here, smoking off that catwalk tree area to try to get a little bit more ground covered. The rotations coming through as well from Central Cabarrus. A little bit of a half rotation, right? Get Better Kid still hovering over this market B area, but Central Tech trying to get control of this A site.
30 seconds left.
Central Tech, though, they don't have the weaponry for this at all. It's only Supremo Golf Girl with the Vandal, and we can already see how that's unfolding in terms of the eliminations in that kill feed.
1 enemy remaining.
2v3 now, 1v3, excuse me. The Spike is currently down. I mean, we can't really expect much to happen here. Turn to Delicious, though. All right, you go ahead and take the one that you can get tripped, because that's all it's going to take. Central Cabarrus are on match point. When we started the swapping of sides here, I can tell you right now, I did not expect to see a team on match point this quickly.
Yeah, Central Cabarrus, their retakes have just been looking super, super clean this entire half. Only giving up 3 rounds to Central Tech on this attacking side, to the 5 on the side of Central Cabarrus. Still pretty close. Central Tech still has some opportunity to claw this one back. We'll be able to have a full buy here for this map point round. Full buys across the board for everybody. Central Tech still has that rolling thunder.
Yep.
Expecting to see that one coming through. I mean, it has to, right? This could very well be your last round of the season. You have to throw everything you got at Central Cabarrus.
Use it or lose it. Rolling Thunder,
Yep.
great utility, or ultimate rather, just opening a site up. Essentially for free. Stunning, knocking everyone up. You can hear the sounds of their footsteps. Like, it's an ideal situation. Central Tech, though, kind of hanging out in the direction of mid, which is interesting because look how much time they've allowed Cabarrus to rotate. Cope. Honestly, it's lucky for Cabarrus that, or excuse me, for Central Tech that those shots weren't hit. They took so long to get through market, and now they don't even have that opportunity to have the rotate. Worst case scenario, you can send somebody forwards with the teleporter specifically, but it's already not looking too hot. Central Cabarrus have opened this fight up just with how slow their opponents have been going. It's the second one down in Texas Red. A Trip, 8 HP remaining. Literally now or never. Spooks is just sitting on the other side of this wall, and Trip had to hear the head steps come through. It's Spooks, though, and Cope with a second, leaving Supremo Golf Girl across the map from the Spike. Not a chance for it to happen. Central Cabarrus getting the upset over the team that took them down 13-4 to book themselves a ticket to the semifinals.
Yeah, they met in, week 2
Week 2, yeah.
of the season. Coming back here in week 4 in the playoffs, able to give it right back. 13-8 victory for Central Cabarrus. They will advance to the semifinals to face, I believe, Weddington coming up here shortly. So we got Sun Valley, Cabarrus EC, I believe. And then we have Central Cabarrus again versus Weddington here for our semifinals. What a game. That was super, super close.
And to be honest, like, who would have expected? When I saw these teams on paper, I'm like, okay, we're just going to see another Central Tech wipe. Like, that wasn't a close game. I'll be honest with you. 13-8 win, and it was 8-8 when we got into the meat of things, and then it was just Cabarrus, and it just kept going from there on out, and Central Tech were just playing into Cabarrus's game, moving on to these semifinals. Whether they expected to be there or not, Central Cabarrus deserve that win that they have, and now have the potential to qualify for these regionals at UNC Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, Weddington, look out for the retakes, right? Because they were looking so clean on the side of Central Cabarrus. Yes, chef's kiss, right? Just looking super, super good. So we will be taking a short break real quick before we jump into these semifinals. So grab some popcorn like you did last time if you ate it all already. I know I would have eaten all of mine at the end of that series. So don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are wrapped up with our quarter-finals matches here. On to the semifinals. We have two very, very good matchups here. We want to take a look at our bracket real quick. We have it all loaded up and ready to go. We have Central Cabarrus versus Weddington, and then the match coming up that we will cover in just a moment is Sun Valley and Cabarrus Early College here. Sun Valley having kind of a little bit of a bye with that forfeit coming through from Parkwood there. So we have not seen them yet today. Cabarrus Early College, we already saw them win against Monroe 13-5, feeling hot, feeling very, very confident. And we saw a little bit of an upset on the upper bracket as well. Central Academy Tech going down to Cabarrus Central there. The 8th seed taking down the 1 seed. So
don't see that a whole lot.
Very, very fun stuff coming up here. And we will jump into draft here very shortly. Yeah. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking is, hey, now we got some stuff on the line. The stakes are higher. So out of these 4 teams, congratulations, you've passed round 1. You've beaten the initial beginner boss. Now, when you head into round 2, these teams are going to get a lot better. That's how brackets work, of course. But the 2 winners of each of our semifinal matches are guaranteeing themselves not only spots in the grand finals, but also access to the UNCG Charlotte regional event that's going to be coming up. So a lot to play for. The entire season on the line for Cabarrus Early College and Sun Valley.
Yeah, very excited to jump into this matchup. Sun Valley we haven't seen today. We already touched on that a little bit earlier here. We already saw Cabarrus Early College playing very, very well against Monroe. So Sun Valley is not a bad team by any means. We saw them in the regular season playing very, very strong and confident Valorant earlier on in the season. So I'd expect them to keep up that momentum, keep up that kind of team play and prowess that they had earlier in the season and try to take one to Cabarrus Early College and vice versa for Cabarrus as well.
Sun Valley in particular have stood out for their team play, but also their initiator players, specifically on Lotus last week, I believe it was. Yeah. We saw them play against Marvin Ridge, and oh my gosh, their breach player had one heck of a performance. You know what makes us happy? Number 1 Zoomer is still on Breach. Yeah. Exotify 2 really came into life, had a really rough first week, had a great third week, and hey, now here you are in the semi-finals. So Sun Valley, they did have a bye for their first round. Cabarrus, EC, they're still pretty warm coming into this.
Yeah, the one constant that we've seen on the Sun Valley side is Weather Shark. Weather Shark has been performing very well in all of their matches, so expect this Killjoy to be able to do a lot of work. Exotify, we've seen them both games on that Raze pick. Now bringing out this Reyna. A little bit, I guess, off meta, I guess would be the word here when it comes to these Valorant agent selections here. But we already saw Cabarrus Early College earlier today. Billie Jean able to pick up one already. The Omen going down the Sheriff, coming up with huge value already for Cabarrus.
Massive. I mean, Billie Jean had one heck of a performance, along with I Keep Lagging too. And these 2 players were top fragging and multiple ways, especially within the assist they have at their team. And it's confidence if you're buying the Sheriff in your pistol round. It costs all of your credits, so it means there's no smokes. You're not going to get the updraft either, so Cabarrus has an early defensive setup here. Nobody really wants to push into Weather Shark on the Killjoy, and as we know, Weather Shark, it's basically a shark that smells blood in the water. Not a good idea. And again, look at this breach utility coming out on the entries. The amount of value that it's able to grab is insurmountable. Trades back and forth, but Gassler holds a corner that nobody checked. And despite Sun Valley's wonderful entry off of their breach flashes, it's not going to get them much of anywhere.
Exotify now the last one standing on the side of Sun Valley will get the spike down. Ghost in hand, but finds themselves in a 1v4 situation. Two members of Cabarrus are low. The Omen, the KO, those two members that are 15 health and a dream. Billie Jean, however, will be able to find the kill in hell with the Sheriff yet again, and another pistol round in favor of Cabarrus.
Yeah, again, it was close, but Cabarrus did what they should have done and just kind of played their time. They played patiently and had literally every single door of tree blocked with at least 2 players. Looked good while they were doing it, and all of those flashes, the stuns, well, they looked really cool and hit onto players, and they had such good map knowledge to just go around the other corner and regroup. Yeah,
and Gassler specifically picking up those 2 crucial kills. The entry by Sun Valley, #1 Zoomer, finding a great concuss, a great flash, but they just weren't able, well, they just didn't check that final corner there on the opposite side of that entry doorway through tree. And yeah, it bit them, right? They lost 2 members. It was just Exotify left standing. We can see them again, Sun Valley posturing around this A push yet again, but not committing to anything just yet, waiting out some of the utility getting thrown out by Cabarrus. Now we can see a little bit slight rotations coming through in Cabarrus as well from that B side over towards this market area. Blinds and smokes coming out. #1 Zoomer very, very low, down to 15 HP. Will enter through the site, just trying to get one early kill. Gassler finds one, but off-brand Faker will answer onto the kill up on Heaven. I keep lagging the spray control on the Spectre, able to find a second kill as well.
Outlaw in the hands of of Cabarrus. It'd be great for setting up his Lunkus, but these hyper tripwires are giving them a hard time, turning around quickly, trying to figure out where they were, but it didn't really seem to matter. The confusion honestly made them look in the right direction of their opponents. So that'll be Sun Valley falling on down. Cabarrus now, they're second.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row there for Cabarrus, but nothing too bad, right? Both sides should be able to get a full buy and even up this game, this rifle game here in round #3. 2 Outlaws, however, on the side of, well, I'll swap over to the Marshal now from Gassler. Well, still kind of toying with the idea, pistol in hand right now. Be interesting to see if they just go for this save. Ghost is possibly the option. We're swapping between a whole lot of guns. It's the Sheriff right now. We have 3 seconds. Will it be the Sheriff? Yes, it will. It will be the Sheriff. Is going to be locked in for Gassler. So Sun Valley with a very large advantage going in. But Billie Jean already with the pick with the Outlaw.
We got to see it there earlier from Rupture, but Sun Valley's jet flare. Oh my goodness, Billie Jean. Gosh, he's aggressive with the Outlaw, and it's a free pickoff that you can't really answer back onto at all. If you can, great, but I would not want to peek an Outlaw down mid. I mean, Billie Jean's already on this. Look at them book it down through the mid, are going to watch this angle, spots the smoke, and opts to go for A instead, knowing that's the only spot Sun Valley can really be going.
Yeah, but look at this kind of pinch that Cabarrus have here. There's 2 people towards this A main area, and then 3 kind of hovering around this tree heaven area. Will Sun Valley read the 2 approaches, the blind coming through, so they know that at least the Omen is over towards that attacking spawn area coming through there. I keep lagging. We'll be able to find the kill onto this over off-brand Faker out of the world. Desolation will be able to find one, but Gosler will be able to find the others. 3v1 now. #1 Zoomer, 10 health and a dream. Won't be able to find the kill. Nova able to clean that one up. The defuse now coming through. Another great round win coming through from Cabarrus.
Yeah, once again, we've seen a lot of impressive retakes throughout the day today. I think Cabarrus, in my opinion, has been my favorite, just with how consistent they are at setting up these various angles, and they go in with such a level of, I guess confidence is one way you could put it, but like they command the presence, and they go in without this sort of fear that would make you back out and shy away from these one-on-ones. When you have players like Dassler, Billie Jean, I Keep Lagging, they're all confident fraggers. I mean, look at that, 4-1 across all three of them, and you have to think that Cabarrus are leaning so much into the superior aim of their team.
This is the 4th round, and Billie Jean has an operator.
Ooh,
so
good comps.
That is going to hurt a lot, especially in the 4th round, because look, we have, what, the Guardian? No, that is a Vandal. That's just a really cool skin. It looks almost like a Guardian, or at least that it could be a Guardian.
It's a dragon. I like that.
It's a dragon. Rar.
You did not.
Billie Jean hunting through Catwalk with the operator, trying to find an early pick, but no one opting to peek it just yet. Dassler with another great angle, finds 2. I believe that is the spike down as well. Will be picked up by Exotify. Still opting to possibly peek through this mid angle. They don't know about the operator just yet. They do now, but Billie Jean misses the shot. Dassler able to find another one. Exotify will answer back. That is a very scary smoke to work in. Yeah, that's like right in front of you. Like, that's all you see on your screen. I'm lurking, able to find one. Omen dropping.
Nice.
Nova finds the final kill onto Exotify. Cabarrus on this defensive side is looking super, super strong.
Can we talk about how Dassler just stood in trees, scoping down with the Vandal and killed 3 players? Like, before, like, even getting a shot off on him? Like, that is crazy from this guy. Once again, Cabarrus keep leaning into this high damaging effect that their team has. And not everybody can play Duelist. I mean, sure, you can, but in an actual team composition, if you want it to work, somebody has to step up and play these more initiator sort of roles that we see with maybe the KO or the Omen for controller purposes. They can all frag very well.
Yeah, now we see another approach to this A site coming through from Sun Valley. I Keep Lagging, hovering around this heaven area. The operator, 2 members walking through mid over to this catwalk, possibly this tree area as well. No one from Sun Valley opting to enter through onto this site just yet. Now, as I say that, all 5 members are walking through. I'm lurking, has an angle, will be able to pick up one. Nova finding another one. Exotify able to finally find that kill, but damage has been done. Number 1 Zoomer and this Omen Desolation are so low. Exotify the only one with full HP.
Not much of a way to really know, though. Most of these players can be taken out by 1 bullet, and ooh, 1 bullet it should be for Desolation. That'll be a molly into the back, blowing another one out of position. And 1 Zoomer, 30 HP. Full utility, though. Yeah, okay, getting spanned from a smokehouse, rather unlucky. And again, number 1 Zoomer, if somebody is going to clutch it up for Sun Valley, it would be this guy. But this is the first time that we're really seeing him just absolutely shut down in this matter, just with how much Cabarrus have stepped up.
Yeah, Cabarrus 5-0 now on this defensive side. Looking, frankly, unstoppable. They had that 13-5 win earlier today, looking to keep the momentum going, and they are doing so. Dassler, 8-2-6 on this KO. A timeout coming through from Sun Valley. And that's a smart play, right? Yeah, you need to try to stop this momentum, talk through possibly a change in the strategy, possibly on this B hit, maybe a take up through market, through mid here. But, yeah, something needs to change for Sun Valley to start picking up some of these rounds.
It's just the moment where you stop and you take a deep breath in. You've lost the first 5 rounds. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. We've all been there at some point or another, but you're far from out of it. We've seen comebacks like this throughout the day today, and Sun Valley, I mean, even having a lockdown here, there's no Hunter's Fury on the side of Central or Cabarrus Early College, so there's nothing really to stop it. If you can get a lockdown push on in, that's very well Sun Valley's ticket back into this series. It's all needs to start with just a single round and then baby steps from there on out. If you're trying to look big picture like, hey, we're down 5, oh, this is such a tall mountain, we can't climb it, you got to take the first step in order to start your way on up.
Yeah, we even have off-brand Faker with the Hunter's Fury as well. So if they do get this spike down, the post plant could be very, very strong if off-brand Faker just plays that off-site angle with that Hunter's Fury up and available, trying to just prevent the defuse from coming through. That could be an option to kind of try to look at. We see the lockdown coming through already from the Killjoy of Sun Valley, able to find one. I keep lagging, finding another as well. 4v4 situation now. Still looking very close.
Yeah, the lockdown did exactly what it needed to do. It's just zone players out and take that site for free. Great, you're on the plant, and this is exactly the moment we wanted to see them in. It's these posts that can get real scary, especially with how Cabarrus have been playing them. Look how patient they are for their teammates to rotate. There's so many players that would just go ahead and take the fight because they hear somebody out in the open, but now that they're peeking all together, they're not taking any of these angles on the one. They can't get caught off by surprise. If Nova goes down, you have another to cover. Exotify, it's not like you're exactly hiding from anybody. 4v2 now, trying to get onto the spike. Doesn't have any time to deal with, though. Weather Shark, off-front Faker, having the nanoswarms on spike, playing from mid, is going to get Sun Valley their first of the day.
Yeah, first round under their belt. Sun Valley doing a great job at setting up those post-plant positions early on, getting that spike down, not waiting for the rotations from Cabarrus to come through, the flank opportunities to come through from Cabarrus. They just played fast, got that spike down, and then set up that post plant as fast as humanly possible, and they were able to come up with their first round win. Still 5-1, still a lot of rounds to go if Sun Valley want to bring this one back, but this is a good start.
Yeah. What is interesting for Sun Valley is we don't have any Sour Patch Father today.
Yeah.
He's been in as this Cypher Sentinel player who has been one of the leaders of the entire game, and now to have him not here, you're putting Weather Shark on a role that perhaps they're not as comfortable with. See those effects come to play, though. Billie Jean, 41 HP, and already has the knives out. That's a scary look for this Jet player. Gassler, though, in heaven. Caught a couple players by surprise, yet with all four of them pushing you down, you'll take the one and walk away. Let your team handle the rest. The attackers are down and beaten, but the spike is currently in the defender's spawn. Once again, take the bomb around the world, but I'm lurking! Stays true to their name! Nobody expects a KJ to be ratting around that corner, and Cabarrus, when it all looks grim, gonna clutch it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm lurking just in the perfect position to read the rotation through that defending spawn. The spike going on a little bit of a journey, seeing things they haven't seen before yet again, but Sun Valley, they tried to find that fast rotation over to that B site, knowing that Cabarrus was rotating over to A, but I'm lurking, just as the name says, is lurking in that mid-market area, able to find those two crucial kills, leaving it in, I believe that was a 3v1 situation to end off that round. Yeah, Sun Valley, again, at a rifle disadvantage, a Sheriff in hand for this Omen Desolation. Possibly a click to the head, maybe being able to pick up that gun would give Sun Valley a better chance in this round, but Cabarrus with this full buy is a hard thing to do.
Yeah. Asking a lot right now of Sun Valley, especially when you're losing so many rounds in a row. You lose several when you get good options, and like, they all moved so through. Billie Jean waited for the perfect moment to strike, and he's just gonna grab another one casually off the back of that. All right, I see you. And like, his patience, his trigger discipline is literally winning Cabarrus rounds on its own. Like, he could totally be bum rushing it in with the great aim that he has, but because of his patience and his ability to read on the opponents, it's suddenly so much more winnable.
Yeah, 2v2 now. A little bit more manageable on the side of Sun Valley. Vandal in hand for Weather Shark. Turret going down as well to catch out any flanks. But both teams are on complete opposite sides of the map. But the KJ setup is still... Wait, no, I think KJ doesn't even work when KJ's dead. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
All right. That's what I thought. So those little blue circles there, you're fine. You can walk right through them.
Sparkles
no problem.
Are good.
Yeah, I'm not a KJ player. I know you are a
KJ
very
one trick,
avid
OTP.
KJ player. So I was like, oh, wait, I have the perfect expert to help me walking through what KJ actually does.
So. Hey, if I were you, I personally would be not watching my KJ play. Watch Weather Shark. Weather Shark is so much better. I am bronze. This guy is at least plat, I would say, from our lovely ranked practices. Billie Jean, though, I know one player's backside, or at least they should. The smoke helps narrow out one door, but you could just pop through at any point in time. Billie Jean doesn't have their eyeballs in the right direction. Weather Shark, though, has it covered. Both players in the smoke. You just crossfire this easily, and yep, 1-2 punch. That'll be Cabarrus, or excuse me, Sun Valley getting their second round.
Yeah, Weather Shark picking up 3 kills yet again, starting to come alive here. We often see Weather Shark on that Clove agent selection, right? But with Desolation in place of Sour Patch Father, who is often this kind of controller, sentinel kind of player for the side of Sun Valley, it falls onto Weather Shark, right? The Cypher is not there. Desolation looking strong on this Omen as well with the Vandal in hand, just trying to get the ball rolling back in favor of Sun Valley.
Sun Valley, hey, they did get that round.
You should run
off the last one. They split up and lockdown bait. They're baiting them. I love this so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Weather Shark, for thinking of this genius play. And they just go through. The site is now cleared, and wonderful. I mean, the down storms do slow you down quite a bit. With all the smokes in play, though, you get the spike down regardless. If you lose somebody around the way, and look, there's a Killjoy ult lockdown on the defensive side, which doesn't cover back sight. This ultimate is going to go to waste here. Lurking still does grab one, which I guess is something. It filters everybody from Sun Valley on the point, but the problem is, with how this objective ends up playing, you're walking through 1 of 2 chokes. Desolation grabs 2, but it's just an even trade throughout. Weather Shark has been the star of the day. I keep lagging. Grabs the 1 off Brett Baker for the second, and Cabarrus, despite the genius of Sun Valley, find their way to push through.
It looked like such a good play coming through from Sun Valley. It was a great play coming through from Sun Valley. The fake it worked, right? Everyone left that B site, but again, those gunfights, Desolation was able to find 2 kills in that round, but Cabarrus were just able to lock in. I keep lagging. Was able to pick up a few kills on the back end of that play and then secure the win for Cabarrus there. 7-2 now, the round score. Moving closer and closer to the end of this first half. Cabarrus still, even in that disadvantaged state that they found themselves in, were able to come out victorious.
Yeah, and they've looked wonderful whilst they've been doing it for sure. Especially Weather Shark. Okay, I'm so sad that play didn't work. Genius from their opponents, but Cabarrus still managed to think through it, which again does tell me that, all right, there is a difference in this team and the way that they've been operating too. I kind of shot down their lockdown as well for how well that's been playing, but the reason that these post plans have been strong or because of this critical thinking and the strategizing that goes into play. It's not all an aim game. A lot of your brain power can go to giving yourself favorable fights, favorable angles, and now we just get to see it once more. Cabarrus, you know that at least where off-brand Faker is. Around the corner, and well, Shock Darts gave you away. That's a great example of using your brain to identify where these players are. Take favorable positions and crush sites all at once, all together. Take out Weather Shark, and suddenly the threat is neutralized.
Another great retake coming through from Cabarrus. Sun Valley have that plant down, but they don't have those crossfires set up just yet. Like you say, the dart revealing where off-brand Faker is setting up around that door angle. Just unable to find these picks. We see Billie Jean again picking up this operator on this defensive side. Most likely going to peek through mid yet again. But yeah, just these retakes have been looking very, very strong again. The Cabarruses, I've noticed, are very good at retakes. Yeah,
the Cabarrus, it just really is the thing across all these schools, isn't it? Like we've seen Central Cabarrus and Gallows Early College, and they really do like their retakes, which I really... What if we get a Cabarrus versus Cabarrus final? That's possible.
Oh,
That'll be really cool.
That would be
I would
very
love to see it, but what also Cabarrus is semi-good at is this, like, kind of their retreats when these pushes come in. So with that rolling thunder, they all just kind of back off. And saw that the ultimate was online earlier and can now play that retake. Unfortunately, down quite a few players. Hunter's Fury chips away at 2, make it a 3rd here. So suddenly, this is looking much better. I still believe Cabarrus wins this, even though they have the player advantage, just because of how good they've been on these retakes.
Yeah, and look at the health as well on the side of Sun Valley. Desolation and this Killjoy are just looking so low on the health bar, respectively. So really, it's only just it's like a 3v3 in terms of like the actual like health bars. Billie Jean able to pick that one up as well. The throw of the pen coming through. Opera and Faker able to find one with the Hunter's Fury. Weather Shark as well. I'm lurking. They were able to pull a rabbit out of a hat. A round win for Sun Valley.
Okay, I spoke too soon. I cast a cursor. I got so excited, I threw my pen. Oh, man. I'm like, okay, Cabarrus got this. I saw Billie Jean come up. I'm like, all right, they got this. Boom! It proved you wrong. And then there it goes. Wow. I really should just stop trying to predict things.
It's hard to predict things.
Yeah.
When you're not in the game, feeling all of that pressure and adrenaline that is Valorant.
Yeah.
In any rank, that is Valorant.
This game is so tense.
It is a very intense game.
I can never relax playing this game because there's so many aspects that you need to give your undivided attention to. Yeah. This is the last round of pushing here. In terms of this respective sides. Only a classic, I believe, though. We saw out of Sun Valley's Sova player. Not an ideal situation, but if a teammate can get a kill, or hey, maybe Nova can pop off himself, then all right, you can change that right back around, though. Cabarrus know they've won this. Look how far they're pushing up right now. The Omen practically up in the tree. It does come back to bite them, though. The Jet is in the back line. Billie Jean, are they going to be ready for this at all? I'm surely you don't respect Billie Jean. Weather Shark is popping off as they usually do. The Blade Storm from behind, 5 HP. Uh-oh, that's not good. Classic, all the blades are gone.
5 HP and a dream. Dazzler already down. It's a 2v1. Who gets it? The attacking Killjoy down as well. Billie Jean tries. Has to try to find this angle. Finds one, maybe the next, but not quite yet. Exotify able to find the kill. The half ends in an 8-4 in favor of Cabarrus.
Wow. I'm telling you, okay, I should have said it that time. Cabarrus, we're popping off. Sun Valley, though, I'm going to go ahead. And it, again, 8-4. Not too bad, and this is turnable. We saw this once before, actually, in our previous games of Ascent, so we can 100% see this turned back around. Ascent can also be slightly more defenders favored, depending on how you're playing. And I also think this is going to give a lot more openness for number 1 Zoomer, who, again, the last 2 times we have seen Sun Valley play, this guy ran the lobby. To see him bottom fragging right now is rather uncharacteristic, so I'm hoping that this switch of sides, we can start to see him in his true form again.
Yeah, now on this defensive side is Sun Valley. Probably a little bit more favorable when it comes to a Killjoy, right?
Yeah.
Being able to set up on these sites. Already entering. Cabarrus is onto this A site. The Killjoy. Weather Shark able to find one. Billie Jean already down. Possibly a second will be able to do so. Exotify number 1 Zoomer as well, finding kills of their own. Gassler able to find the response kill, but now they're on their lonesome in a 1v4 situation. Spike is down. Off-brand Faker now trying to wrap around a little bit, trying to get this little flanky flank on this KO.
Oh, Castler's ready for this. There's no way. I mean, Off-brand Faker could still win him. Oh, okay. All right. We're saying
1 bullet, 1 kill.
Okay.
Three more people left. Empty it to 3 bullets and see what happens, right?
Yeah.
1 shot per person. See if that,
Hey, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Gassler, honestly. How do you get the spike, though? Like, look at that. There's no way. Like, that is literally the worst spot for a spike to be positioned. Like, if he can get 1, I'll be impressed, but he's sectioning them off. Okay, wait. All right, we got 1.
50 health.
Can we get the rest of them now? Okay, we got 20 HP. Took 1 shot. I don't know if he has time for a rotate, though. Is he going to try to make them think that he rotated?
Possibly.
They're not falling for it.
Both players are playing up in this heaven position.
Falling for it.
Be quiet.
Oh, he got them.
Oh,
no. Oh, almost worked.
It almost worked.
Yeah.
Desolation able to pick up that kill on the back end there. A first round win, the Pistols going over to Sun Valley, 8-5. Still only 3-round difference. Very, very winnable for the side of Sun Valley, especially as you transfer over to this defensive side, which is typically a favored side in a lot of FPS games.
Yeah.
When you think about things. In Valorant, it can be a little bit different. Like Lotus is one of those maps that are like, oh, attacking's pretty good on Lotus, right? Not necessarily a defensive map in the grand scheme of things, but...
In fact, Ascent is actually the most even in terms of attacking and defending. But it's slightly more on the defensive side, like literally 51 to 49% or something like that.
That's still
crazy.
Pretty close.
So it's pretty darn close. It's often also just a preference in how you end up playing. You're not going to like push up as much as you do in other areas unless your name is Billie Jean. I'm sorry, I spoke too soon. Number one Zoomer not having a great time today, and you'll go ahead and take the free stinger off of that. Cabarrus looking to escort themselves right back in, and trust me, they're going to be careful with the spike this time.
Off-brand Faker has the Bulldog at the ready, finds one. I'm lurking, is not lurking anymore. Exotify able to find the kill onto Billie Jean as well. Desolation finding the Omen 1v1. I keep lagging. Falls.
Enemy remaining.
Dazzler able to pick up one on Exotify, but Desolation again in
Sun
the
Valley
area to find the kill. That's 2 rounds in a row on this defensive side for Sun Valley. Starting to come alive a little bit.
Okay. Well, hey, you get the pistol, you often get the round after that. So now we're on this bonus for our good buddies Cabarrus, where we have those weapons. So Sun Valley win this round, then I'm going to start singing their praises. But we need to start here first, because this is where Cabarrus was really shining. More specifically, our good buddies Weather Shark, or excuse me, not Weather Shark, Gassler, Billie Jean, I keep lagging. I mean, 14, 14, and 12. On the top of this end, and very evenly distributed across the board in terms of these eliminations. Cabarrus more consistent of a team, yet Sun Valley are slowly starting to pick it up.
That is such a small crosshair. I don't think I'd be able to play with that.
How can you see that?
I don't know. Maybe my eyes just aren't as good as Billie Jean's.
Yeah, maybe
that's why their aim is so good.
That could be it.
Yeah.
They're just like, well, Valorant play. You also sit very close to your monitor.
That's fair. Yeah, some do sit close.
Don't
to
do
the
that,
monitor.
but.
A little bit of jump peeks coming through from off-brand Faker, seeing if there's any rotations through this mid-angle. I don't know if he actually caught anybody in those jump peeks. Exotify getting smoked off in this tree angle. Maybe a spray through the smoke. Not quite just yet. The blind coming through. Billie Jean will go down. Desolation able to find one. I'm lurking, finding the response kill on site. 3 members of Sun Valley sitting up in that heaven area. Exotify possibly recognizing that. Not quite just yet. Nova able to find the kill onto off-brand Faker. 3v4 situation. The spike already planted.
Oh no, the aftershock, it got somebody! Oh, that makes me so happy. Number one Zoomer, there we go. This is why we love you. Fortunately, only one aftershock kill. Sorry, you gotta step it up next time. I don't know. Tell you about that. Aftershock just killed 5 players. Yeah, Sun Valley, they have 1 player on the defensive end, and it is our friend Exotify, who's, you don't have time on the spike catching lurks, but you're not going to find any. All 3 players exiting through A main. Sun Valley putting an end to Cabarrus's, or excuse me, Cabarrus putting an end to Sun Valley's win streak, and will claim their 9th of the day.
Yeah, a good play from Exotify to save that rifle, right? Because after that bonus round, it's not likely that you get a full buy coming up next. They will be able to kind of half buy almost. Number one Zoomer won't be able to fully buy a rifle. So Desolation still kind of playing with the idea of what they want to go with. The Odin on the board for off-brand Faker. That's something that we've seen off-brand Faker play a few times. Definitely a fan of that Odin. Great. Yeah, this off-brand Faker, Sova, and Odin combination is pretty solid. It works very well. We saw it earlier today. The Odin from Texas Red.
Oh my. Doing
a lot of damage on this map, specifically through that B main area. A little bit of scouting, some A, some mid. We see the KO still hovering around this B area. Billie Jean. Yeah, of course, Billie Jean right up, being aggressive towards this market area. The Marshal as well, trying to find those peaks through that area. Won't be able to connect on anything just yet.
Let's force the jet dash, though, and Weather Shark at least gets to trade out for 1. Not a lot of entering you to the left on the side of Sun Valley, or rather, like, just the flash. Like, everything that you wanted to retake a site is now gone. So you better hope you can beat Cabarrus before they can get that spike down. Otherwise, your job's going to be a lot harder moving forwards. Cabarrus haven't been married to a site or really any spot in general. Choosing to walk through mid, which is often pretty risky. And just rotate over to A instead. Only currently occupied by Exotify, who should get sniffed out here momentarily. And no problem rushing on through, grabbing the elimination. 4v3, Spike down.
Billie Jean setting up in this hell area, as well as the Desolation here. Not Desolation. I keep lagging, excuse me, on the side of Cabarrus here. No spray coming through from Billie Jean just yet. Opera Figure dropping down with the Odin. Will get taken out. 1v4 now for Weathershark. Won't be able to find the kills. Dazzler able to find the final kill of the round. 10-6 now for Cabarrus. 3 rounds away from advancing to these grand finals.
That early fire we saw from Sun Valley here at the tail end of their attack and the start of their defense is slowly pittering out. Which is rather unfortunate with how well they started to play at that point. But Cabarrus, again, I said it after we entered that bonus round, like, all right, this is where Cabarrus can set the bar. If Sun Valley can take them down in these actual gun rounds, then we can start talking. But with how, again, Cabarrus are consistent across the board when it comes to winning out these one-on-ones or just kind of peeking off of each other, it just favors them any time that they've tried to push up, particularly on this attack where you have to be the ones to typically initiate.
Yeah, we already have seen number 1 Zoomer here peeking through this tree angle with the Marshall. Just trying to hold a healthy angle, not trying to get too aggressive here. Weathershark, Sheriff in hand, not able to fool by on the side of Sun Valley. The defensive setup already. But you can already see Cabarrus is very healthily in that market position, just waiting for someone to reveal themselves. The dart coming through from Off-Brand Faker might do just that. Weathershark able to find one. I'm lurking out of the way, but Billie Jean able to find the kill onto Off-Brand Faker. And that opens the door to this B site, but the spike is down in market. They have to go in and try to retrieve that one. Number 1 Zoomer again with that Marshall, just trying to find an angle. Weathershark able to find one as well in that market area. But a 3v1 now. Desolation able to find one with the Sheriff. Only a Marshall in hand though. Has the angle on the spike, but has to try to find these shots. Only 14 health to their name. The spike picked up. The plant going down now. Nova able to find that one just in time. 8 seconds left. We'll be able to pick up the Phantom. So Desolation does have an opportunity here to come up with a clutch for Sun Valley.
Ooh. Okay, and the drone's going to miss him too. So Cabarrus don't really know where he's located. In fact, probably don't think that he's in that area, especially with that Sonic Dart in as well. Like, surely they expect Desolation in another direction now. Just throw in the blind, so that's going to go ahead and give you away. Teleport is available. Just Molly on Spike to ensure the location. Desolation, you're scaring me a little bit. Both these players in the back sight, and you just don't have the health to stay in this one on through. Cabarrus putting themselves just 2 rounds away from a regional spot.
Cabarrus on this attacking side. I keep lagging again. 17-9 on the scoreboard. Dazzler as well, 17-10. We will see a timeout coming through from Sun Valley here. A break in the momentum, hopefully, on the side of Cabarrus is what Sun Valley is hoping for, at least. And talking through a little bit of defensive strategy, probably as well, for the next 50, 45 seconds of this timeout. But Cabarrus is looking super strong. Sun Valley, what do you do here?
And if you're Sun Valley, again, it comes down to how Cabarrus are taking these fights so much differently. You're rarely sending off one player on your own, and if you are, it's Billie Jean because nobody tells Billie Jean what to do. Like, that's the thing is Cabarrus, with the many rounds they've won, seeing that, like, okay, we're winning these ones most of the time. If we stack players up, we allow them to peek off of each other, and we keep taking out the breach player first. Number 1 Zoomer hasn't been able to flash them or stun them in the impactful ways we've seen him do in the past, and it's really working out for Cabarrus. I generally think if we can see number 1 Zoomer live just a little bit longer, there's so much impact that Sun Valley are able to provide and kind of flip a lot of these 50-50s that they're losing into their favors.
Yeah, full buys across the board here for both squads. Number 1 Zoomer is struggling a little bit, unlike what they have done in the past, sitting at 4-17 right now. So if number one Zoomer does stay alive, is able to pick up some of these kills, then Sun Valley has a chance, because Sun Valley, number one Zoomer specifically, has looked super, super strong throughout the regular season. Just having a little bit of an off game today. Nova with the drone, trying to spy out a little bit of that A site. Billie Jean again on that flank. Desolation goes down in tree. It's going to be number one Zoomer to try to contest Billie Jean in this tree area. Just trying to hold that angle from afar. No one opting to push in just yet. The rotation from Cabarrus coming through up into this mid area.
They're trying to go A and, I believe, secure a lockdown in order. There's a couple really good KJ lockdown spots. I can tell you about these in the A sites and in tree in particular. So I'm assuming that's what the original plan was, but we're not going to see it now with both KJs hitting the dirt. The job already done. Number one Zoomer, though, we mentioned we wanted to see him have this pop-off, this return to glory that we know he's capable of, and already proving to do just that. Spike, though, dropped in mid. Sun Valley rather split up, but with only one player, that being Gassler, spotted out. I mean, you hit with a recon bot. There ain't any hiding from these teams. There isn't any move to plant the spike, though, which really scares me, because what are you have 15 seconds right now. There's no way they lose this.
And definitely looking to possibly save this rifle here on the side of Gassler.
Yeah, the spike's not down. He just needs to live. If he lives in these next couple of seconds, he's fine. Well, wait, never mind. I can't talk about this. I take that back. I flip my sides around.
Off-brand Faker will be able to find the kill. Gassler was indeed on the attacking side.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I don't know if you caught that one.
Hey, it's been like, how long have we been casting Valorant? We've been casting Valorant for about
long time.
Almost 3.5 hours now. So
yeah, that's a long
3 hours. I can't even do math. 3 hours. So hey. Sometimes red looks like blue, or is that green? Red looks like green, and
that's fair.
You know, it gets swapped, but okay. Point taken, though. It was a good move, just holding the spike, despite my silence getting off. Crossfire on a triple angle. They didn't put players in the same spot, and another reason why Sun Valley can play these post-plant situations well, assuming they can get there. We haven't seen the spike down from them in a hot minute.
Yeah, Sun Valley playing very good defense. The KJ setup already on this B side, looking like a B hit again through B main. Cabarrus playing it slow, but off-brand Faker still in position, not moved on from that site just yet. Two members as well over towards his A site. The drone scouting out as well. Will pull off-brand Faker off of that B site. The dash in from Billie Jean as well. Oh my goodness. 23 HP. I'm lurking, able to get through there barely and get that spike down. Billie Jean able to find that kill on the off-brand Faker as well, making this one a 5v4 in favor of Cabarrus.
It's risky. A little twinkle toes over some nano swarms. Spike is down, though, and Sun Valley really haven't had many successful recontests. And, like, look at this angle they have set up across market. Yeah, no, but there's not a chance. 3 players looking all up on the market pedestal, watching them as they walk to their own demise. Only Desolation remaining, and that ain't gonna last much longer. Quadruple kill for Billie Jean, as that puts Cabarrus on map point.
Map point indeed. 12-7 in favor of Cabarrus. Looking super, super strong here against Sun Valley, trying to book their ticket to UNCG Charlotte and the grand finals here today. But on the side of Sun Valley, you have every single ultimate to your name.
Please.
Use them all. That would be very chaotic. I don't know if you really need to use them all.
I wouldn't
Maybe
say
like 2.
Yeah. Use as many as you need, but not more than that. But how do you know where that mark is unless the round's over? I don't know. Sun Valley, you got this. That's all I have to say. If you've used all 5 ultimates to win the round, fine. You keep yourselves alive. If you have to use 2 to win the round, great. You have 4 for the next. But either way, you gotta use what you gotta use. This is what it comes down to. An ultimatum. Sun Valley have been a consistent performing team throughout the season, and they're already off. So this comeback they're gonna have to make. Surprisingly well, Billie Jean did the thing where he likes to, I'm gonna poke my head out, and nope, that didn't end too well for Cabarrus. So Sun Valley now have an opportunity here, as long as they don't get too aggressive here. If they try to get into the faces of Cabarrus, they're a team that's known for punishing those that kind of make these small mistakes.
Exotified just holding this archway on this A site. just don't peek anything. Wait for them to come into you. You have the angle on lock. No one's in heaven. You're fine.
Yep,
Just keep, yeah, there you go.
Well, they wouldn't know.
Back up a little bit, just through there.
Oh,
won't be able to find the kill. I'm lurking, finding that flick, finding that kill, evening up
30 seconds left.
the scoreline 4v4. The Hunter's Fury coming out as well. Will stop the play from coming through. I'm lurking. Does go down. That is a huge hiccup on the side of Sun Valley. I keep lagging now with the spike in hand, trying to find this plant. The flash is everything. Number one zoomer now falling. Swinging around. Gas, we're able to find one destination. Number one zoomer finds two. Coming online at the right time. 12-8. Sun Valley 4 rounds away from forcing this overtime. Only two ultimates were used. So that's huge.
That's a dub. If Off-Brand Faker did not catch, specifically I'm lurking with that Hunter's Fury, that would have gone a lot differently. Because that lockdown would have gone in place.
Yep.
And we wouldn't likely be seeing a Sun Valley here today. So 2 ultimates, winning the fight. Best case scenario here. You don't have a ton of econ though. So, I mean, really you just have to full buy or force buy every single round from here on out because you can't lose anything.
Billie Jean has the knives up and available. The dart will be able to recognize the push through B main. We can see Weather Shark holding this market angle. They can get these knives out of the way. The Killjoy, the lockdown coming through as well from I'm Lurking. Just avoid the knives at all costs. Off-Brand Faker will be able to sit back. We'll get a little bit of damage there onto I'm Lurking.
He can't see! He can't see! He's stuck in the nanoswarm and had no idea because the blind bolt silences your vision. Oh, a brutal end, but a wonderful combo. The Cabarrus pulled off. The spike is down. Weather Shark has a lockdown here, and you're going to need it on the flank. Exotify, yes, is there, but blinded in the mist. Hit back off. I need to see another lockdown, though. Weather Shark's been holding on to it. The suppression, though! You can't even place it! A genius move. Gasler's been holding on to his ultimate the whole time, and he's going to grab 2. Only Exotify shall remain, and that will be for no longer. Gasler buying Cabarrus a ticket to those regionals and our grand finals.
Cabarrus winning in 13-8. I think that's what, is that both Cabarrus's winning in a 13-8 round? Maybe that's a thing. I think maybe this next semifinals could be a 13-8. Who knows which way that goes? Even if it is a 13-8, we have no idea.
No idea.
I'd be very excited to jump into that one, but we will be taking a look at the bracket first before we do so. Yeah, Cabarrus advancing to this grand final, being able to take down Sun Valley, playing super, super well. Sun Valley making it interesting there towards the end, going on a little bit of a run, but do in the end fall short. Cabarrus will be playing the winner of Central Cabarrus and Weddington for the last semifinals matchup to go. What are you thinking?
If we get a Central Cabarrus versus Cabarrus Early College, I want to quit my job as a caster. But that would be really cool. Genuinely, though, it is so difficult to tell because these teams, it's dependent on the day, the improvements that they've made. You can't look at these past results, really, for indicators of how they can perform because it genuinely comes down to the vast improvements you've made over such a small period of time. So when we look at Weddington, Central Cabarrus, we've seen both of them play their games earlier today. Both won in a 13-5 and a 13-8. The difference here, though, is we are going to be on Bind. And Bind is a map that I'd like to say is kind of the oddball out of a lot of them, just because of the way that the teleporters play and this maneuverability is so different than any other Valorant map you're going to see. Yeah,
the teleporters really just add kind of that odd factor definitely to the map because the speed of the rotation is instant. Right, you walk through a portal and you're on the other side of the map, right? And then you either walk through the portal to chase them, and then you're both in the portal together in this little kind of boxing ring. You're like, all right, who's gonna get out of this one alive? Or you walk the long way to try to answer a rotation from the enemy team. Central Cabarrus Weddington will be the final semi-finals match that we will get to see today. The winner moving on to the grand finals, which will be played after this one. But, yeah, very, very interesting stuff. Very exciting to see what happens.
Jeez. Oh, I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Central Cabarrus.
Hey, it's fair.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I know. I know. Trust me. I know. Weddington, though, I do want to look back at this. When we saw them play on previous maps, Tartagalicious, she's just on another level when it comes to this Clove. And Tacho is teasing Amir on that, which would be interesting. I don't think we've seen a Clove from Central Cabarrus so far. And even at Sage, should that happen? I'd be rather interested if that's the composition that they're going to roll into this match with. But Clove is confirmed, and the rest is not. Weddington are playing rather conventional, but the lack of a dual controller is kind of the thing. A lot of times Bind shines, specifically because if you have the Omen and a Viper on it together. But with just the Clove smokes going into play, it's not a ton, especially on these sites that are often very open, and you have to cross these really long stretches to get to that additional cover.
Yeah, kind of interested to see that there's no double ciphers on either side.
Yeah,
right?
that is also
this
interesting.
Is a very cipher-heavy
Imagine
map.
the Sage, too.
Yeah, the Sage as well. Opting for the Sage is Weddington. So a little bit different kind of playstyles possibly coming out from these two teams, possibly a little bit more offensive focus with the Sage, just trying to get these walls and just trying to get these plants down early. And then on the side of Central Cabarrus, the Cypher just playing really probably by yourself on that B site is usually what we see from Cyphers on this map. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the approaches are from these two teams, because the Sage on one end and the Cypher on the other is a little strange, because I personally do like the Cypher on this map just because of the utility that you can put onto Hookah. It just does so much work for you.
Yeah. And Sage is the least picked Sentinel. And okay, other than Deadlock, but like, okay, it's Deadlock. Sage also isn't that strong. The wall that she can place, it doesn't block too many things. It doesn't deter a whole lot with how it can be placed, and especially from this early pick off here onto Wicked. That you have to think that was like an immediate push. That there was no way for Wicked to anticipate that coming. Wicked better get the doors wide open for him to clear this back site. Catches the Sage afloat, had no idea what just hit them. Oh, but it's a good old Get Better Kid play, taking all the space that he possibly can.
Yeah, Josephine does go down. Central Cabarrus 5-2 already on this attacking side. The spike has been planted. Tacho able to find one going through this CT connector. Won't be able to find the kills. Get Better Kid able to bring 3 kills under the belt already. Looking super, super strong to open up this pistol round.
It was a great move from Central Cabarrus, and where the Vikings have particularly shined, I think they stick true to their mascot, is good old brute force, run it until we're all dead kind of energy. That's the energy that we got from that very first fight. And like literally, you blink and you miss it. That is how fast that we actually ended up seeing things unfold there, which we did actually get a glimpse of with Weddington in previous rounds. Rupture, who is on the jet right now, just takes as much space as they want, and Central Cabarrus are doing just that, but in the complete opposite direction of where their opponents are currently pushing. So Central Cabarrus have the site 100% for free right now, and they're just going to wrap around the spawn. This has got to be one of the strangest plays I have seen, but I am so curious to see how this works for post plant.
Well, what if they walked all the way through defender spawn back over to A, and we just switched sides?
That would be
like
hilarious.
Completely.
I
That would have been fun to see.
They
but
would have done it too.
The spike is already down, so we
It
don't
is.
get to see that.
I know.
But now the post plant setup from Central Cabarrus. See if they can get those cross kind of fires locked in early on here. Get Better Kid does opt to swing out. Rupture able to find that kill, but Cope finds the answer. Tartagalicious as well, finding the kill up in that Hookah. Cope finding another Wicked, and Tacho, the last ones left standing. It's going to be a 2v2 situation. Spooks and Tartagalicious, the last one standing. Spooks finds one. Tartagalicious finds the other. Central Cabarrus goes up 2-0, winning the pistol, winning the bonus. Spooks does go down, but that's okay, because you'll be able to buy a gun again. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
What is Weddington actually, now that I'm looking at this again, did make a sub. They brought Josephine back in from before, which was instead of Dead to Me, who played Clove previously and actually did a really good job. But what this kind of tells me is you just want to have the Skye flashes a bit more for entering. Skye is like one of the original staple characters on Bind until her nerfs came in a couple months past, but she can still get a lot of usage out of her, as we can see both teams currently running her. If only Weddington decided to go for the Showers push now, because this is the read that they wanted to get. But nope, instead you're going to go for the split 3-2 on the AB. You have to flash out initially. Again, this wall just doesn't get a whole lot of anywhere. If a float relic can sit on top of it, but it's just so predictable with a lot of these players watching their gameplay back. Know what to do, but this, again, a lot of these angles, if you do not have the smokes to cover them, you're watching lamps, you got to watch heaven, you got to watch the back of sight. That it opens the defense so easily. A site so much easier to retake.
Yeah, going through Showers there. Now Tartaglish is the only one left standing. The flash coming through won't be able to find Tacho. Joseby able to find 2 kills in that exchange. I believe Wicked finding 2 as well in the middle of that round. 2-1 now. Weddington winning that 3rd round. That's often what we see coming through from these earlier rounds in Valorant, right? You win that pistol, you win the bonus, but then when you don't have enough money to really invest in like that full buy kind of scenario that Weddington was able to do, you usually lose that 3rd round. But even still, Weddington defense a little scrambled. Central Cabarrus on the attacking side has been able to find a lot of good plays, a lot of good movement through the map, able to find these angles and find these kills that Weddington really has not been able to respond to just yet. Now we see a push up through this hookah teleport area coming through from Central Cabarrus.
Right here.
Hookah always a risky spot to take, but thankfully B Long is covered all. Meanwhile, if you land in the spot, it's easy to recover, but you don't have anybody to recover your poor reptilian friend, because that's Rupture coming alive. He was a dominant force within our previous match earlier today, and is going to continue to do so here. This double duelist strategy from Weddington, while we often see it more favored on the attack, they're making it work here in a defensive stance.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, Rupture able to pick up 2 kills
Right here.
early on in hookah, and one over towards that B long area as well. Tacho trying to find that sneaky angle, but Spook's able to find that flick. Tartaglish as well, finding Joseby. But Rupture again has 3, will make it 4. The quadra kill coming through for the Jet, tying this one up 2-2.
Keep it up.
Rupture was known in our last game for just kind of bum rushing it down whatever angle he felt like he could, and it's like, hey, I'm here, guys. And now on the defense, he's playing it safe and more passive, and just is like, all right, you guys can walk into my crosshair. That's chill. I can hit shots that way too, and that's 4 out of his 5 eliminations came from the last round alone, tying Weddington on up in this defensive side. Now, this map in particular is pretty decently more towards the offense. Just again, you have greater access to these teleporters to go ahead and use. It's just a question of, though, whether they actually get the presence that they want to or not. I don't think we've even seen anyone move through a teleporter so far.
You can already see the flanks coming
Not the
through from
Judge
Weddington. Again, the Judge up and available. This is something we saw earlier today. Get Better Kid popped off with the Judge through smokes, getting 3 pieces, multiple kills. This could be another instance of that. Rupture, however, on that flank, able to find 1 onto Cope. The Gecko already out of the way. Wicked able to find Get Better Kid as well. Promethazane down to 13 HP, has to back off of that A main push. The spike not in possession of Central Cabarrus. Weddington having full control of this round.
I'm telling you, so what did we learn from that? It is the Vandal is better than the Judge, and Rupture is popping off. He just needed a warm-up round, but it's all chill. It's all chill. This double duelist strat, again, works so well. Weddington, or excuse me, Central Cabarrus are a team that are going to just push in one site. They'll split between the couple angles you can't take it from, but at the end of the day, if you just have duelists who can wrap around from the other end and are going to hit their shots, like, what's really the problem here? Weddington are perfectly fine with this playstyle.
Timeout now coming through from Central Cabarrus on the attacking side. 4 ultimates available on this next attack if they opt to use them. Maybe 1 or 2 do get used. Maybe it'll be the Knives, the Blade Storm coming through from the Jet to try to find some easy, quick picks if the Crosshair is in the right position, of course, because they are a little bit of a jump scare there with the Reyna front and center. And yeah, look at that. Everyone's having little conversations. That's nice to see.
So they're probably doing the same thing off screen too. Like
Maybe.
Not in the game. I mean, that's probably what you do in timeout. Is you strategize the team, you know?
Yeah, I hope so, at least.
That's what we're doing. We're strategizing how to talk about the
Exactly.
game. Well, talking about strategizing. We're in some sort of I don't know. That hurts my brain. We're going to move on.
Yeah,
I mean, as this starts to call out, the timeout, more or less here, it's just really, I think Weddington just need a little bit more of a break in terms of these, or excuse me, the Central Cabarrus need a break from Weddington pushing up aggressively. Have somebody check the flanks. You don't really have a turret or really anything. You got tripwires. Those are awesome. Who just stick behind you. You know if they get destroyed, somebody trips them, then, well, that's a problem. So, yeah. Squash your flanks as simple as we can put it. Uh-oh, the poor doggy just hit his face onto a wall. And okay, goodbye, Wicked. Get better, kid. Has the knives out. Much more respectable than a judge, I will say. You do have 22 HP, thankfully. You're a good friend from Methazine. Has some healing with your name on it. Back to 100, which is much better than the original start, although they are questioning whether to push on the site B.
Without a judge, yes, but they still do have a shotgun in hand with the shorty for the secondary on the side of Get Better Kid. Playing very well with shotguns
They are. I'll give them credit.
Still trying to figure out what site they really want to go to. The TP comes through the rotations now, but Spooks goes down. That's the spike down in A main. Josephy possibly playing a huge role in stopping this angle. Behind them, indeed, the Sage on that flank area. They still do have the spike. Tartaglicious opting to play this U-Haul area. Rupture finding Promethazine.
30 seconds
the Sky off the board. 4v3. Make that a 3v1. The Knives still up and available, still winnable. Tartaglicious will pop the ultimate. Won't find the kill. The flash coming through as well. Rupture trying to play that corner. Will be able to find the kill. Rupture with another 4 kills, barely living with 10 HP. That could have gotten a little scary there if Rupture did go down, finding themselves in a 1v1 with the Knives active. But nonetheless, able to find the kills.
You know what's more scary to me? Those 4 ults that Central Cabarrus used. And you know who took out 4 people? Rupture.
Yeah.
You used all of your major abilities in a single round just to be stopped by a single player. Like, I honestly think that's the reason for the break, is you need Rupture to cool off. Like, he's cooking right now, and he's cooking something good. This got to stop. This is not fun for anybody on Central Cabarrus. They just want to move forwards, but what can you do if Rupture just rips your head off before you can even blink?
Yeah, I mean, Rupture is playing out of their mind right now. Weddington up 4-2. Still a very close game. Tata will try to find the angle, but Get Better Kid. Oh, getting popped.
Chase.
Will you chase him? Yes, you will. You will be able to find the kill. Won't take any damage, but Rupture already fully invested down B long over towards this fountain. Finding the kill, finding the response. Rupture is just everywhere. Spook's able to find the kill as well into this A main area. The wall coming through will be blasted through very, very quickly afloat. Trying to back away, but Promethazine will find the... Well, Rupture, again, is back in this area, possibly teleported around back over to that shower position. Like I said, Rupture is everywhere. 2v3 now. Central Cabarrus have to try to get the spike down.
Just 7 bullets here. Is that with a spike just in their sight? Nobody wants to peek Rupture, and I don't blame them. Nobody wants to stand in front of this guy. You got Josephine holding this secondary angle, which Spooks found unfortunately a little bit late. There's Rupture with 1. There's Rupture with a second. That is the now 3rd round. This guy has gotten 4 eliminations. What in the world? Like, first of all, how long do we get an ace? But second of all, like, 15 eliminations, and we are 7 rounds in. Rupture is owning this lobby.
Yeah, Rupture is 15-2.
Sheesh!
Playing absolutely lights out Valorant right now, this Jet player. 3 ults up and available on the side of Weddington. Man, they are just looking super strong right now. You need to try to find Rupture. If you don't find Rupture, you don't win the round, it seems, right? 5-2 here in favor of Weddington. We'll take the peak. Tartaglicious winning out on the gunfight in showers. Josephine does go down. The bird taking flight, trying to find some intel, trying to get that flash, but won't follow up on it just yet. Up through U-Haul, Get Better Kid, able to find one, goes through the teleporter. Possibly a fake rotation here, pulling Rupture off of that site. Gecko, however, did opt to go through there as well. Cope does go down, float in position to find that one. The spike, yeah, is not even close to being there, but we'll possibly have this flank angle on a float if Spooks is able to pick this one up. Promethazine able to find one onto that Sage. Rupture, however, is still alive, getting the kill onto Get Better Kid. And now the rotation back over to A. Weddington reading it, trying to respond.
The two players don't want alive right now. It's Rupture and Wicked. Plant shouldn't be much of a problem here, but it's what's after that that gets
30
scary.
seconds left.
Spooks lay the spike down in typical position. Tartaglicious can help hold these lamps, but that's not where anybody's playing. It's where Rupture is sitting, but he finally goes down. Wicked against 2, and it'll be Tartaglicious to clutch it on up. Central Cabarrus needed their leader in strong form, and here she is with a 3K to give them Central Cabarrus their first round after 5 losses.
Yeah, Tartaglicious is able to find that kill on to Rupture. A crucial kill. Finding 2 kills again in there. 17-3 through 8 rounds.
So if Rupture dies, they lose. If Rupture lives, they win. That's what I'm learning today.
That is exactly what it seems to be, to me at least. I mean, Rupture has 17 kills, and the second place person on the scoreboard for that team has 6 kills. Right. They have 11 more kills than the second person on their leaderboard.
Someone gotta stop. Look at him! He's wrapping around behind them right now. This guy is crazy. I mean, the tripwires are there, so he will be. He'll have to make a choice, and the rotation's there. Oh, this isn't gonna end well for Rupture. Yeah, this isn't gonna end well for Rupture. He'll grab one. All right, that's something. But okay, Rupture's dead. Weddington win this now. Or Central Cabarrus win this now.
Certainly, this is a Central Cabarrus round. Rupture is gone. You've done your due diligence. The one-man army is off the board. 1 minute remains for Promethazine. Sending the bird, getting the flash. Walking CT afloat. We'll be able to find that kill, however. Multiple members peeking through that CT doorway.
Wait a minute!
They don't win the round. Tacho, Josephine afloat, able to bring it back for Weddington 6-3 now.
Central Cabarrus were just so excited that they killed Rupture. Like, okay, the threat is gone, guys. There's no longer this hidden ability called one-man army that can be pulled out, and we can just walk onto site for free, but they did it too callously. And look how that turned out. They just ran in, didn't check any sort of cover or angles, assumed that Weddington wasn't there, and unfortunately that assumption was incorrect. So Central Cabarrus, despite a nice start, they just got a little bit too ahead of themselves, and it's going to end up costing them that momentum they gained back.
Get Better Kid still hovering around this sand hookah area over towards B, trying to catch a flank opportunity. Cope a little low on the health bar there. Able to squeak back into cover there, looking towards this A main. But yeah, as you mentioned, Rupture again is on the other side. Cope is gone. Rupture able to find one with the Vandal. Rotating back around towards this fountain area. Won't commit too hard to this flank. Get Better Kid is primed and ready with the shotgun, holding that close angle. Just waiting, hoping that Rupture peeks this one.
Yeah, but Rupture is kind of backed off a little bit. Heard some footsteps come on running. He's like, all right, I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. So it'll be more towards the fountain spot instead. Just walk right into Josephine. Oh, that one is super tough to deal with right now. Promethazine. Not a spike or a sight line onto Wicked. Got shot in the back of the head. No idea where it ended up coming from. Lamps control was never cleared. They walk in with the assumptions that just do not exist. And this is more than one time this has happened. Tacho riding out against Scoops. And it's going to be a flawless round for Weddington. It was Rupture to open it. And the rest of the squad just shut them down with their split positioning on B.
Yeah, a good play coming through from Weddington yet again. I mean, it's Rupture again, just able to find these angles and find these huge flanks coming through. I mean, this Jet just is seemingly unstoppable. 7-3 lead here for Weddington. Yeah, looking super, super strong.
We do have a tech pause in order. Currently, as you notice, we have been stuck at 27 seconds for a little bit of time. So with that, we did have a disconnect in order. So we're going to go ahead and get that player back in the lobby. While we can do that, we can further break down what's kind of been happening in this match, other than Rupture, because, you know, that's what he's been doing. I like the ideas that we're seeing Central Cabarrus go for. And, you know, you're trying to contest Rupture in a way, and you're not committing to one site. It's like, okay, I picked this site, this is where I'm going. We're not doing that. That's the beauty of Bind, is you don't have to just stick to one. You can go wherever the heck you want, and you have an easy path to get there.
Yeah, right now, just Weddington on this defensive side has been playing very, very strong, right? The Sage is really just outperforming right now on this kind of Sentinel kind of combat that we have with the Cypher right now. The walls have been just slowing down these pushes enough to reveal what the intentions are of Central Cabarrus on this attacking side, and has been able to get so much info on the rotations that Central Cabarrus has been looking for through these teleports, through showers, A main, whether it be long hookah. Sage has been there to get those reads and find their team to get those rotations over to those sites and find the answer.
The rotations have been clean. I mean, Weddington, we can talk about Rupture all we want, but in reality, it's also the team's good decision-making that's keeping them alive in these rounds. With a map such as Bind, it's very difficult to nail down where your opponents are going to be located. So taking your time to figure out, like, okay, if we can hear people taking the teleporter, how many do we want to commit in this direction? Let's have one person anchor down on this site in case there's anybody that's lurking around. Like, those are the kind of things that Weddington make sure all of their bases are covered. Cabarrus, while they move quickly, they also tend to be a bit impulsive with how they end up playing. And with this impulsivity, this more calm, cool, relaxed play style that Weddington is pulling out, they kind of clash with each other and allow Weddington to come back in a lot of these defensive situations.
Yeah, I believe the tech pause was resolved. We do have the reconnect coming through from Central Cabarrus, so we will be able to jump right back into this semifinals match. One thing I did want to touch on is that while Rupture is having a crazy game, he is able to because of the support of his team, right?
Absolutely.
We saw Rupture go down early in one of those rounds.
Judge.
And oh my god.
Please no, please no, please no.
Jeez Louise. I mean, yeah, you can't really combat that per se, right? The Judge certainly hurts a lot. Close range shotguns often do that. Tart to Galicious, last one. Well, one of the last ones standing on the side of Central Cabarrus. Has a good angle here if they're able to find it, but the wall coming through will be able to blast through that one. It's going to be Rupture. Will be able to find it.
It's defuse. It protects the defuse completely. Tartagalicious had no choice. She was surrounded by players. A genius wall. Very little value that you can get out of a Sage in general, and it bought them time. Tartagalicious is still in this, though. Josephine gets the tap on in. It just get better, kid. Solo health litting on the side's end, and you have the Pathfinder to scout it out, but it's going nowhere near where the Jet is actually playing from. So Josephine can't guarantee their safety. Sending the bird up to the sky into their celebration of their demise. Like, I was here, guys. I'll see you next round.
I tried my best.
Last round.
We lose the round, but that's okay. Rupture is sitting at 20-5 now before the switch comes through. Get better, kid. Able to find that kill onto a float as well to stop that defuse from coming through, forcing Josephine to try to make a play, but with 12 HP to their name, very hard to find any type of swing and a kill. Rupture swapping over to the operator.
Okay. It is the 12th round, so last time before you lose everything that you got. So quite literally, use it or lose it. Luckily for Central Cabarrus, though, they will not have to deal with the operator immediately. They're on the A push, sending our good friend Thrash on through, clearing space, checking sights. Doesn't seem like it ended up catching anybody out, though. Get better, kid throws out the knives. Perfectly timed blinding eye. Just to that ultimate, which could have been absolutely devastating. Central Cabarrus, though, still a lot of work to do. Cope tried to pick it up in a very dangerous spot. At least he'll get one for his troubles. Weddington still have the numbers. As it continues to evolve, the Spike is in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by 3 players in very different spots. And if you can manage to get a read on this, I'm going to be absolutely shocked. Luckily, you're sending one over towards Lamps with the Promethazine to clear that out. Retardicalicious placed the smoke, so she knows what she's walking into. Has this covered, can just take the teleporter. This is why we love Bind people, unless you're a float relic and you're like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and push you. You're not sneaking away that easily. Promethazine, I'll wish you luck.
Yeah, I mean, now we see Sky on the side of Weddington sitting in that teleporter as well, just waiting for Promethazine to walk through that one. They know what's about to happen. Josephine is sitting there in wait. Won't be able to win out on the fight if they find this kill. The spray to the smoke might be the way to do it. Finds the spike. Will maybe be able to float. Just barely able to find the kill. I mean, the crosshair was there, right? Just unable to left click fast enough to find the kill. The swap now coming through the crossbar. I cast too much Rocket League. The crossbar is there.
I'm sorry.
Kick off the crossbar, just barely doesn't go in.
All right, we've been watching a lot of soccer lately. Got some Rocket League. Got soccer playing in the arena a lot these days. You know, it's kind of in our heads, but yeah, no soccer in Valorant. Just a whole lot of guns. Feel like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
The 8th goal in favor of Weddington now.
Oh, I expect nothing less from that. Weddington, though, have swapped their sides onto the attacking end. This is what I'm more interested to see. Are they going to keep a similar playstyle to how they did on this defense, or just kind of this work fast, no fear kind of thing? Rupture did dash straight into a cardboard box, so that doesn't feel good on the dome. I can tell you that much. Shorty, though, you're walking into the Shorty. Absolutely crazy, but all right. It gets the job done. You have the elimination and control of Lamps, whilst your team has spiked down. This is one of the few rounds where that Sage wall is actually be a real pain to deal with. Whoa, Promethazine!
Down with.
Promethazine able to find 2. Josephine finding 1 as well in U-Haul. Promethazine goes down finally with the float, able to find that one. Tartagalicious finds the response. Now it's just a float versus 2. Tartagalicious and Spooks, the last one standing. Tartagalicious able to find 3 in that exchange. The defuse now coming through as well. Rupture's POV is insane.
Are we talking about how he got team flashed, dashed into a box, walked on through into a Shorty that he knew was there and still lived?
Yeah. I just run and gun is the name of the game for this Jet player.
Throw caution to the wind.
I would not complain if we just stuck on his camera.
I mean, honestly. I mean, Tartagalicious, too. We haven't had a pistol round, actually, where Tartagalicious hasn't gotten at least 3 eliminations.
That's true, too.
Like, out of all of our maps today, the 4 pistol rounds that we've had, Tartagalicious has gotten 3 eliminations, and she really has the potential to pop off in these early games, especially when it looked grim. So, I mean, Central Cabarrus do need somebody to rally behind, and she's been that point for literally every single map for them in the past. Rupture's, again, throw caution to the wind, quite literally. He still gets 1, though. Before he goes down 2 HP, picking Tartagalicious. She'll get the better end of him this time around. The spike still goes down, though, at the cost of their players.
You can't see me, but when Rupture dashed in there, my hands were up in the air. I was like, okay, this is just going to happen. This is going to be how this game goes. Is able to pick up 1, barely unable to find that second kill. 3v3 now, however. The retake needs to come through from Central Cabarrus. Hacho in position to find the kill, but Tartagalicious is able to find 1. Josephine on the flank, afloat as well. The spray coming through. Will be able to find the kills. That's the round win for Weddington.
A full relic wrapped all the way back around through halls.
Yeah.
And no expectation of them appearing there. Tartagalicious, even a player that's often prepared for pretty much every situation, just couldn't pull the 180 fast enough. A float relic, while we've doubted the Sage pick in the past, has really stepped it up here on the attack of all places, proving to be a valuable asset for their team and helping Central Cabarrus more stabilize, or excuse me, they can't stabilize on this defense. It's been Weddington controlling the tempo of this game. Now, this is the POV we do want to watch. Has the dash available, team flash again. I'm getting a bit of deja vu. This time we didn't go into a box, so that's a plus. Lamb, shotgun, and he still wins it out. What am I watching?
Rupture with the stinger is able to find yet another kill in you. Tacho as well, finding one on to get better kid. Tacho finding 3. A possible 4K.
Wow.
Rupture will take that one away. 2 kills to the Jet yet again. A flawless round indeed. 10-5 the lead. Weddington 3 rounds away from advancing to the grand finals.
Rupture did the exact same thing that we saw in that pistol round. He got his team blinded, dashed in. Okay, didn't hit a box this time, but still walked into lamps where a Gecko was holding with a shotgun. Could care less. And still ended up pulling it out here. It's absolutely crazy. We have seen Weddington push this A site much more successfully because Spooks isn't there, though. Cypher just is so dominant on site B of Bind. Like, literally, you can just stick him on here alone, and he's probably okay. But, like, in these instances, too, it slows down Rupture. Like, that tripwire was genius. It prevents him from taking the train card. Does it matter? Absolutely not. You have 5v2 on the point. Weddington knew it, and that's the advantage of pushing fast with how long these rotations from site to site are.
Get Better Kid over here in Hookah, however, has a flank opportunity too. Rupture is gone.
Okay.
Get Better Kid was able to find that kill. Finds 2. Tacho popping the ultimate. 15 seconds to find that kill. Ghostby will find Get Better Kid. Tardigrades is finding 1 as well. Opting to ult as well. Tacho still up and available, but with 3 members standing on the side of Weddington and only you sitting there waiting for that respawn to come through. There's not a whole lot you can do. 11-5, 2 rounds away now for Weddington.
I'm tempted to say, for the sake of Central Cabarrus, like, at what point do you just 5-stack one site just so you can either have a full-fledged defense or a full team retake? Like, with how quickly Weddington are moving in, like, there's no chance. There's absolutely no chance unless you have those 2v5 players really pop off. And it's not a reasonable thing to say. This is better. You have a 4v1, and the Cypher will be on the A site. So this really can slow down Rupture, who did pull out the knives and is running and gunning, throwing caution to the wind once more, and is getting the rewards for it for some reason. Weddington just 2 rounds away from moving to these grand finals, to reaching their regional competition. With how good they've been doing so far, with how Rupture has been popping off. It's 9v9, so get the better of our good Get Better Kid on the side. Might need to switch some names up over there. Weddington, though, this is just an incredible performance. They know their close map point, 1 round away from that all-inclusive regional finals.
Yeah, Rupture, the only one going down on the side of Weddington. The knives do win, but Prometheusine able to find the kill with the stinger. Now full buys coming through. Trying to find these angles. I mean, Central Cabarrus is 7 rounds needed in a row to find the overtime. Tacho, Rupture already up in Hookah. Vandal to their name, trying to find the spray through the wall. Won't find the kills, but already in the smoke. Possibly finds one. Will be able to find one. Tardigrades is the one that goes down. Josephine finds Get Better Kid in Hookah as well. 4v3 situation in favor of Weddington. The plant already going down. Cope is going to meet Rupture in the spawn. Rupture finds yet another one. Spooks now in the corner, trying to win out on the gunfight. Afloat. Rezzing Wicked as well. Josephine able to find a 3K. That will be the series. And this will determine now our semifinals, a grand finals match now coming up here next shortly. But what great play coming through from Weddington.
What a game from Weddington. This was the very first team that we had a look at when the VESL METROLINA Conference started. It was Weddington versus Marvin Ridge, and it was a 13-4 finish. One of the farthest apart matches that we had arguably all season. And here we are with Weddington rising up against that, not only beating the team that destroyed them in the first place, but making it to at least regionals and are now facing off in these grand finals for this prize pool of $500. 100 going to each player, which is an incredible thing. The improvements that this team has made, the story that they've written for themselves has been an excellent one to follow. And we still have one more chapter of it to go here in the METROLINA Conference. That conference title is on the line, and we're going to find out who that winner will be between Cabarrus Early College and, of course, our good friends in Weddington right after this break. weeks of competition have led to this exact moment. The crown of the METROLINA Conference for Valorant squads will be handed off today to either Cabarrus Early College or Weddington High School. A best of 3 matchup decides which team will walk away with $100 per player after the end. A nice little stump-in to walk into the summer and, of course, help you carry over to these regionals both these teams have qualified for.
Yeah, both teams have qualified for the UNCG Charlotte regional competition, pretty much, for these 2 squads from the METROLINA region or conference here that we have. So, yeah, very interesting stuff. I'm very excited for this series because both of these teams have shown very much like high-level aggression, but also like can kind of play back and play easy, play slow. We can take a quick look at the bracket here for you so we know how we got here. Weddington, 13-5 over Marvin Ridge, a 13-5 again over Central Cabarrus, and now a best of 3 to end off the day. Everything we've seen so far has been a best of 1. Now we get the best of 3 grand final on the lower end of the bracket. We saw Cabarrus Early College 13-5 over Monroe, 13-8 in a very close series here against Sun Valley, and now they face Weddington, who have only dropped 10 rounds total here in these last 2 games. So Weddington looking very, very good. Keep your eyes on Rupture, right? Because that is the leading man so far for Cabarrus, for Weddington, excuse me. But yeah, I believe we have our first map up and ready to go. We have Ascent. So very exciting stuff coming through already. Rupture, insta-lock on the Jet, of course.
Hey, you know why I'm most excited to see these 2 teams play each other today? Rupture, Billie Jean. Put them together. What happens? Like, if I lock these guys in a room together, what would happen? I mean, I wouldn't do that, but what would happen? Like, I'm genuinely curious. They have such similar play styles with how they go in. And I've said this a lot today, but throw caution to the wind. Not only is it cool because it's literally what they do, but it's also a pun for Jet, who is like a wind ninja. That's her thing.
A wind ninja. I love
exactly.
That.
Hey, that's what we're talking about, though. And with Cabarrus, we've seen a lot more consistency across the board. Gassler, though, the KO player, has been incredible. We've seen him on Ascent a couple times today and has actually out-fragged Billie Jean one of the times too. So he's as much of a threat as it would be any duelist in terms of this aggressive sort of play style. Of course, he is slightly more dialed back. Weddington, on the other hand, are still figuring out what their composition is going to look like. Cabarrus are straight up Ascent 5. We know what to expect. Weddington might give us a little bit of spice. We have a Clove coming in. Are we going to really not get a Sova? It'll be chosen to be on the Sky instead. Interesting.
Yeah, I was kind of watching this Weddington picking lineup, right? Because we saw a Deadlock hover coming through for a moment there for Josby, and I was like, surely we don't pick Deadlock, right? Surely. And we didn't. We did not. That's true. So that's good, right? We don't have to see Deadlock.
I love Deadlock, but poor Deadlock is just...
Yeah, she's not that good of an agent right now. It will be the Sky instead for Josephine.
Yeah.
No Sova, like we mentioned. So it'll be interesting kind of to see how they get a lot of their information, right? Because Ascent is a very information-driven map. Valorant as a whole is a very pretty information-driven game, but Ascent especially, being able to see where these setups are and where these sightlines are being taken is very important to see, right? We have Weddington starting on this offensive side, Cabarrus Early College on the defense.
Yes. So please note that your sides are switched. So Cabarrus Early College will actually be in the green on the left, and Weddington in the red on the right. There we go. So get this opener out here. Gassler has the lineup set. I mean, that's the KO knife just yeeted on in. So that push onto A will be scouted out momentarily, but half the players are already on the sites, and that's just typical Weddington fashion. Wicked, though, gets caught out, not on a duelist this time, actually over to the Killjoy. Very different change from what we saw in the semifinals just moments ago. Spike planted. Biggest threats here, Billie Jean with a Sheriff. Loves this gun in the opening rounds, and you can see why. That's Chacho. Bullets to the dome, dashing on in fiercely. That's a second one. Billie Jean, somebody must be stopped. Billie Jean versus Rupture, the matchup we've been wanting to see all day long. And yet it's only Billie Jean that lived on, at least towards the end. Cabarrus Early College. Great start to their defense.
I mean, Billie Jean coming in there, gunslinging the Sheriff.
Sheesh.
Finding 2 kills early on, well, not early on in the round, but for the retake of that point. The defense for Cabarrus coming up huge. Billie Jean finding 2 in that instance. Rupture playing down in that hell position, just got snuffed out. Still finding 2 kills of their own. Now we see some soft buys coming through from multiple members of each team. So far, it's going to be an outlaw in the hands of Billie Jean here. So look for that one to do a lot of damage. Bulldog on the side of Nova for this Sova on Cabarrus. So
yeah, the Killjoy turrets defensively stopping any flanks, which we know Billie Jean will go for every once in a while, although that is more of a Rupture sort of activity. Tacho suppressed in the mid, which you really want these smokes up. I'm surprised they stayed as far up as they did at peeking this heaven. I mean, Gassler took one look at that. It's like, okay, we're going to wait for the rest of the team to regroup. Cabarrus early college have really shown through because of their ability to take these fights early, but Billie Jean in the spawn. We mentioned that this guy will take flanks. Well, that's exactly it. Joe's B found himself on the wrong side of an outlaw scope.
yeah, and that's not Rupture, Billie Jean's spawn.
It's
by the
not,
way, so
yeah, gotta clarify that. Good,
yeah,
good
that's
point.
not where he's usually supposed to be, but finds 1 kill nonetheless. Joe's B does go down. Rupture playing now in this hell position again, but Billie Jean not moving just yet. Still seeing if maybe someone is lurking around this area, but no one is. Tacho able to find one. I'm lurking. The one that would be lurking in that area is off the board. Now, contesting tree is I Keep Lagging, able to find 1. Gosler able to find a float as well. Wicked finding 2 from the hell position. I Keep Lagging, however, is able to find the kill. It's just Rupture left standing for Cabarrus. Early cause to defuse coming through the spray from Rupture. Won't be able to find the kills. Billie Jean able to clean that one up for Cabarrus.
Nothing but the silencer on Rupture, at least for now. Only second one going the way of Cabarrus. Which, again, to be expected with those first 2 rounds, as we've typically seen. Now, this is where things start to get real. Billie Jean, known for pushing up with things like snipers. Is it crazy? Yeah, but does he get eliminations? Also, yeah, pretty dang cool. Weddington, you got to be careful of where this guy pushes up. If they had the opportunity to see him play earlier in the day, I hope that they are well aware of what their Jet counterpart is able to accomplish, especially since Cabarrus early did end up spending a little bit on that last round, so they're not going to have that full buy you normally would have in a bonus.
You see, I'm lurking. Rupture already out of the gate. Down on the side of Weddington. Cabarrus having his number so far for the start of this round. Cabarrus still on this defensive side. Gassler holding that mid angle. Thought they might have shot there, but that is their teammate.
It would be both.
I saw your little exhale there, too. I was like, yeah, I thought the exact same thing. I was like, oh my God, someone's there. No, that's your teammate. You are totally safe, totally fine, and even still, they were looking the wrong direction. Billie Jean able to find another one through the wall. Tacho goes down the jump peak, spotting out a float relic there. I Keep Lagging, able to find the kill from Heaven. Wicked now suppressed, can't do a whole lot of anything right now, but we can already see Billie Jean on this rotation, on this possible flank yet again in this mid area. I am lurking, doing exactly what they do best. Lurking around mid as well on this catwalk.
30 seconds left.
Wicked just playing it safe. They do have possession of this spike, but in a 5v2 scenario, A is not looking likely.
And they have light shields too, so a body shot from this Marshall here, that ain't gonna feel good at all. You don't have time to push in. You got all of the util and players at your backs. This will be Weddington chalking this one up to a loss. They, again, spent a lot of coin. I mean, they're still gonna try to push. You don't have time to do the spike, and it's just eliminations. Over time lurking, boosted the stats a little bit more. Weddington, I mean, are really struggling to get their foot in the door. Perhaps just that small decision just to commit to a third round is going to come back to hurt them more. Now they can have this actual full buy that they want, but it's in fact the defenders taking the timeout instead. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting to see the timeout come through from Cabarrus here. They have that 3-0 lead and are looking super, super strong. Maybe they just want to clarify a few things, maybe some movements, maybe some angles being held by unintended players, perhaps. The coach might have seen something that we might not have going wrong in their game plan. So maybe just a little bit of clarifying notes of being like, hey, we want to hold this angle primarily and this angle in like a secondary kind of situation that they might not have found themselves in. Not sure exactly, but still giving Weddington some time to talk things over as well.
Yeah. And honestly, I think this timeout benefits Weddington a lot more than it does Cabarrus, which, I mean, hey, you go ahead and take. You can save that timeout for a later point in the round. There hasn't been many things that have gone their way so far, whether it's Billie Jean pushing up on an angle that you don't really expect, or just getting kind of shut down in these fast pushes that we've known Weddington for taking and succeeding at. Rupture has been silent. No one has been able to do that so far. Cabarrus Early College are the very first to put this Jet player down and really give him a reality check of how he should be playing. And Billie Jean, I mean, it's just a sight to be reckoned with.
Billie Jean, that bullet just barely going wide of Tacho there, the dog, getting information into that market area. A fast approach coming through from Weddington into this mid-market. Tacho will be the one to have that first peek. Will go down. Nova finding the kill with the Bulldog in market. Good first pickup. Finding a second as well. The KJ down. Wicked falling. Josby now stuck in a little precarious position here.
Yeah.
Afloat as well. Kind of stuck in this mid-area position. Rupture able to find one onto Gassler from behind. Opting to walk up through heaven. IQ Blagging is there in position. Billie Jean as well with the Outlaw finding a float. Now it's just Josby. Spike in hand. 1v4 situation. Not a lot of util available. We'll find one, but I'm lurking. We'll be able to close out the round for Cabarrus. 4-0 now. Off to a very good start.
Cabarrus, anytime they can grab this initial elimination, right? We see Weddington visibly hesitate. And like they do get concerned as soon as they lose that player. And that small moment of hesitation allows Cabarrus to wrap around from wherever they need to, surround their attackers, and Weddington just, they can't push up. There's so little space that they're given, and they're literally corralled into a single area, and there's nowhere for them to go from that point on. Billie Jean, IQ Black, like it's across the board with all of these guys so far, and like these fast pushes, while they do work in the past, can they make it happen here? Rupture goes in early, but I'm Lurking has just proven to be a force of nature too, down to the KJ.
Yeah, finds 2 kills, but also a lot of float. Finding Nova there. A little bit of shakiness on the aim as well. Probably a little jump scared, just like I was. The Sheriff finding some damage as well. Billie Jean able to find one onto Wicked afloat. Billie Jean finding the second. Now it's just afloat left standing. Spike in hand, 1 health, and a dream. But Billie Jean able to find 3 kills there. 5-0 now. Cabarrus in full control of this map.
Oh, this is crazy. Weddington are doing all of the strategies. They're like, hey, this worked before. Surely it can work again, but it's simply not. I mean, look at this. 9-1 from a duelist player? That's pretty crazy. And especially when your duelists are off the ones you send in first, like, okay, see what you can do. Make space for up if you die. Oh, well. Like, that is insane. The amount of work that Billie Jean is putting in for Cabarrus Early College right now. Weddington just, they haven't had an entry. They don't have any players that are positive in terms of KDs. These entry plans are just looking a little bit slow and a little bit sloppy. Like even getting scanned out here, it's an immediate shift to the other side, which is exactly what Cabarrus want to happen.
And the econ heavily, and Billie Jean already able to find 2, a third! This could possibly be, oh my gosh. I was looking for 4. That could have been an ace if everyone kept peeking that mid angle. Didn't take a lot of damage either. You can already see that Billie Jean is pushing up, playing aggressive, trying to find these last 2 kills. Nova will take 1. Josby does go down, now afloat. The last one standing. Billie Jean finds the swing, finds the kill. 4K, a quadra in round number 6 for Billie Jean. I believe that's 13-1 now on this Jet.
Good job, you did math.
I did it.
You did it.
Look at me go.
Look at you. Oh, dude, like, what is this? I wanted to see the Billie Jean Rupture matchups. I'm like, okay, these are the two best duelists that we've seen in the METROLINA conference. Like, this is going to be one heck of a show, but it's been a one-man army. Once again, we gave that title to Rupture, but Billie Jean is slowly taking that away. Weddington completely shut out here, down several rounds, and are forced in on an eco push. And there's just nothing that you can really do about this. It's literally just every round now you can either save or you have an economy to work with. There's not an in-between, and this just so happens to be one of those rounds you have to save. You don't have the weapons, and I keep flagging. Takes your head.
Josby was holding that angle with the Marshall, but just wasn't fast enough on the trigger to find that kill. I keep lagging, finding a second Nova as well. I'm lurking, finding ones of their own. Rupture with the Sheriff does find Billie Jean. Wins out on that one. The dash across finds another one onto Nova. Possibly a third. Won't be able to find it. I'm lurking, able to clean that one up. Rupture able to take a few rifles off the board on the side of Cabarrus, but the econ is looking so strong right now that it might not mean anything.
It's so hard. I mean, this is, again, Cabarrus, every other round, you're going to get either we can buy our Vandals and our Phantoms, or we have to save all of them. This is one of those, okay, we can buy all of our rifles, and it's going to be okay. The Spike has only gone down twice this entire time. And those were the first two rounds, which were the pistol rounds, of course. So you're dealing with a lot less weaponry on that. Cabarrus are taking these longer sightlines and winning out the gunfights through them. Like, it's just as simple as that is, do I choose to peek this angle or not? I keep lagging, and of course, our good buddy Billie Jean are just holding these spots. Just, they're not afraid. They have them first, the advantage of some of those defensive positions. There's just not much Weddington can really do about that. Assuming they can try to proactively take it. And the smokes actually, too, have been rather rough in the ability to use them and just kind of cycle through that. Rupture gets spotted out here, and on Catwalk, Rupture still wins it out. He was even looking in the opposite direction, but this is a great start for Weddington.
Josby finds two as well, Gassler, and I'm lurking off the board. Full control of this A site, but the Spike is stuck in mid. Billie Jean's able to get that one off the board, finding one onto her float. Tacho as well will find the angle, but fall. The Spike stuck in mid. Josby, however, they win out on kills. The 3K coming through from the sky. The first round win for Weddington.
A much-needed end to Cabarrus Early College's 7-round win streak. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it did look sketchy there for a minute. Like, even Rupture should not have won that fight on the catwalk if he didn't have as flicky of an aim style as he did. Joseby had the angles covered, and now you have all these ultimates, these fun little tools to play with, which I do hope we see in these next 4 rounds.
There are four ultimates on both sides here. Billie Jean looking at the score with 14-3 through the first 8 rounds of this map number 1. A good approach coming through from Cabarrus here. A little bit split, but Weddington opting to full stack onto this A site. To all members of Cabarrus playing this tree angle. The dash in from Rupture. Clearing hell, clearing heaven. The smokes as well. The bird flash coming through. The smokes. The door most likely has been closed as well. On the side of Weddington, the Spike down, and now the post-plant setup has to come through from Weddington. Cabarrus needs to find a way to enter.
Spike down for the first time in 6 rounds, believe it or not, and we can actually start to see these the Weddington post plans that we've seen out of him time and time again. And alright, it's off to a rocky start. I keep lathing Gausler pushing simultaneously through the same angle, and no one ended up clearing heaven. It's only Rupture that ended up falling down, and the attackers, 3 players contained in the lockdown. It went off on the meanwhile. Do they have time to finish the Slike? I'm lurking, grabs one, looking for the rest of them, and knows that they're going to come back online soon. The lockdown was heroic, but time was not on their side. Cabarrus Early claiming their 2nd round in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the lockdown was great. It hit all 3 members, but like you said, just not fast enough to get that defuse. Josby is then not detained after That lockdown lasts a long time. It's very deceiving of how long that lasts. So Joseph was sitting in that corner, waiting very patiently to be able to pull out their gun yet again. Was able to do so, finds the kill, and finds the round win again for Weddington. 7-2, still a 5-round difference. But if they're able to win these next 3 and go into this half with a 7-5, that would be huge for the side of Weddington.
And I mean, you start this out with an attacking lockdown, one of the most oppressive initiating KJ ultimates that you can have, and this is just excellent. Sight is free. I mean, I'm lurking, takes their time, and is going to get detained. As a result, I believe they snuck their way around the corner, though. Not enough for Rupture, just peeked it with a classic. What a man out there. I mean, Cabarrus early college. The spike is now down. The second time around, we're getting somewhere. The sites are occupied, and all of your angles are relatively split, but you don't have the weaponry for this. It was just a couple of Spectres on their end. It's not going to fare well against these Vandals. So despite a wonderful entry, it's just these weapons at the end of the day. We came back to get them.
Yeah, I mean, Cabarrus just has the big guns, quite literally, right, doing a whole lot of damage. A lot better than just the lowly Spectres on the side of Weddington. 8-2 now. Cabarrus looking very, very good on this defensive side. Weddington struggling a little bit on this attacking side, only being able to pick up 2 rounds of the 10 already played here in this first map. Ultimates expended as well on the side of Weddington for that push, and they just weren't able to get it done. On the side of Cabarrus, Billie Jean still has the Blade Storm up and available. Will be interesting to see if that one gets used here in this round, maybe the next round. We'll have to see when that one gets popped. But right now, Weddington needs to try to find a response to try to pick up some rounds.
I hope they don't let that last one get in their heads, too, especially with how strong of a start that it actually had. Float Relic, though. I can't really scout people out, but that's the first time we're actually going to see Rupture with the first elimination in quite some time. So this is already looking great. Billie Jean, though, this is the duel that we've been wanting to see. One knife left, and guess who wins it? The man with the gun is Rupture. Cabarrus early gets shut down before they could really even get the spike onto the site to begin with. That is the fastest round that we've arguably seen all day.
Weddington, where was that? That was an unbelievable round, a flawless round at that. Able to find an early kill from Rupture, and then able to use that momentum, use that pressure that was exerted in mid and around that B site to clean things up. And again, Cabarrus have been playing very, very well on this defensive side, but when Weddington comes out swinging and super aggressive like they just did, they win those rounds. Billie Jean will be opting for this operator for this final round. Possibly, looking through that tree area over towards mid. It's going to be so dangerous. The operator is no Rupture. Will find the peak. Will find the kill. Billie Jean, the operator, off the board for Cabarrus.
I wish you could see my face from that. That was insane. Rupture knew the operator was there, but the guy did not care. In the slightest. He peeked it anyways. It looked like it shot through his legs. And this is just the perfect entry pick for Cabarrus early. They get wicked, though. They're moving all the way through market instead of just going towards the site, which would have been rather free. They're taking it to the spawns, and it evens the playing field entirely right now. Everyone else is on B. Do they just go for the A site instead? It seems like that's the decision Weddington are going to make. Rupture plants the spike in hand. This lurk, though. Joseph can end this round here.
Joseph has the angle, is looking towards the market instead. Had the right idea, but here's the footsteps. Won't be able to secure the kill. I'm lurking, reading the lurk. I mean, if anyone knows there's someone is going to be lurking there, it will be I'm lurking. The knives out for Rupture as well. Looking through that heaven area, the drone will spot them out. They know that they are sitting around that main entrance to that A site. Dropping down on both members. Finds one. Vandal up and available. 70 health. The knives back out. Nova versus Rupture. Ultimate versus Diffuser.
Team chicken.
Trying to find the angle. 30 health now. Won't be able to possibly find that defuse. We'll just find the kill instead. A great round coming through from Weddington, an 8-4 half.
Rupture played that perfectly at the end. Like, there's so many small decisions that he made that made like in like split-second timing. I'm like, wow, like this guy knows how to play Valorant. He knows how to play Jet. And as much as we kind of like joke around and say like he has no care in the world, he just says this "I'm better than you" attitude. That's not it. Like, he's just a very smart player that he knows a lot of things and about how to make these decisions, and as reaction time that no one can really face up against, giving Weddington a chance to come back, winning 4 rounds after starting down 7-0. Like, this is 100% game.
Yeah, I mean, being able to end that half at an 8-4 is unbelievable, right?
Considering the start.
The start was not good. It did not look good from the side of Weddington. Now, Rupture already with an early kill on to Nova. Weddington on the defensive side now. Just trying to find a foot back into this game. If they get this pistol round, that could be the start of the momentum. The momentum they were looking for. Rupture finds 2 more. That's 3 on the side of Weddington. Afloat able to find 1. Wicked finds the other. A flawless pistol round coming through from Weddington.
If there's somebody you don't want to start cooking, it's our friend Rupture.
Yeah.
That's the last guy that you want to see popping off if you are Cabarrus right now. And we do have a Bucky on the playing field. I love shotgun. They're fun. If you don't feel like you're winning the long range battles, force the close angles. Josie likes that idea too. And hey, we go for him. The thing is, there's nobody on A currently. It is actually okay. Cabarrus really are going to divide their attention a little bit. This is what I do like about this team, though, is they are one that doesn't forfeit space. They try to prevent flanks before they happen, and especially with somebody like Rupture on your side who's already moving his way through B main, like this is the spot you need to have covered.
Yeah, Rupture already trying to find this flank angle. We see Cabarrus hovering around this mid area. Oh my, Rupture, the dash through. The drone will be able to spot out where Rupture is. We'll be able to find 1. We'll be able to find the second. That will be the spike. I'm Lurking will find the return kill, but not before 2 drop in favor of Weddington.
Wow.
I don't know how they were able to win that gunfight, but they did. The 1v2 clutch, not the clutch, the opening to the round from Rupture. Joe's be able to find 1 with frenzy as well. I keep lagging. Going down. Tacho, Wicked, swinging out 8-6 now. Closing the gap is Weddington.
I'm sorry, how did we start the series again? 7-0? And we're now at 8-6?
Yeah.
Weddington have won 6 out of the past 7 rounds. What in the world is going on? I bet you wish you had that timeout now. I really think that they do. This is tough. Thankfully, you got 1 more heading into the second half, so Cabarrus are popping it early, and I do not blame them in the slightest. Like, 1, calm down the momentum of your opponents. This is not okay. You do not want them to have this level of confidence, like, all right, we're starting to beat them again. We're the better team. That's a scary thing to look at. And 2, figure out what you need to change as an individual. Losing 2v1s or 1v2s is never a really good look for anybody. It's not a feel good. Like, adjust your play style, adjust how you're using your Killjoy utility to mark what these players are.
Yeah, and Rupture with the Sheriff both rounds in a row, able to pick up huge kills. I mean, Rupture is starting to come online for Weddington. Had a little bit of a slow start on that attacking side, but maybe defense is just his game, right? Playing very, very well in these first 2 defensive rounds, winning them both for Weddington. Still sitting at 20-11 on the scoreboard right now. We think he's having a slow game, but he is playing unbelievable right now.
Like, it's just more noticeable, like, when we see players like Billie Jean, because Billie Jean is usually the only one that gets the opening eliminations, and Rupture, while he has been previously, that hasn't been his role now. And with this room to kind of move around on this defensive rotation, which for the first time he will actually be playing with the team, fun fact, so there will be a relatively coordinated contest for this initial push, but I'm Lurking. You want someone down? Perfect. That's the guy that you want to try to shoot. Nova, please don't die to the turret. That got real close for a second there. 11 HP, and Tacho has a lot more to work with, so they're going to peek back on out, take the players down with them. Oh, this is really hard. Spike at least is down, so Cabarrus early college know that something has to do to put a dampener in this, in kind of the strength, this rush that Weddington have been working off of these past 7 rounds, and it seems right here in round number 15 where that's going to happen. Well, Full Relic still manages to get one on the way out, which is certainly something to work with, but Weddington are back on track. This is the match that we've been looking for.
You know, Weddington losing out on that one. Rupture falling early in the round. A Float Relic trying to find the response, but after that trade with the Cabarrus member in tree, only left with 5 health to their name. Very hard to come back in a 1v3 with only 5 health remaining, and a Spectre does go down. 3-round lead now for Cabarrus. Moving in to round number 16.
A lot of time here. This is one of the slower pushes that we're likely going to see all day. And do the knife. It's called the jet dash, the smoke. You guys get the drill. Good old default A push. And clears the side almost immediately. And I do give Weddington credit not taking any of these battles now. You're just better favored if you have a full 5 for a retake. And this is the fight. One to pull out. Tacho with 1. Tacho with 2. Alrighty, I see you out there. Rupture gets control of heaven. And we are about to bid farewell to Weddington. Again, Weddington have such a great idea of how to play these defensive retakes. Like, they don't get too antsy, and they just wait for each other to push off of them. Like, there's just less impulsivity on their end and less risk to their playstyle as a result.
Yeah, Rupture and Tacho both finding 2 in that round, playing very slow and collected on that retake onto that A site. Oftentimes we see Weddington just kind of run in, gun, try to find those kills as fast as possible, but a little bit slower of an approach is nice to see from the team. Only 2 rounds down now in this map number 1. On the side of Cabarrus, they aren't really able to go for this full buy. Same thing kind of on the side of Weddington. Rupture, however, does have those knives up and available. A Float will be working with the Spectre in this round as well, but if they do find a kill, they will be able to pick up possibly a much better gun to help them through this round.
But it is an A side. That was a lineup thrown from A, making Weddington think that it was going to be a B push. But after all, look where everyone's currently playing. It was a lockdown, securing the remainder of sites. Still has the Blade Storm online. At least we can see that from our friend in Rupture. If he can push it, but it's Tacho once again with his opening pick. Tacho as well has been having a great game on this defense. Billie Jeans, though, holding down tree, checking mid, absolutely not. Josephy has got that angle covered. Tacho's back in the mix. A second one now from Josephy. I mean, this is just another perfect example of how Weddington can play slow and make this work, but against the Stinger, it ain't gonna stand a chance. Josephy, though, cutting it close on the timing. I don't think he has it. It's gonna be a split second of a difference. Getting into points. 1-3, and just like that, nail biting as it was, this is the closest the lead has been the entire game. Just 1 round separating Cabarrus and Weddington.
1 round indeed, in a very close round. That was 0.13 seconds on that bomb. That one was so close to blowing up in the face of Josephy, but they were able to find that kill and find that defuse in time. Rupture as well, staying alive. Billie Jean 17-11 on the scoreboard for Cabarrus as well on this attacking side. But Weddington's defense has been looking a lot better than their offense, right? They were able to pick up 4 rounds to the 1 in this half of the match. We see Nova and I Keep Lagging have a little bit of a conversation as they walk backwards out of that A commit as they now move over towards this catwalk area where Tacho is in position to possibly find a few picks here and there.
Blade Storm has it out, doesn't spot Tacho. It's plenty of chip damage done, though. Tacho, better skirt yourself on out of that one. Has full abilities. If you lose your clove here, that's going to hurt, especially when I am lurking. It's popping off. 3, down on the site, and a rather free plant. Weddington are not happy with how close that this game has been so far. Cabarrus early want that lead extended to at least an insurance round here.
Cabarrus just trying to secure this round. 2 blinking health bars on the side of Cabarrus, but shouldn't be too bad as it is a 5v2 in the end.
Yeah.
Billie Jean able to find the kill onto Rupture up in heaven. The suppression coming through onto Wicked as well. Billie Jean jumping up on that box, finding that exit kill. 10-8 now in favor of Weddington. Building that cushion back up. Still only about a 2-round lead. Still a very, very close map 1 here, but Rupture does not have the Blade Storm anymore. That ultimate out of the way.
You take those. You 100% take those, especially in the hands of Rupture. Those knives can do quite a bit of damage. He has been like a little bit quieter. He's cooled off. We're getting kind of, we started cooking something. We had a whole feast going, but now we're kind of full, and so we hit that kind of food coma stage, and we got to take a chill pill for a little while. That of course isn't going to stop him from pushing into the spawn room, which all right, that's cool. I don't blame you at all. And they know the B's clear, so only it leaves mid and it leaves A. Except for there is nobody currently watching mid, which is interesting. Normally we see somebody from Weddington, at least one player there, but I mean, look where Rupture's going. It's going to be behind all of them. The only thing that would be worrying here is the KJ Wicked on this flank. But okay, that's not a problem. You do know exactly where Rupture is now, though.
Rupture now backing out of that attacker spawn, opting to play range, now rotating back over to this mid angle. I mean, Cabarrus, they're like, okay, Rupture was somewhere around here, but now he is nowhere even close. Now holding this mid angle over towards this catwalk position. I keep lagging, trying to get a jump peek here and there, trying to see if they can spot out where Rupture rotated over towards, but not able to find anything just yet. Still opting to try to find this A main push. Billie Jean dashing through up top. Does a float recognize it?
Ooh.
No. Gassler able to find the kill. The KO out of the way now. 4v4 situation. The ult popped as well for the KO on the side of Cabarrus. Still where off Josby trying to find sprays through this door angle. Rupture finding one. Billie Jean down. I keep lagging, finding the response as well. Tacho 2v2 now. The spike has been planted. Tacho able to find yet another 3K round. The defuse coming through, keeping this within 1.
Rupture, Billie Jean. What about Tacho? That's a name we haven't said a ton of today, and I have a feeling we need to start saying it a little bit more. It's not the first time that they've come up in clutch situations like that one. And hey, a Clove, especially with how their kit is created, it's not just a controller utility like with the smokes. You also have a lot of aggressive similarities as you would for a duelist sort of character. So I like to see that Tacho is starting to use that for their advantage, particularly in the defensive positions that's been around so far. Now, this is still a very close game. Weddington and Cabarrus early college, only 1 round separating the 2 of them. Not a ton of ultimates to really work with. Shadow Step, if you really want to go that far, but you just don't get a ton of value out of it, especially this early on in the game. It's Rupture pushing up close, but that one-way smoke is going to get the better of him. A gutsy play that for once is punished.
Billie Jean able to find that kill onto Rupture. The leading man on the side of Weddington off the board. Billie Jean now under in hell, just trying to clear out this A site. Full control.
Spike planted.
For Cabarrus here on this attacking side. Tacho trying to find a rotation through tree. I'm lurking. We'll be able to find the kill onto a float in the meantime in mid. Now Tacho trying to find an angle. Wicked as well. Just trying to find where I'm lurking could possibly be. Wicked will be able to find that kill. The spike has been planted. It's a 2v4 situation in favor of Cabarrus. And it doesn't look like they are going to go for it. Opting to save their rifles instead, knowing they still have some rounds to go here in this first map.
Yep, all good for Weddington, especially winning that last round. All of your players will have some of that economy left, and Tacho holding a decent angle. Unlikely anyone's going to come back that far. Just a risky play since you don't know where any of Weddington's players are. So Cabarrus early, once again extending their lead by an extra round, and it will be the first time out that Weddington is taking themselves this game.
Yeah, Weddington opting for the timeout here with at least 2 rounds to go in this first map. So very I feel like the timing makes sense of this timeout, right? You're down 2 rounds. You want to try to avoid a map point situation and want to try to win this round if you can. The next 2 to have to come close to an overtime game in this first map. But yeah, Weddington right now just need to try to find a response, especially on these retakes on these sites, because Cabarrus is looking really, really good on this post-plant positioning.
Cabarrus has been showcasing their talents all day when it's come to the I'm going to get myself on the site and you can't kick me off. And we saw that particularly when they were playing against Sun Valley. It was a 13-5, and a lot of that was specifically them on these attacking positions that they set up these crossfire angles, and they had like all of this information gathered by using the face of logic. Like, if they're not here, they must be there. Like, those are the kind of things you need to be thinking ahead. Valorant is like a chess game with guns in a lot of ways. And Central Cabarrus, or Cabarrus early, have showed their skills in actually playing this more logical game than just being all about, I'm going to go in and I'm going to beat you because I have better aim sort of idea.
Yeah, it looks like Cabarrus are going to opt for a B main push. All the KJ setup from I'm Lurking is over, on Wicked is over towards this A site. The dash in from Billie Jean already on site. Float Relic with the Frenzy trying to get the job done. Won't be able to do so. 5v4, the spike likely about to be planted. I keep lagging, getting that one down, but Wicked with the defender. Killjoy will force everyone into the back of this site. So this could be the opportunity that Weddington was looking for. They know where everyone has to be located.
It helps them get entry to Harding, but again, you can either choose between 1 and 2 lanes, neither of which is a great option. You can easily split your attention 2 and 2. And Cabarrus early, they're already up a player, and that's something you have to understand in this instance. Nova just snags 2, and that's what I'm talking about, with how narrow these lanes are. You have to try to turn them in your favor. Double peek, like Rupture and Josephine are doing right now. Just like that, these players are back in it. Billie Jean, though, nobody checked the spam angle through the boathouse, and it's going to put our good friends Cabarrus onto map point.
Map point indeed for Cabarrus here. 12-9, the round score line. Trying to jump into an early lead here for this best-of-3 grand finals. Now just have to close this one out. Weddington again struggling with their retake. Rupture does have the knives available. Tacho as well has the Clove ult available. That second life likely to be used in this round if needed. The attacker Killjoy, the lockdown available as well as they go through B main yet again.
Weddington, no, all the rules are working against them. Cabarrus, their toolbox, it seems infinite with everything that you can pull out. And I mean, it's lockdown. There's literally like 2 pixels in the back corner of this B site that you can hold on to. Where we're currently going to see a player from Weddington located, and Tacho just grabbing one, like stopping this push, but Wicked, oh no! A Bolt Relic walks into their own Nano Swarm and ends up doing more harm than good. Weddington now have an advantage thanks to the help of their opponents. They can close out this round here and get themselves off to a good start in this series, but I mean, Josephine, all 3 players, the remaining ones of Weddington, have pushed up while the rest are in the back sites. Wonderful smokes, though. That's going to prevent any sort of sightlines going through this. We need to watch the Nano Swarm, though. It's on to Rupture and Tacho. Just I'm lurking. Gets Tacho. Looking for Rupture. It's Rupture to hit it to the dome. Should have plenty of time to go ahead and defuse once those Nano Swarms end up going down. As close as it has been, Weddington aren't ready to check themselves out of this series yet.
12-10 the scoreline now. Weddington finally able to find a retake. Does end up costing the lives of 4 members. A little bit of a mishap as well from a float walking into that Nano Swarm. Going down to that nade from Wicked. A little bit unfortunate, but they were able to bounce back after that mishap. We're at a slight disadvantage there for just a moment. But again, Rupture with the knives able to come up with huge kills on that backside of B. Able to secure the round for Weddington, keeping them in this first map, but still Cabarrus, 3 ultimates up and available. The lockdown, not one of them, but the knives and the Hunter's Fury are still there. Very, very strong entry ultimates and very strong post-plant ultimate still available for the side of Cabarrus.
Weddington, once again, plenty of depth to the options that they can decide to take, and it's only a matter of actually figuring that plan out. The only issue here, though, is you're all holding the same sight line. I mean, look how far up Weddington is started to push here. Mid is entirely covered by Rupture, so if you're going to enter this site, well, that's the only option you're realistically going to have right now. Billie Jeans grabs one, I keep lagging, second spam through a smoke. The spike is down, this is the speed. We know Cabarrus early college 4, and they're showcasing it here, and what could be the final round available? It's only Rupture, the long flank through the back, shall not pay off this time around, and it'll be Cabarrus early, setting themselves ahead in our best of 3 grand finals.
Yeah, Cabarrus doing a great job at answering Rupture, right? Was not able to get onto that huge early game plan that we saw in that semifinals from that player. And those first 7 rounds were all Cabarrus. And then when we switch over to that attacking side, Weddington had a lot of shining moments, able to tie it up there later on, I believe, or at least bringing it within 1 in that 10-9 scenario. So keeping it very, very close, but Cabarrus able to use their ultimates very effectively and find a lot of good angles and squeak out with a very, very close map 1 win.
Yeah, that was the closest game we've seen all day long. And I mean, if you could really think about it, both of these teams had lost, like, what, 13, between 10 and 13 rounds, like between 2 games. And just to do that in 1 alone, like, that's ridiculous. These are the 2 that deserve to be within the grand finals. That is what this map 1 of Ascent has instilled in us. The question is, where do we go from here on out? We've seen a ton of Ascent be played today. We've seen a tiny bit of Sunset, tiny bit of Bind. So now that we got our Ascents out of the way, I am curious to add a little bit more flavor to the mix and have more definition outside of what is often players' most comfortable map in Ascent is now turning into Sunset, the newest addition to the game of Valorant, which a lot of players have a love-hate relationship with.
We will have Sunset here. I'm lurking, switching off of the Killjoy onto the Cypher, and Billie Jean is on the Raze instead. Rupture, of course, with the auto jet, but yeah, that Raze coming through as well. I mean, what else is Rupture going to play? That is his agent for sure.
That's for sure. Again, Billie Jean did a great job. Rupture did a better job. Like, I mean, the guy's just cracked, and there's no doubt about it. Cabarrus do have a newfound respect for Weddington's duelist player. I am interested to see if there are any other changes that do come through in compositions. We actually have a change in lineup. Dead to Me is making a reappearance. We haven't seen them since the very start of the day, but has been subbed in for, I believe, let me go ahead, Wicked on this map to play the Sentinel portion. Wicked has been playing both Reyna and Cages, so perhaps Dead to Me is here for more of this Clove Cypher role?
Yeah, I know earlier today we saw Dead to Me on the Clove, I believe.
Was the Clove?
I believe it was Clove that Dead to Me played.
It was Clove,
that
yeah,
went
you're right.
absolutely insane. A very, very talented player for Weddington here, so it'll be interesting to see how that kind of balances out, because 2 very aggressive players. Dead to Me will be on this Cypher instead, so possibly just more map knowledge possibly on that player, and just knowing really where these lineups need to be, and having that trust in that player to really hold down those angles and those sites all by themselves.
In the right hand, Cypher, again, holds the site down by himself. Like, you don't need additional support. So it makes sense. If you have somebody who is really comfortable on that specific Sentinel, why not put Dead to Me into the game? They've looked incredible previously and can do so again here on the defensive side. And not too many differences between compositions. I guess you have the Sky for the, the Sky for the Sova on the sides. Oh my gosh, the Sky for the Sova, as well as the difference in smoke players, which we did kind of expect going into this. Raze has been agreed upon as the duelist of Sunset in the past, so I want to see where Billie Jean takes this. I mean, his jet is incredible. Can the Raze give us the same look, though? Yeah,
very interesting to see how that one plays out. Tacho already taking a lot of damage, but Nova able to get that kill. Dead to Me is gone. The Cypher off the board. I'm lurking now, just trying to find this flank angle. It does look like the overlay is swapped yet again, so I believe Weddington is on this defensive side, so if you want to swap those for your eyeballs and your viewing pleasure, I believe they are mixed up here, but Rupture able to find one onto I'm Lurking. Tacho as well, finding the kill onto Nova. 3v3 now. I keep lagging, able to find that kill, able to find two. Gazler as well, able to find a float relic. Round 1 win yet again for Cabarrus.
Yep. Love me some good mid pushes. Yeah, break down the door so there's no anticipation of flanks. You take market, backside of Boba, and then guess what? The site is free to yours. The reason I started laughing is because I was just complimenting, like, okay, I really want to see Billie Jean play Raze. And the first thing I see from this guy is he just chucks a nade straight at Dead Simi's head. Like, it literally bounced off his head. And I'm like, what in the world did I just want? But this isn't Raze, this isn't grenade dodgeball. If it was a weapon, it would have killed him instantly. But, you know, hey, I like the creativity. It's a new sort of play style. But again, these mid pushes are going to be your best bet because it's the hardest for your opponents to get a read on it. It forces them out of those more comfortable positions that they may be in. Market does seem to be the place of choice. It was a Roomba thrown in, instantly destroyed though. Roomba, Boomba. I like Roomba better.
I like
personally.
Roomba too. I haven't heard that yet, and I think that's what that call out is now going to be.
Yeah, now you know. You ever hear Roomba in your Valorant games? It could very well be this guy.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, Weddington, though, I mean, look at them. They're catching the players out on the flank. That was a float relic that actually started to move through the spawns. We don't usually see that from him, of all players, actually. So a different thing that Cabarrus early wanted to try. It did not work out in the slightest. So Weddington are going to take that opportunity and run away with it.
Tacho now trying to find this flank angle. Might have just barely saw I keep lagging there. Over towards that gravel area. The shotgun out. Josby not able to find the kill. I'm Lurking, able to clean that one up. 5v3 in favor of Cabarrus here yet again on this attacking side. The spike has been planted. Billie Jean able to find Tacho. Dead to me as well, dropping to Gazler. Now it's just Rupture versus 5 members of Shock Darts coming out. They know where Rupture is. Just going to run and gun with the classic. Picks up the gun, but won't be able to find the turn. The first 2 rounds yet again in favor of Cabarrus.
Yeah, Cabarrus, and they're starting themselves with this early momentum boost, and that's pretty dang good, especially when you're running away with a set. I say running away, but you inched out a set. Like when we're talking about a team that has already qualified for the regionals. At this point, you're playing for seeding. The title of the METROLINA Conference Champion, as well as $100 per player, which that is a crazy amount of money, especially like in high school. If I just got handed $100, I would be so happy. Yeah, even now, if I got handed $100, anybody who got handed $100 would be amazing. So there's a lot more on the line for this match in particular. So Weddington, I'm afraid that that's going to start to get to their heads in these matchups. Thankfully, you're not playing up into market this time. They've learned how quickly we've seen players such as our good friend Billie Jean start to peek that one out and are going to move in a back spot more towards Boba instead.
Billie Jean approaching through that mid area. Has a little bit of a crossfire to deal with if they do try to peek that one. Will peek it, but it is smoked out. Josby able to find one onto I keep lagging, however. In the meantime, all 4 members still hovering around this mid area. Tacho able to find one, able to find 2 through the smoke and the blind coming through.
Tacho.
Nova finding 1 onto Josby. That's Tacho with 3, possibly 4. It will be 4. Tacho, someone you should not sleep on whatsoever. We talk about Rupture all the time, but Tacho as well has been a huge factor for this team.
He's the second duelist. Simple as that. Tacho, when you need something to show up in the eliminations, go for it. That's your guy right there. We haven't seen... The only thing with that Tacho has, like, while the aim is great, the eliminations are great, I feel like the smokes are just... get slightly less value than what we've been seeing out of I Keep Lagging. And that can be really tricky when you are the only smokes player and in a controller role in a meta where we often see double controller. Like, this is like your flex guy where you can play more aggressive as a duelist, but you need to get your utility down in order to have any value for the rest of your team. Like, that's the only mobile cover you're going to have access to.
Yeah, another timeout coming through early here on the side of Weddington. after that round win, maybe just trying to navigate how they want to play this next round if they aren't able to find these full buys, which it looks like they won't be able to, at least for one of their members here. Just trying to keep it even, seeing how they can tie this one up and try to force a map 3. Cabarrus already early on winning that pistol, winning that bonus round as well. But not that 7 in a row that we saw from that map 1. So maybe Weddington be like, okay, we have a shot here on this map.
Losing that bonus definitely had an effect on the mental. I can tell you that now. With the mental and the economy, both of those things you do not want in a downwards trend. So, yeah, Weddington getting a grip here is great. Sunset is a map that can lean a bit more towards the defenders, if I'm not mistaken here. I'm working, though, cutting that close. A couple whiffs, but made it happen at the end. Josephine now the call. Foley onto this B site. They're making quick work, but there's still 2 players that are wrapping around from Cabarrus on B, sniffing out if there's anyone located. And look at that, it's pulling Weddington's attention away from A, where the spike is now planted.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Tacho over towards his B site as well. Does have this flank angle. Will possibly be able to pick up one. Will be able to do so. Gassler already down. I keep lagging. Finds the kill onto Joseby as well. Nova winning the gunfight over towards B. Tacho does fall. 4v2 situation in favor of Billie Jean. Finds Rupture as well. Now it's just dead to me. The last one standing tries to find the spray through the boxes. Won't be able to find the kills. I keep lagging. Aim on point. Winning round number 4 for Cabarrus.
Again, Cabarrus, such a smart play. Win the mental game. Don't make them understand what's happening at any point. This is what they did when we saw them play against Monroe on Sunset. Remember, it was all mind games. It was like, okay, if we split their attention, they don't know where to go. While these sites are a bit closer to each other, like the distance to rotate is a lot shorter, you can draw their attention so easily because of that, because you can hear their footsteps, whatever the heck you need to do. And the amount of confidence that Cabarrus has in these set 2 or 3 players, it's literally just a guessing game that Weddington has to take. It's a 50-50. Who has the spike and on what site?
We do see an attacking timeout as well here after that round win. Both timeouts used fairly early here in this first half. A little
first quarter of the half.
The first quarter of the half. A little confusing. First third. Yeah, because it's 4 rounds in.
I thought that was never mind.
Hey, it's okay.
Yeah.
You're totally fine.
Yeah.
I know what it's like. Trust me.
You understand. Hey. This is how we're on hour 5 of casting Valorant today.
Jeez Louise.
Hey, we love our high school Valorant. It's been great games so far, and this continues to impress. Even now that we're in the grand finals, I'm still so invested in this.
I am very happy and thrilled to be here, right? I mean, this is some high-level competition from these high school students here. Some seniors, some freshmen, sophomores, juniors.
You got a mix.
A little mix of a little bit of everything, which is always really, really fun to see. Definitely makes me wish I was good at Valorant. But alas, here I am casting it instead.
Hey, that's pretty cool.
But that's also very fun to do.
It is very fun. I mean, Weddington actually has quite a few seniors on their team, as a matter of fact. They are an older roster, but Cabarrus doesn't really seem to respect their elders at all. Billie Jean just sends himself in, and both the Sentinels have currently gone down. The spike has been placed in rapid time, but Rupture still exists. He hasn't really done a whole lot on this map. Uncharacteristic for him, and is this the chance? Is this the awakening that we get from Rupture every round? Not quite for Joseby or Tacho. The Jet player does still stand, and at least so does your Clove for now. Gotta make this quick. Okay, Rupture, he's awake. The Beast is back, but Billie Jean is there first. He's bigger, he's stronger, and he's gonna give Weddington a 4th. Cabarrus, a 4th. There we go.
Yeah, we did get the overlay swapped
We did get that swap.
So we
I just realized.
now in line, which is awesome to see. It's definitely easier for my eyes. That is for certain. Cabarrus able to win that round. Billie Jean coming up with a 3-piece to seal the deal in that round number 5 as we approach round number 6 here. Weddington. 2 ults available. Sky and the Blade Storm for Rupture up and available. Looking like it might be used here. No purchase coming through. There is the Blades out. Ready for cutting.
Rupture's in. These are the things we like to see. But yeah, there's no way there's not a tripwire there at some point. That's actually both a Cypher cam and a tripwire, as a matter of fact. If Rupture wants to get to this back line, he's gonna have to work for it. Cabarrus early, already putting themselves on the site. They're not really seeing many players, but nobody checked Rupture. I mean, Gaussler, I'm assuming, was there on the flank, but okay. Now you're a little bit more worried. Cam does catch him out, allowing Billie Jean to line up that crosshair perfectly and take out the major threat that they've been worried about. So Weddington down in a 2v3, very clutchable, especially with a lot of these players, actually all of them, being cluttered around the spike. The only problem is this split approach, unfortunately, just doesn't work when everybody's looking in the same spot.
Yeah, Billie Jean finding 2 kills yet again afloat. The last one standing on the side of Weddington. 1v3, the spike planted, the spike ticking away, the Marshall in hand. Not a very easy gun to clutch a 1v3 with.
No.
Will instead just try to, well, just sacrifice himself to the spike instead. We'll just opt to lose the Marshall there and go on a little bit of a spending spree with that 5,500 that they do have available to themselves.
While we're not back to like 7-0 territory in the start, it just seems like Cabarrus earlier really good at the start of these games. Yeah. Like these first first quarter, I can do math. Woohoo! Like the first couple rounds here, that's where Cabarrus really starts to shine. It's about now. Actually, this is now where Weddington gets that awakening. Like, all right, where is it, people? Step it up. Like, we know what you're capable of. You took it 13-10 back on Ascent. Give me the same energy here and now. It's just been so difficult. Even if they can manage to get this a full retake with plants, it's these early fights, they usually come back to bite them. So the fact that Tacho actually gets this duel is going to be big, assuming Weddington can keep themselves afloat for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, Tacho able to find that first kill. I love the little afloat mention there, as they are still alive.
Yeah.
So maybe they are able to keep them afloat indeed.
Oh my gosh.
So I just wanted to point that one out. I thought it was very fun.
Oh, you're hilarious. So
thank
funny.
you very much. I tried my best.
Okay.
Yeah. Billie Jean now rotating over towards this mid area. Trying to find this rotation over towards
Good?
to this A site. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how I could say that word funny.
Grandma's hard. Ooh, that's a pretty gun.
That is a pretty gun. It's also a shotgun.
Ooh, charge!
So, Josephine in prime position
30 seconds left.
Josephine.
to blow someone away. Go! And they won't be able to. Billie Jean with the flick on the on Josephine, just able to secure that kill. The shotgun unable to find the kills. Billie Jean, however, will go down Rupture.
It's all time. They only have 11 seconds left here. This is massive. Even if it didn't get killed, this forces Cabarrus' hand much sooner than they would have liked. And now they don't have time to set up this post plant. Weddington can walk back in just as quickly as Cabarrus were forced to plant that spike. And that'll be that change in the momentum. We said we wanted to get that switch, and it has finally been flipped. Weddington should be able to take that second, just deciding on a nice little battle, getting some weapons. Who should defuse the spike, get that ult point, and there we go. 7th round in the board. Weddington slimming that lead.
I always find myself confused with the little image of the Phantom and the Vandal. Sometimes I get caught between the two.
What?
The little like picture
in the corner?
icon. Yeah, in the corner.
They look nothing alike.
I don't know why, but like on the kill feed, I was like, oh, that's a Phantom that Billie Jean had. No.
It was a Phantom.
What? Well, see, there you go.
No. Oh, no.
Well, so I was right, and I opted to go the opposite direction.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know why I think that.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
I'm glad we cleared that up,
After, again, 5 hours of gassing this game today.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just a little worn.
That's a Vandal, by the way.
That's
Tacho.
Vandal.
Yep,
I got you now.
yeah.
Tacho able to find the kill onto I'm working there. A good early response. Billie Jean, 33 health and a dream, but dead to me, pulling out the classic. Able to get that kill instead. Tacho finding a second. Nova able to answer back from this B main approach. Rupture, however, able to find that kill. Dazzler trying to get out with the flash, but unable to do so. Josephine in position.
He he blinded himself.
Yeah.
That, you know, it happens to the best of us.
Does.
It does. I get it. Like, ooh, unfortunate as it may be, Weddington, like, that's perfect. Keep doing what they just did. Cabarrus, they lost when they did a slower push, so then they immediately tried to make the big change to a fast one, which this is what Weddington are built for. They can take you at the fast push because you're more likely to make mistakes on those points. So these are more of the fights that this team is more okay with taking. Defensively wise, though, having these Seekers online, usually use them more towards this mid-round, especially since Cabarrus are slowing their pace, at least slightly. March towards market seems to be the goal of today. Pathfinder scouting literally everybody out there, so Tacho shouldn't be in for much of a surprise. Dodging the flash, still grabs Billie Jean. Nonetheless, ultimate is there too, so you have all the life. Well, I guess you get one extra life, and ooh, might as well take that guy with you too. Yeah, this is just a wonderful play from Tacho.
Yeah, this is looking like it could be a possible 3-round wins in a row from Weddington, but I'm lurking, trying to change that result. Afloat able to find the kill onto Gassler. 3v1 now. I'm lurking. The only one left standing on the side of Cabarrus. Sag, indeed.
You just get to like look at the spike, and there's 3 players there. Like you just don't take that. You walk the other way. It's fine.
It happens. It happens. Yeah. It really does.
Honestly, we haven't seen many of these, like, really unfortunate spike drops. My mind does flash back to the one earlier where it got stuck in A main on a sense, where there were just 3 players staring down. That's kind of what this reminds me of, but this time you don't challenge it. You just save your weapon. You got a Cypher camera that's totally not creepy at all. They're watching each other on their Cypher.
Cute.
Look at that!
Aww.
Oh,
hello.
they're saying hello!
See, look at that.
I love that.
10
so
seconds
kind.
left.
You think you could get, like, a mic through the camera and try to, like, talk through it? How scary would that be?
That would be terrifying.
Can you imagine like an invisible camera talking to you?
Yeah, no.
I don't like that.
No, I don't like that one either.
I take that back. I take that back.
Let's revert that.
We don't have to make that a thing.
No thanks.
Nope.
It does make a sound now when it does watch you, so.
That is true. With the new patch, you do get an audio cue when you're getting watched by the Cypher camera, which I guess is spooky in itself as well, if you just hear this ominous noise in the background.
Like, there's always that feeling, like, you feel like somebody's watching you. Now you get, like, told somebody's watching you, but you can't see them. Like,
yeah, that's a little spooky.
It's a little spooky. Okay, look at the Cypher setup, though, that they have. I think that this is what this guy's in on. Oh, okay, maybe that... I don't think that was intentional, but everything else was good. Like, the camp placement is nice. You have a cage that is used as a one-way on the top here. Like, this guy knows what they're doing on Cypher. Unless somebody's head gets ripped off real early here, and it is said Cypher player, then you do not want to push B if you're Cabarrus right now.
Yeah, Cypher just trying to hold that one down on the camera. Able to spot out the B push coming through, but look at the rotate. I keep lagging, going all the way over to this A site.
Weddington already moved.
Recognizing that this A site might be available. Dead to me, able to find the kill onto Nova in the meantime as well. A good early pickup, making this retake potentially a lot easier, but the spike is not down just yet, and the rotation from Weddington is coming through super fast.
You got the Seekers, the suppression. There is no hiding right now, and a little visibility as well as abilities to use. Rupture is back on the channel. It is cooking up a storm. This is looking really good. Weddington, think about how badly they started out this map of Sunset. To be here now, tying it up at 5-5. Are you about to have a lead change for the first time in this grand finals?
I mean, that's 4 rounds in a row. Weddington's showing no signs of stopping right now.
Yeah.
Cabarrus, no timeouts left either, so they cannot stop this momentum whatsoever in this first half. So, I mean, it's potentially a lead change coming through here because Cabarrus has not been able to find a response just yet on this attacking side.
Not at all. That's the disadvantage of using your timeouts as early as you did, and there isn't really anything to stop Weddington. Not even themselves. They can't stop themselves with their own timeout. And to be fair, that was an excellent read. The Seekers were used in the mid-round at the ideal time where you can't really run away from them with the clock pressuring you forward. So just using even that ultimate there, having a lot more utility to work with. I'm looking at this Blade Storm, which we likely won't see until some more of these future rounds. And And Wedding very well can take this lead for the very first time in the grand finals. And since you are down on map points, you got to push it to a game 3. Like, this is a long road ahead if Weddington want to win the entire conference.
And Billie Jean now opting to play for this A site afloat, able to take out I Am Lurking already, putting Weddington in the advantage afloat all by themselves on this point. Did have that ultimate pop, so could possibly be saved by a friend. I keep lagging. Able to find Josby as well. Nova getting that plant down. I keep lagging Billie Jean as well. Tacho able to find the response, the kill onto Billie Jean, finding themselves in a 2v3 situation. Cabarrus favored.
The neutral theft didn't do a whole lot. Neither did that teleport particularly. So Rupture can push this back in. Taking the high. Didn't expect on the low. Perhaps a trick play, but Rupture and Tacho have each other's backs and are just too good as a duo. It's only a KO with a sliver of HP, and it's not going to do anything to stop this spike. At the end of the day, Weddington for the first time will have the lead in a map.
6-5. That'll be the scoreline to give them the lead here in map number 2. That's 5 rounds in a row in favor of Weddington. I mean, a great start on this defensive side. Cabarrus looked good early on this attacking side. This is the last round of this half before we swap over to our pistol rounds and put Weddington on this attacking side. But Cabarrus has not been able to get anything going on this attacking side after that timeout. And Weddington has just been winning out on a lot of these gunfights. And these retakes as well have just been looking super clean on the side of Weddington.
Yeah. Like, it's not even, there's necessarily been a massive play style change. Like, it's, like, literally just the mental looks better. I don't know what kind of pep talk they had during that break, but whatever it is, and those encouraging words are certainly working. So be a spike plant, though, that Cabarrus, and actually the first time we've seen everybody still standing by the time the spike has gone down. Lots of ults into play. Shadow step into the backline. Rupture with knives out as well, but opting to use the Vandal for now. Bare minimum, but Billie Jean's with a nice angle on the corner. I'm Lurking is sitting directly onto the spike, watching his teammates crumble around him, blinded for what seems like an eternity with a molly. Like, that is just a moment where it sucks to be a Cypher player. This would be the second round in a row that Weddington are going to extend that lead, and whew, they had a mountain to climb, starting from the very beginning of the day, and just like that, they've almost hit the peak of it.
Yeah, 7-5 now in that first half in favor of Weddington, now on that attacking side. This is the first time we'll see Cabarrus on the defense here on this map. Because each half you just play one side, which is always fun to see, kind of switch-ups of play style and approaches to the game for these next 12 rounds, if we even have 12 rounds to come here in this map number 2. But yeah, Rupture has been coming alive here on the later half of that defensive round, sitting 15-8, 14-9 as well on Tacho as well, being able to push Weddington into the lead here of this map number 2, as they are looking to possibly go towards this B hit. Cypher has set up on the A site instead. So this is a pretty clean B take if they look for it.
A quick work of it last time. Bullet Relic. Seems like the plan's going to be the same here. It is a pistol round after all, so these always get more chaotic, and it is often better to just 5-stack as a push, more likely to get an elimination, especially with defenders. But why are there 3 people currently stacked up in tiles? That concerns me quite a bit, and it should be concerning. Weddington walks straight into Billie Jean's crosshair. What in the world? This is going to be one of the strangest defensive plays that I have seen, but the fact that it is working is all the better. Cabarrus early could not have asked for a better start to their pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, they walked into 3 people, and they all died in tiles. So that is a pistol round if I've ever seen one, for certain.
Pistol round moment,
Yeah, pistol round moment indeed. Josby, the last one standing. A couple blinking health bars on the side of Cabarrus there, but not likely that they will be able to clean up those kills. Still 30 seconds left, so might as well go for Koi Bundle indeed. No Sentinels bundle yet that I've seen.
No Sentinels bundle. Guess they don't
Someone
want to
didn't listen to Zelsis. He even changed his name. He was send bundle
That's funny.
for a short time.
I love that. Man, this round has been
That's
wonderful. I mean, it's a nice one for Josephine, and hey, you go ahead and take that. Weddington still have the lead at the end of this, but given how your pistol rounds then lead into our lovely half-buy rounds, and your opponents are stuck on your pretty much classics for the most part, this is looking like to be a tie game once again.
Yeah, Cabarrus trying to capitalize on this bonus round that they do have after winning that pistol to tie this one up 7 apiece. Weddington looking over towards this A site yet again, but maybe splitting up just a little bit. We see Dead to Me walking over towards that B site, B mid area. Weddington looking to approach through tiles into mid. Nova trying to look down that scope, look down that site. We'll be able to find one. Rupture will be the one to go down. Great early pickup from Nova there on this bonus round.
202 to the dome. And this is uncharacteristic, to say the least, but... And yeah, you just have the angles on a lot of these players. Grabbing the ult points as you go around is always a smart decision when you can have them. Showstopper in particular. We didn't really even get to see a showstopper from Billie Jean now that I think about it. So if we can get one coming up here, and it looks rather explosive, certainly be a fan of that when it comes around, of course. So the attackers yet to really decide on a site. They're kind of reminiscing in the last round in tiles. They don't really have silence to work with. I mean, Nova's still holding down this angle and no armor. It's just a single body shot from a Marshall and you're insta dead. Simple as that. Flash chucked into the market. Not sure if that was meant for a mid angle or not. Either way, 30 seconds left to move through and start the plant.
30 seconds left.
Dawn will be marked out. Bare minimum, but without really any need to push him. It's just information nonetheless, and no indication of them wanting to push up on that. Float spotted out with the cam. He sees the tripwire here too, and with the players moving as close as they are, this is looking so well for a float rather. Spike is down. Dead to Me catches Billie Jeans with the knife out, grabs one, and Nova two. A quite comical finish to a Cabarrus early round win. We're tied up once more.
Dead to Me able to pick up 2 kills on the back end with the classic, but it will be 7-7 at the end of the day. Another very, very close map coming up. Weddington need to win this one to force a map number 3 in this best of 3 grand finals. Cabarrus trying to regain some momentum back in their favor on this defensive side to try to seal the deal and close out this series in a clean 2-0. Tying it up here is the first step of doing that after that 7-5 start on that attacking side. Weddington opting for this mid angle. The info dart will come out, spotting at least one member. Rupture, I believe, the one spotted out there over towards tiles. Smoke's coming down as well. Door broken open. And now the approach to B commences.
No, but that blind is going to hold all of Rupture's momentum. He dashed on in, but instantly whipped it around, and it's like, I'm not doing that. I might be crazy, but I'm not that crazy. Billie Jeans and Nova, though, still holding on this mid-long angle. I mean, Full Relic isn't giving that too much respect at all, which does scare me for the future. The drone should have spotted him out, and thankfully, Afloat opting for cover instead. A sigh of relief for both his teammates and everyone else who can see the enemies through the walls. Castler, though, has also been rather quiet in this match after having some insane performances earlier in the day. Just chugging every single piece of utility he has to one area. And it does its job. Weddington are now pushing through the side part of Elbow instead. Which is going to be very helpful in the long run of things. Tacho's the only one there. The smoke isn't favorable whatsoever. It's going to catch Gosler. Josephine. And okay, cleaning up. And Weddington aren't willing to get rid of this lead so easily.
Float as well, getting behind enemy lines, catching off Nova that had the Marshall in hand. Will reclaim the lead 8-7. Doing a great job at getting those kills. Joseby as well, finding that 2-piece in the chaos that was the middle of that round.
This goes here.
That to me again, getting these tripwires lined up to watch these flank angles that are very likely to happen considering Billie Jean and with Rupture are in this game. So
yeah.
both of them in this game on opposite teams is a wild thing to watch. It is a lot of good quality entertainment.
They do.
You see Dead to Me already taking the angle, the Roomba, as you call it, out in full force, but will unfortunately run out of batteries very, very early.
Yeah, bullets do kind of run batteries out pretty quick. Oh, that's
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Phantom, by the way, that he has.
That is a Phantom.
Yeah.
Good comms.
Gotcha.
Good comms. Look at you. Actual Valorant pro right now. You should go. You should go past
I should go
team.
play for Sen.
Yeah. You're so ready for this.
I think so.
Yeah. Unless the Seeker did break the door for this B push that's going for it. And Rupture, oh, okay. A rare whiff when it comes to these 1v1 duels. He's been so good at these fast turnarounds, so seeing him on the losing end of one, it's quite strange to say the least, but if you're I keep lagging, you take those any day of the week. Pult Relic has the flashes in and all the smokes you could possibly want right now. Cabarrus earlier searching for a way back into the site, though. Pushing through these smokes and checking for Dead to Me here. I keep lagging. We did a double take. So we come back to bite him. Showstopper out as well. Dead to Me putting in a lot of work and pushes it to a 1v1 situation. With the spike already down, Gassler has to defuse and gets the fake out, but Tacho has to hear the footsteps. That's not shift walking if I've ever seen it. Doesn't have any more time on the spike either. He needs to get Tacho now and move back, but it's going to be cutting it super close. He's not going to even have time to begin with. Weddington taking the round by default after stalling incredibly well.
And Weddington advancing up to a 9-7 round count. Gassler trying to escape with the rifle. They recognize that it doesn't have enough time, but not fast enough. Does find the kill onto Tacho. A good round all around from Cabarrus, but Weddington having that plant down early in that round means they are able to secure that one and put that one away. Full buys on the side of Weddington, and not quite the case on the side of Cabarrus. A must-win round if you are on the side of Cabarrus, in my eyes, if you are trying to recover some of this econ and get yourself back in this game.
Cabarrus started to find their rhythm, but you never count that pistol for too entirely much, honestly. Like, these are the rounds that do matter. These are the ones that you are going to be playing often on an even footing or uneven on this losing end. And it gives players like Rupture, like Tacho, this greater imbalance of power that they have at their disposal. So if we had to base it off of percentages, it's like a probably 65% chance that Weddington have of winning this map just on paper alone. And I have to scan if they really, really want to use it. They've been doing these either market to B or mid to Boba and then eventually over to B pushes. I'm curious if they try to go A this time. There's a couple players that are in that general vicinity, but yeah, there isn't much of a need. They are getting wrapped around pretty well, so Josephine has to move quickly. There's Billie Jean that's hot on their tail. Spike should start to be planted momentarily, but Josephine is scared. A Float Relic and Nova, everybody is lighting up the kill fleet until 3 remain. Gassler only has the molly. No more flashes remaining, so this is going to be difficult for him to come up with much of anything, especially with how Tacho played around their teammates so well. I mean, those are the kind of things that Weddington do. While they might be small, it wins them rounds completely.
A timeout now coming through on the side of Cabarrus. 10-7 the scoreline, 3 rounds away from forcing this map 3 for Weddington. A good timeout taken from Cabarrus, I'd say, having to really navigate how you get back in this game. The econ is struggling. Weddington is hot right now. Ultimates available, specifically the Blade Storm up for Rupture. Could do a lot of damage. Cabarrus have to find a way to play around that and the momentum that Weddington is playing with right now.
Yeah. With all the ultimates that Weddington will be able to pop here, and this isn't a bad call on the timeout. Not only for, of course, Cabarrus to regroup, but also for Weddington to okay, we can plan this out. And all right, if we want to go in, we can use Blade Storm, we can save our economy. If we need to buy somebody later on, or just kind of take that. You're on a couple round wins. It's not the end of the world. If we're looking at more of this neutral theft scan that the Cypher is going to have access to. Those are the things that we're looking at a bit more carefully. With these rounds starting to come closer, Cabarrus early, like they were so close to, they had such a strong start on this map. Like as soon as we started this and I saw that 4-1 lead, I'm like, we're just gonna get ourselves another situation as in a set. Like this finals can end here, but with Weddington as strong as they've come back and with a 3-round lead right now, I'm starting to question this. We could very well be heading to a round 3 after all.
Yeah, map 3 is seeming very, very likely. I mean, Cabarrus need to find 6 rounds in a row if they want to put this one away. Weddington only needing the 3. Rupture does have the Blade Storm up and available. Smoke coming down in mid as well. I'm lurking on the cams, just seeing if any rotations are coming through from any unwanted persons in the area. Pushing through the smoke now. Tacho able to find 2.
What?
But I keep lagging, able to answer back with 3. Tacho, Rupture able to find 1 with the Blade Storm. Tacho had popped the ultimate, needs to try to find a kill in the next 15 seconds to keep themselves alive. I keep lagging, has 10 health, will almost find a float. Tacho, the ult does not find a kill. Now it's just Billie Jean left standing. Rupture and a float still alive on the side of Weddington. Bulldog in hand, full health, no utility available for Billie Jean. Trying to play it slow, knows that a float is in the area, will be able to find 1, and now has a Vandal. The guns are even, the defuse, trying to stick it, at least get it up to half.
There's
Maybe
no
the
way.
full stick coming through.
Okay.
Rupture will be able to recognize that the defuse was being stuck, finds the knife to the face, and will be able to secure that round for Weddington.
You know that thing, it's like pros don't fake?
Yeah.
He didn't fake, but Rupture's like, I don't trust you. Like,
no,
there's so many players. Like, it's often safer to just wait for people to come back out because they are scared, having no clue where Rupture was. Billie Jean's like, you know what? I'm in it to win it. If we get the defuse, great. If not, oh well. We GG go next. Now Cabarrus early have all the ultimates in the world to work with. I'm looking specifically in the direction of this KO player. I mean, Gosler can just buy them in past any of Dead to Me's utility. Worry about the Sova drone, at least early on, but like we got to use them early, we got to use them soon. You're running out of time for these rounds to win, and if we're seeing Cabarrus early lose another round in a row, you're not going to get a full economy.
Tacho already, already able to find that kill on to Billie Jean. The Rays out of the way. 5v4 now for Weddington. Still hovering around this mid-door area. Rupture going to open that one up. And we're able to find 1. Dead to Me finding the other one. That's a 5v2 now. The push, the call to go over to B. It's Gassler and I keep lagging. Left alive for Cabarrus.
Planted the spike.
2 leading players for the squad, but still just trying to find their bearings, find their footing in this map, number 2, and a 2v5. If they win this one, that's one way to get that momentum back in favor, but it doesn't look like they are going to go on that contest, opting to save these rifles, knowing that they're going to need them for the next round.
Yeah, the next round and everyone after that. I mean, Weddington are going to go up on map point right now, so if there's any chance of Cabarrus early closing out this series in only 2 maps, well, better hope you can do it with the 2 rifles you have. Rupture, though, is on the hunt. The entirety of Weddington is on the hunt. They know that they're in the spawns. Okay, you grab Rupture. That's pretty nice to go ahead and work with. I mean, they're still pushing up, and it's I keep letting it go for killing the entire team. Oh, man, I wish that they ended up going in.
They killed everyone. I don't know how, but that was amazing. They kept the rifles. They don't win the round, unfortunately, after that insane play for that post plant, but now they still have those rifles available. They need to win 5 in a row to try to find this overtime matchup, as we do have a slight pause. We don't know what's going on just yet, but hopefully we will understand that soon enough.
This year we did have a disconnect from a float Relic just after he ended up dying in our previous round. So important player to have back, especially with how close Weddington are to this win. And especially Weddington is a team that has a wonderful story behind them with the direction that they've had to take, where they started their season at a pretty low point and kind of progressively improved. They have a 12-player roster, and like swapping those pieces in and out, seeing who matched where, and now find themselves beating the team that shut them out in the first place and moving ahead to the grand finals on match point. It's going to have to be map 3 if Weddington want a chance at this prize pool that's available. Cabarrus, though, if there's any team that's capable of a comeback of this magnitude, it's them.
Yeah, Cabarrus putting all their money, all their credits that they have available towards any big gun that they can possibly get their hands on. I keep lagging, holding the angle over towards A, but Billie Jean already getting the kill onto Rupture. Tacho goes down. Billie Jean goes down to Tacho, excuse me. Joseby, the plant already down as well. 4v4. Cabarrus has all their ultimates available. I'm Lurking does get spotted out. Joseby able to find the head and click on it to perfection. 3v4 now. Cabarrus needs to try to find a response. Needs to try to find these angles. I keep lagging on this flank angle. We'll be able to find one. Joseby goes down. Tacho will respond. Gosler now trying to find the response, but dead to me. Tacho finding 3. Weddington forcing a map 3 in this grand finals.
I wouldn't have our conference title match go any other way. We've seen so many teams within the METROLINA conference have ups and downs throughout the days, and this is just another one of those instances. Weddington and Cabarrus early college both have had incredible strengths on each of the maps that we've seen them play on so far, and they leave it up to the decider. And again, I have no idea which way this is going to go. We saw a 13-10 and then a 13-7, even though Weddington really started to edge out Central Cabarrus. As with any competition, the team that can keep themselves level-headed, level-minded are going to be the ones to close out the day. One more map decides that conference title. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. We have one more map to go in this grand finals between Cabarrus Early College and Weddington. Very close series so far. We have no idea where this thing is going to go. We are at a map 3. We have the map and the picks up and ready for you guys. It is going to be split to end the day here today. Weddington won map 2, forcing this map 3. Cabarrus winning that map 1 on Ascent. So this is really a toss-up. Both teams have been playing so well today.
We've seen, again, immense improvements across the course of the season. These past 4 weeks have been hard dedication from Cabarrus Early College and Weddington on the line right now, both seeding for the UNC Charlotte Regionals Championships, but also $100 per starting player to go to the winning team today, which is a nice handful of cash. And we're going to do it on a map that we haven't seen any VESL teams play on so far. Split is coming into the map pool for the first time today, and this intrigues me a lot, especially when I look in the direction of Rupture. This is just the kind of map that's going to lean towards his play style. Yeah,
Rupture is the run and gun style kind of player, right? You see an enemy player, you go chase them till either you or them are off the map and out of the game for the remainder of that round. Very similar picks coming through from both sides. Weddington, pretty much the exact same comp that we saw running for map 2 there.
Yep.
I'm lurking, switching off, I believe, of the Cypher back on to this KJ here as well. So pretty similar kind of approaches from both teams yet again. Yeah, this is really just a toss-up. I think this map can go either way. Split, we haven't seen from any team just yet. This is the decider for the grand finals, and I cannot wait to jump into it, and we will jump into it right away. We have Weddington on the defensive side to start things off. Cabarrus on the attacking. Billie Jean back on this Jet pick. Jet versus Jet, which one performs the most? Which one will take the win today? Who knows?
Well, we're about to find out. Rupture, the king of pushing through choke points, and also Dead to Me. Look at these one-way cages that they're placing right now, and I can tell this guy definitely watches some Valorant YouTube, knows how to play around Cypher, has a lot of these setups in order, and part of the reason why this Sentinel in particular has been one of the strongest over time, and specifically on Site B of Split here. It'll be a mid-push up and towards Vents by the looks of it. You're going to get massive sound cues around here, but look where Rupture is! Rupture's already behind them! Grab Gassler, Tacho with a second on top of that. I mean, this, again, is why I believe in Weddington, when it comes to their defense, it's stronger because of their willingness to aggress.
Tacho and Rupture finding 2 kills apiece in a very quick, flawless pistol round to open things up on this defensive side. Oh, it was Josby, excuse me, with 2-piece. Rupture finding 1 with the Sheriff early on in that round. Now the bonus round coming through from Weddington, hoping to advance up to that 2-0 scoreline here early on. But as we've seen in the previous maps, that doesn't always mean that you are going to win it all. We'll have to see if Weddington can change that one here on this first half on this defensive side. Dead to Me already getting those lineups, those setups underway on this Cypher.
It's the first pistol round that Weddington have won, as a matter of fact.
That is true.
In this series, which is kind of crazy to think about, especially with how they've played so far. And not really taking that too much to heart. Dead to Me, though. Kind of got bombarded, though. Bit off more than they could chew. Cabarrus at least grabbing 1 stinger. Something for Joseph B to go ahead and work with, but not a whole lot at the same time. And Billie Jean is kind of holding this angle. This is weird. Pushing out a vent, and he jumps in with a Spectre. Are you mad, kid? Yeah, probably. That was a crazy aggressive push. When you have pistols, though, it's the only reasonable thing to go ahead and do. So, quick 2 rounds over to Weddington.
Yeah, you're not losing much when you have a classic in your hand. You get that at the start of the game no matter what for free. So, might as well see if you can use it to its maximum capability. the shotgun shot that the Classic can do. I think it's, what, 3 bullets or so. A little cluster gets shot out when you right-click. Left-click is, of course, the single bullet. So might as well just see if you can get something with it down on the ropes, but not able to do so. 2-0 lead, opening up this defensive side for Weddington. Cabarrus now looking over again towards this A side.
Yeah. Guess what I'm Lurking's doing?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say they're lurking.
Which is big, because guess what? We're not seeing a rupture push through the attacker's spawn, and Cabarrus already have a pick off in their favor. So I'm Lurking is getting their job done. Site B is clear for now, though. So really, now it's more at a disadvantage. You have no idea where these guys are at, and it just gets you more space in the long run of things as the turret is B site locked down and actually ended up clearing it for their teammates. I love this play from Cabarrus early college, doing the damage on one part of the map, identifying that the rest have clear, and taking the smaller risk and taking it for free.
Yeah, I mean, I love the rotation coming through from Cabarrus here. Getting that plant down on B in that 2v4 situation. It's unlikely that Weddington will come over to try and contest this one. I mean, the post-plant lineups have already been solidified. They're already on lock right now for Cabarrus. You can already see Weddington moving as a unit of 2. Possibly splitting off here towards that attacker spawn, and sewers is Tacho just trying to possibly pick up some kills, get some extra cash here for this 4th round that will be coming up. Josby does have the Bulldog in hand, a very good gun when it comes to these kind of scenarios.
Still time, though. This is all just a retake. How much can Josby manage to get? All right, 1, not too shabby. 1 less rifle. We don't have to worry about Sivix. Chacho! Woohoo! Nova! That was close. Thankfully, Sova will manage to keep his hands on a rifle time being and give Cabarrus their first round on split. And yeah, this is just one of those games. You don't know what's going to happen until it actually happens. And Weddington, for the first time, started their series out in a lead, no longer having to take this comeback sort of situation. And Cabarrus early, who are historically performing in their best, winning like 6-7 consecutive rounds in a row. And not to have that here, is that really going to come back and affect them later? Are they going to have to be one of this later half teams?
Yeah, Tacho, Josby, both 5-0, Josby 5-1.
Yeah.
Looking super, super strong to open up this map number 3. Cabarrus trying to get this mid control. I keep lagging. The one with the spike moving over towards this garage area towards B, but still playing it very slow, very safe. Cabarrus trying to get control over these ropes up into this heaven area on A site. The drop does come through, but now look at the rotation from Weddington. Rupture already over towards that B site. I am lurking. Will find the kill onto a float, giving Cabarrus the advantage.
It's like the KJ lurking map. This is it. Like my favorite map to play KJ, and I think it's time lurking too, judging by their positioning thus far. Well, it's worked out well. I mean, Tacho is just on a hot streak. Hasn't really been stopped since their 7th eliminations it gotten, and it never really been punished for it either. So, massive improvements from the Weddington squad, but they push up, enemy got behind them! Oh, Cabarrus early, they had no idea what was coming! The sound of death silenced by the Phantom.
This is where I wish we got like Rocket League replays in Valorant, because that was an insane play that to me just pulled. Coming through that heaven area, finding that 3-piece to secure that round almost instantaneously for Weddington. The momentum and the morale is definitely high on the side of Weddington right now. I would think so. After a play like that to me should be feeling pretty happy about himself right now. 3-1 lead. Yeah.
I need 7-0 Clove. That does help too.
That does indeed help. With the ultimate up and available here for the 5th round. Rupture does go down. I keep lagging. Finding 1 with the Vandal.
There you go. Chacho's going to be extra careful not to die now. It's like, okay, how long can I go without losing my life? And building up the econ. Did end up buying for a teammate, as a good teammate should. You gotta share the wealth sometimes. Oh, I love that. Friendly teammates.
We love it when someone buys something for you. You know, you're like, you owe me one. You know.
Yeah. You owe me one. But it's also
You owe
like,
me one,
I'm
yeah.
giving you a stronger gun so you don't die, and then I don't die because you're dead. Like,
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It's a win-win, right?
It is, it is. A big part of imagining this economy, which thankfully we're not getting these massive amounts of rounds going one direction. Nova does dodge the flash. Just keeping them alive. Can't say the same for the Sentinel players of this lobby. 40 seconds though. There's a Spike really on the move. It was hanging out in B main for a while before eventually moving towards A. Cabarrus are a team that will hold on to this Spike and kind of keep it back until they can confirm an elimination and a push forwards for their teams. There should be an A plant with only Tacho remaining. No deaths on board. Surely they don't kill everybody here.
It's Tacho's time to shine. Rifle in hand. I keep lagging.
Uh-oh.
Still lurking
Spike
in this
planted.
heaven area.
Ooh,
Well,
nice
that
shot.
didn't last long. Nova able to find the kill up in heaven. 7-1 now. Tacho on this Clove.
We got this.
Still looking super strong. 3-2 scoreline, 1 round differential through the first 5.
Yeah, hey. Tacho's like, okay. Now it's more relieving. It's like, okay, I don't have to do anymore. It's fine. No, less pressure on the controller player, so you go ahead and take those. If you're Weddington right now, slowly those ultimates are starting to creep their way on up. Hunter's Fury, though, and can be used to clear a lot of this space, particularly over towards Heaven. Pushing up ramp on an A site is rather brutal, but we once again find ourselves in this spot where Cabarrus, they spread themselves thin, forcing mistakes out of Weddington before actually committing with that spike. And it's worked every time they've won a round so far. And any other times that they've really pulled it out previously, and West Weddington just happens to win every single one that actually ends up getting taken. So Cabarrus, a smart play for them to pull out to. It does allow rotations, and it's more of this, what can I make my opponent do wrong before I do it right? Did him even with an Ares here, and daring somebody to push down B garage, and thankfully no one has attempted to do so thus far, otherwise they'd be in a world of hurt.
Cabarrus playing very, very slow right now.
Ooh, Tacho.
Tacho finding the angle towards ropes, able to find I'm Lurking the KJ out of the way. Still though,
Charges. Right here.
Blue Jean is in the area. We'll be able to find one. Tacho does pop the ultimate. Now we'll need to try to find the kill. Nova finding one, but Tacho will be able to revive themselves. Gasser will climb up,
30 seconds
be able to
left.
secure the kill from that main A entrance. But now the B control surrendered by Dead to Me. See Billie Jean and I keep lagging in the area. The rotation coming through from Gazzler as well.
Last player standing. 10
Gazzler.
seconds left.
At least grabs one. Is the spike going to go down there? You have to. It takes 4 seconds to plant the spike. So if you're going to get it, you have to book it. And they don't even need to worry about it. Dead to Me is caught out. And there you go. We've managed to even that scoreboard once again throughout the day today. We've only had 1 lead change, interestingly enough, though.
Yeah.
Cabarrus going to give us our second, and perhaps the reason for their early as ever timeouts.
Cabarrus will take the timeout here
Not incredibly
before
early.
round 7, tying things up again. Tied at 3 apiece right now. Weddington looking good on the defensive side, but Cabarrus as well playing the slow offensive attacking style. Opting to send 1B, 2 mid, 2A in that final round, able to find some trades across the board and eventually find that rotation over to B and find those final kills to secure that victory. But yeah, Cabarrus, I like the slow approach that they're taking on this attacking side, not trying to go too deep, too far, too fast, playing calm, cool, collected Valorant, and sticking with a very powerful defense that is Weddington.
We've seen both Weddington and Cabarrus early college take approaches in the past that are like typically fighting fire with fire. Those are the things that they go with. But they've changed that. Cabarrus early decided, okay, instead of feeding into Weddington, why don't we try to make them feed into us, and we can kind of quench this flame that they're kind of pushing out. So it's more of a reactive strategy instead, which can work in very different ways. As soon as the changes come through, I mean, look at it. They've managed to even up the score and have been rather back and forth. Not any glaring things that you're like, I'm not so sure about that one, and kind of keep moving on with your day. Cabarrus, though, quite the utility. or ultimates specifically, should they want to take a fast push. 4 of them, more exact, and no Rupture or Float Relic in their path. Nice push down mid, clears out the Heaven area, and avoids all of Dead to Me's utility entirely. So these tripwires no longer concerned, especially now that Dead to Me no longer has a life to cling on to.
Yeah, Tacho now has to find that rotation out to come and try to aid Josephine on this retake. 2v5. Lots of ultimates available for Cabarrus. Wouldn't expect them to be used this round given the man advantage that they do have currently. Josephine hovering around this Heaven area. Tacho trying to get in behind to find this angle, to find this pinch onto at least one of these members. The flash comes through, but it gets Tacho as well.
Ooh.
Is not able to find that kill. Josephine finds one from Heaven. That's Billie Jean out of the way, but it looks like Tacho is going to run for the hills with only 10 HP to their name, saving the Vandal. Josephine doing the same. Cabarrus now hightailing it out of there, waiting for that spike to finally explode. That's the first lead now for Cabarrus in this map 3 of this grand final.
You go ahead and take that. The first lead change that Cabarrus has had. Well, one, they never lost the lead in map number 1, and they were the ones who lost said lead in Sunset. So
yeah,
having this now, it's like, all right, Cabarrus, we're not going to take that Sunset loss to heart. I mean, this is a team that is able to keep fighting. We talked a little bit before the break about how in any sort of competition, but especially one such as esports, it's the competitors that are able to have the stronger mental game, this recovery sort of attitude of just move on, forget what happened, and adjust as needed. Cabarrus has been that team so far. Billie Jean, though, an aggressive play. Josephine, though, holding such a close angle. And no idea what was actually going on in that moment. Quick push that we're seeing from Cabarrus early that is just getting punished. I am lurking. Grabs a couple. It's Rupture's classic kill, of course. Why not? Both the players are on site. Did catch them out, though. You can spam through that little box that you're seeing on the point, and with Dead to Me's ultimate, it just got a whole lot harder for these defenders to work with. Waller ain't hiding this time.
Rupture able to find that kill on the Gazzer as well. The knives are up and available. 16 health remaining. Dead to Me finding the last one. The knives still up to plant. The defuse, excuse me, coming through. I keep lagging. Finds the kill, but Rupture with the knives. The right click, indeed. Able to find the kill. The 3-piece coming through for Rupture, tying it back up at 4.
Last-stitch effort. Rupture got scared there. Since Jet's rework a while back is making sure that you can't refresh your knives after you get a kill with right-click. Like, it's all you got. It sends all the knives forwards, and you better hope at least 3 of them hit in order to secure that final elimination. And Rupture made it happen with 16 HP to spare. Weddington tied themselves on up, and it didn't take a whole lot for them to do so either. This is really just those 2 ultimates and primarily the information that Dead to Me had. Rupture and Dead to Me playing off of each other as well as they did is the most impressive thing out of that round.
And now hovering around this mid area is Rupture. Josephine able to find one early pick onto Billie Jean, trying to get aggressive but unable to find that kill. I keep lagging. Able to find that kill in mid onto Rupture, though. Good pickup. Rupture getting aggressive, trying to get into that sewer area. Now I keep lagging. We'll come face to face with Dead to Me, but will win out on that exchange yet again as well. 3v4 now in favor of Cabarrus. They rotate now over towards this B side. I'm lurking, finds one, but not after a float. Was able to find one in favor of Weddington as well. Now a 3v2, Tacho and Josephine, the last 2 standing.
Spike down. But if we've learned anything, 2v3s are kind of Weddington's thing.
Yeah.
Throughout the day-to-day, Tacho has plenty of smokes and honestly full utility to be able to work with. Curious what the same is for the rest of their teammates. Even just the sky flashes here would be wonderful for these teams. They're going to hear the drop down. Tacho, there's a player hiding behind the box. Can they land the shots? No, it's just Josephine. 4K or bust right now. Can get themselves on the spike. At least start to force it. Has a little bit of time to work with. Not sure if they caught out I keep lagging or not. Didn't have any sound cues and kind of keeps weaving this around. I keep lagging is doing exactly what they need to do. Buy their time, wait for the right moment to strike. Coming away with 4, and a Cabarrus lead again.
Yeah, 4-piece there for I Keep Lagging. 5-4 now. Weddington not having the lead here in a few rounds in a row, having to tie this one up, and then Cabarrus striking back with that next round to keep this 1-round lead. 3 ultimates up on the board. Billie Jean and Nova, the Bladestorm and the Hunter's Fury. Very, very useful abilities, especially that Hunter's Fury post-plant, able to really just sit back from a distance and shoot that bow and arrow through all the walls in the map and try to connect with where that spike was planted.
Yep. The shorty play. The drone didn't see them. Oh, this is why. This is real. They're going to catch it. There goes one player through the smoke, ends up getting flash shows up here. That's what we like to see. I'm lurking, though, is on the high grounds and did wrap around. And that, at the end of the day, is the better play. And it was smart. Get the one trade on the economy that Weddington are kind of playing off of here. So whatever they can manage to grab or rifles you take from Cabarrus Early College is going to be the main goal of this round.
Yeah, I'm lurking, able to pick up 2 in that high ground area in heaven. Now dropping down the plant. Already coming through, dead to me. Rupture, excuse me. There we go. Billie Jean able to pick that one up, picking up 2 as well. Dead to me dropping with the Sheriff. Not able to connect on any of the shots. The Stinger, the last one left for a float. The flash coming through. Trying to just escape to safety, but Billie Jean already in position. A 3K coming through for the Jet and a 2-round lead for Cabarrus.
Slowly starting to extend this lead further. Granted, it was a Weddington save round. Only so much that really could be done in the long run of these gunfights, especially when Cabarrus Early College were taking as much initiative as they did. Billie Jean asserting themselves at the top of Cabarrus Early's KD, where it's been a lot of Josephine and Tacho. Rupture, it's unusual to see them this low, and perhaps, like, it's been a long day of Valorant. This is each of these teams' 3rd series that they've played, and all of them have been close. 4 maps, 3 hours at least that they've pulled out, and it gets exhausting. Like, your hands slow down, your mental starts thinking, but Tacho and Josephine have only gotten better as the day has gone on, stepping up for the team when they need it the most. Weddington, actually, a round win that they're desperately gonna have.
Josephine able to find 2. Still this A push coming through from Cabarrus. Dead to me, able to find 1. Gazler already off the board. I Keep Lagging. The last one standing. 5 health and a Dream. Dead to me, taking that swing with the Phantom. Able to secure that round victory. Brings it within 1. And yes, that is a Phantom. I got it right.
Woohoo!
Look at that.
You learned something new today.
We did learn something new today. We learned what just basic silhouettes can do. Yeah.
No. I totally thought you were pulling my leg earlier.
Yeah, I don't know why. It always tricks me up sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the heat of the moment. I'm not really...
They're completely different shapes. I don't see it
Yeah,
then.
no, I can see it now.
Okay.
I think I should look at the magazine more than the barrel.
Yeah. That'll probably help
Because the Phantom's the straight down and the Vandal has the curve to it.
They'll do it.
Yeah, I think that'll help me a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, they essentially do the same thing.
That's true.
But a lot of players do prefer the Vandals just because guaranteed one-tap headshot. Downside, spray control, significantly harder. If you can master spray control on a Vandal, I mean, good for you. There's very few players in the world that can do that. So it's a lot of just, you got to line up these first shots and you got to do it in tap strafes, or you can be Billie Jean and run in with the Phantom for a second, getting shades of Rupture out here. I mean, regardless of how long Billie Jean has had to play the game of Valorant throughout the day today, he's continued to remain consistent for Cabarrus Early College and a solid pillar for them to fall back on.
2 members of Weddington, now 1 member of Weddington up towards heaven. Afloat, opting to drop down instead. Will possibly be able to find 1. Won't be able to find the kills. Gazler able to find that response. The knives out as well for Billie Jean here. Tacho just trying to find the response, trying to find these angles, but won't be able to do so. The first half and 7-5 in favor of Cabarrus.
Okie dokie. This is also the narrowest lead we've had heading into a halftime. Over the course of our maps. However, it's not really by too much. The biggest concern right now should be, of course, Dojabi and Tacho, who've been playing pretty much out of their minds, but it's come from this defensive positioning.
Yeah.
Neither have been incredibly. We haven't seen a ton of utility out of Weddington, honestly. It's been a lot of just taking these positions smartly and then playing off of the gunplay correctly, which is great. It's a massive part of Valorant, but the utility can make a lot of these things easier, and it's much more necessary in an attacking spot where you need to use it to initiate. And that's kind of what I want to see in play here, especially for Weddington making this transition.
Weddington now on this attacking side, moving up through mid. Billie Jean already able to answer with a kill. A float going down the KO off the board. Nova, however, Rupture able to find a return kill. Now going in through ropes up towards this heaven angle. Rupture able to find another, but not before Dead to Me falls. 3v3 situation. The rotation still coming through from Cabarrus. I keep lagging. Still in the area. 2 members. I'm lurking. And Billie Jean hovering around this heaven area. Josephine has a good angle. Just keep holding that one, and you will likely be able to find a kill.
Ooh.
Billie Jean able to win out on the fight. However, Tacho able to find a return kill. Still a 2v2 situation. Favored towards Weddington due to
Defuse is
the
on,
low
though.
health.
They're sticking. They're sticking the defuse. Surely they don't let this happen. No. Billie Jean. Oh, right under their noses. Weddington had that. It was all theirs for the taking. Oh.
Pros don't fake.
Pros don't fake.
Pros don't fake.
Pros don't fake.
And Billie Jean, you are now a pro. Congratulations. Contract, roll it out. Sign right here, please. 8-5 now in favor of Cabarrus. Pulling away with this map 3. Weddington not able to get anything under the belt here in that pistol round. But still, that was just the pistol round, so still not a whole lot to really look at just yet on this attacking side from Weddington.
No, Cabarrus early. Honestly, it was Weddington win. If it wasn't for Billie Jean's guts of steel there,
Yeah.
it would have been a much different situation. And Weddington are even playing this slower point on the choke, which once again brings back the point where Cabarrus early have just been slightly better with their utility throughout the day, even if they have had less consistency in the gunplay, unless your name is Billie Jean, of course. After picking up the good old sheriff himself. Just grabbed one, but again, like, look at these smokes. You just can't push into them. We don't see that from Weddington. Cabarrus early just understand how to use their utility in a defensive spot. And it slows down Weddington to a degree that, honestly, it makes them struggle a lot more in this attacking position.
Still opting to try to go through this mid-angle. I keep lagging. Has the knife out, jumps through that little window.
Nice.
Rupture on the chase, able to find one. Giving them the advantage, the dash in on to the site, up in the air, up and over. Gazler able to find one, finds two. The Marshall, I'm looking, Gazler finding 3, pulling Rabbit out of a hat is Cabarrus. 9-5, a 4-round lead now in map 3.
That was a no-scope, too, from the Marshall. Like, point blank, that was switching from the Classic, doing your right-click, and then no-scope from the Marshall, switching back to the Classic, another right-click. Like, incredible play there. Ooh, you don't see those every day at all. A wonderful showing. But isn't also Cabarrus early? They're starting to sneak away with this lead, Ben.
Cabarrus, 4-round lead, 4 rounds away from winning the METROLINA Conference region for their high school. Weddington trying to claw back, opting for the B main push through garage. The flash to suppress everything is going tossed into that garage. Holy util indeed. That was a lot of usage, but no one pushing up from Cabarrus just yet.
Yeah. And this is actually not bad, though. You wait the util out, and then you go in and take the fight. So Cabarrus early, while they do use their util a lot more often, they do use it early and impulsively here. That was Rupture, kind of clearing these paths. Grab one, Tacho, and Dead to Me, grabbing the rest. The only place that hasn't been cleared is Heaven, so I float knows Spike Plant is pretty dang safe, at least for the time being, and we know how badly Weddington need to get themselves on the board for this attack.
Yeah, only 2 members left alive for Cabarrus to the 5 of Weddington. Vandals, full buys in hand on the sides. on all the players of Weddington here. The plant already down, as well as Sheriff and a Spectre on the side of Cabarrus. Not looking likely that they'll be able to win out on many of these gunfights, especially with the crossfire that is going to be set up. We see Josephine as well trying to, well, never mind. I keep lagging, able to find one onto Rupture. The one tap Sheriff, able to connect to Float, able to find that one dead to me as well, able to clean up that backside, but the spike, the explosion does catch a Float on the way out. So one less Vandal, but still a round win nevertheless.
Hey, you take the one that you get. That's okay. You got credits. It's fine. Most of your team has credits, so it's kind of fine. Cabarrus, though, this will be more of their buy round. Couldn't really afford to do so previously. Or, excuse me, they could, but this will be the last one should they end up losing it. Especially with Rupture, the only one that really won't have any form of rifle coming into this point. The enemy setting up these tripwires so defensively. No, like, look at this. They've seen players just push up through a lot of these mid-chokes that they're not taking any chances from here on out, but, like, it's just Tacho winning these gunfights. Weddington have had the superior duelists and really just aim duels throughout the day today, and it's just come to these util that loses them a lot of these fights and gives Cabarrus Early College that advantage when they can manage to pull it off, and it's such an interesting dynamic to have between two teams.
The rotation coming through from Weddington. They were looking towards that B garage push yet again, but are opting now to rotate back out. The blades up and available for Rupture.
A blade.
A blade. Oh. One singular blade. I keep lagging, able to find one onto Tacho. Float answering back. Billie Jean in heaven, able to find a response as well. 3v3 now. The spike planted on the side of Weddington on this A site. All three members of Cabarrus up towards this heaven area. We just now see I'm Lurking kind of going down towards that A main. Legion, I believe, dropped down as well. Nova likely to follow to get this push coming through. All three members dead to me, able to find one onto I'm Lurking. Dead to me, finding 227 health left on Billie Jean. Not able to find that final kill. Huddled in that little corner behind that wall. 7-9 now. Weddington clawing back.
No, Weddington ain't letting Cabarrus Early College get to this double digits too easily.
Yep.
Or really by any matter. So this is a good timeout called, even though it's a little bit earlier in the round. But hey, Cabarrus Early College, something's got going right here, and Weddington has started to step it up. And I brought it up a couple times throughout these past couple rounds, but just the difference in aim duels and having more players that are fluent in a lot of these different techniques, such as more of these strafing, the tap strafing that's been going on. I've seen a little bit of that today. But again, the difference in utility. When Cabarrus Early College are on the same page and can combo up their flashes, their smokes, or even like the shock darts at times, that's when they're going to win those battles. Weddington haven't really shown to do the same thing because they just win it outright with the weapons.
Yeah, Weddington has been doing a good job at finding these attack angles, but Cabarrus has not been able to really get these retakes under control. They're losing too many people on these rotations. I mean, Tacho especially able to find a lot of these early picks in multiple rounds here on this attacking side has been wildly beneficial for Weddington, right? Of course, any early pick is good, but Cabarrus has not been able to find a return trade or a response from any member on their squad just yet. Sliding 2 rounds in a row back over towards Weddington. Rupture again alongside Dead to Me, walking through this mid angle, the cage down as well. Billie Jean does have the knives up and active.
Yeah.
So if Billie Jean is taken off the board early here, that would be very, very beneficial for Weddington. Tacho finding 2. Gassler and Nova already off the board. Billie Jean now trying to find this rotation back over towards this B site as the plant is going down.
Spike planted.
Several times we've seen Tacho push through garage, and every single one, Tacho gets both of the players that have been holding in that general area, and it's not a good look for Cabarrus early college, who kind of need them in order for these retakes to happen. A lot more pressure onto Billie Jean, who hasn't been dealt with yet. All the knives go wide straight into Joseph, another player who's been on fire here on Split. Weddington, that lead, they can smell it. It's getting closer to them. One round separating our two grand finals teams. They can taste that conference championship, and this got to be one of the closest maps that we've had all day.
Yeah, I'd love to see what the economy is looking like right now, because Weddington, that's 3 round wins in a row, I believe, for this squad. It was a 9-5, now it's a 9-8. Weddington's looking, yeah, look at that economy, looking super good right now. Full buys across the board. On the side of Cabarrus, they just can't get their guns, right? They can't win out on these gunfights, and they can't find this round to send them up to 10 to bring back some even gunplay in this map 3. A B garage approach again, possibly coming through from Weddington.
Especially for looking at these ultimates right now. Both shutdowns. One from Weddington, popped on out first, attempting to avoid the Cypher utility. Doesn't quite catch the Cypher until later, and that's why you got your good guy, Rupture. Even though he's been silent in our Split map, he still has this crazy pop-off potential and a perfect entry. Weddington have. Now it's just all about that post plant.
It's a 5v3 yet again. Billie Jean and I'm Still Lagging finds one. Tacha will pop the ultimate, however. Still keeping this a 5v1 now situation. Rupture able to find a third dead to me, finding I'm Lurking up in heaven. We're tied at 9 in this third map of this grand finals.
We knew it was going to be close. We knew that much.
Yeah, this is certainly a very close matchup. Could not have asked for a better finals coming through from the METROLINA Division Conference here for the VESL.
And the METROLINA Conference has really delivered when it's come to these teams, these actions. And we haven't really, like, we've only been in the METROLINA Conference. Like, these are our teams. We've known them. We've seen them at least 2 to 3 times prior to today. And it's like a proud parent moment, like watching them like grow up and succeed and improve as a team. And, like, it's just so, it's such a good feeling. I can't even describe it. And of course, some things do never change. That's Billie Jean in the kill feed for the first pick. There's a second, as a matter of fact, a 2-on-1. All right, Joseph B striking on back, a player that only recently has started for the Weddington roster and putting in the work on the hours. For the Sky, a character we don't see a ton of in recent times. The spike is down, though, and that's not a good spot to have to go get it at all. But lucky for the defense, they can just surround it all they want.
Rupture on a nice flank here up towards this heaven area. No one is watching that angle. Joseby able to find one on the I'm Looking, and then Rupture and Joseby will take the peak together from both sides. 10-9 now. Weddington back in charge, back in the lead. The credit, the economy looking super strong. Cabarrus running out of answers. They need to find something now. They want to stay alive in this map 3.
Ben, that's Weddington's 5th round win in a row right now.
Yeah.
Like that, something's got to change. Something has to stop. Joseby is having the game of his life. Like, I'm shocked we haven't seen him even sooner than before, just in last week in general. He's having such a great performance, and what can he really ask more for from an initiate player of this caliber? The Seekers are in line here. It's going to be great for picking out where these defenders are, deciding what site to go to. You got the flashes, the blinds, and that's where that util, that Weddington, it's slowly starting to come into play.
Flash coming through from Joseby up into that heaven area. It's going to be a hard push coming through. Rupture able to find one. Nova already down in heaven. The rotations coming through. I'm Lurking, just running for the hills, trying to stay alive, waiting for reinforcements, waiting for Billie Jean, who has the only rifle on the team, to come back. Still in that sewers mid area afloat, able to find I Keep Lagging. Rupture as well, finding I'm Lurking. In the meantime, Gazler still alive. Rupture does go down as a 4v2. Billie Jean finally enters the fray up in heaven, but they know that they're there. The knife will spot them out afloat, climbing the rope. Billie Jean running for the hills.
Wow.
Gazler goes down. Billie Jean just has to save the rifle, has to have some hope left to try to find a round win.
It's crazy. Here, Weddington are gatekeeping Cabarrus
Yeah.
from double digits right now. To think with how this game started, it was so back and forth, and to see Weddington just running away with it? Not at all what we expected to see. Any day, any team could really show up, and so far it's been a lot of these individual players in Josephine, in Tacho, and I love to see the love it's shared and spread. Only 2 round wins away from claiming that conference title, securing that seeding, and it's gotta be scary. Like, those nerves are getting high. This is where your heart rate starts increasing. It's like, you know, it's close, and whew, like, you just can't let that stress get to you.
Full buys from both teams, at least in the rifle department. Some light shields on the side of Cabarrus, but this is the round to win. If you don't come away with this round, Cabarrus is looking
Here, I've got
grim
your trail.
if you aren't able to find this one. It was 9-5. Now it's 11-9
Wow.
in favor of Weddington. The A push. No one was on A from Cabarrus. Weddington able to read that to perfection. The spike already down.
Speed push. Weddington have been taking their time, and you tell that level of confidence is getting to him. They'll have the neutral scan too if they can grab an elimination, which would almost mean an early end to Cabarrus Early College. Should they manage to grab it, but Hunter's Fury popped out here relatively early. Dead to me, though. At least grabbed the pick. The sound heard through the cage. This Cypher player is popping off, and it's all on Billie Jeans to make up for the losses the teams has taken, and he's doing just that. That's a 3rd rupture. Grabbed just as he peeked through the smoke. And Weddington are on match championship point.
Match
1 round remains. Weddington on a 7-round run. They were down 4. Cabarrus only needed 4 rounds to close it out to win the METROLINA conference. But Weddington pulling it back, clawing it back. Now find themselves map point in the grand finals.
Cabarrus Early College, they have room. This isn't impossible at all. They can do this, but it's going to be far from easy. It's a force buy here on out. 2 Spectres on the board, and not consistent
The
shielding.
knives.
Rupture is nice too. He's so light, dashing in is the flash. If you look at all of the utility they have, Rupture trade out. Both the duelists are gone. The ultimate is down. Good destroying of the lockdown. Keeping track on that, but I keep lagging is going in. Cabarrus Early College, they have the advantage, but not the spike. Dead to me is not in a good spot. Has 3 HP and a dream that shall be crushed. Cabarrus Early College ain't out of it yet.
Gazler keeping them alive. 3 kills in that round. That's the first round win in the last 7 for Cabarrus. That was one they needed, right? That was map point. Still on map point is Weddington. Cabarrus need 2 wins in a row here to force a map 3 overtime.
And think of how we started our day. It was a 7-0 win streak that Cabarrus had. And now they just put an end to it. They need 2 rounds to force an overtime here. And it is 100% possible. The economy is now stable. We see Billie Jean. Knives out at the ready. What can Weddington do to push through this mid-smoke? And anytime they've attempted it so far, it has not ended prettily for them at all.
Split approach coming through from Weddington. Now the regroup in mid. Tacho, excuse me. The only one not with the group, forcing their way into heaven. Nova has this flank angle if they wait out this smoke, but Afloat is reading it, looking behind them. Billie Jean able to find one. Tacho is already down. Rupture able to find Gazler as well. A 1-for-1 comes through, but the knives still active on the side of Cabarrus. I keep lagging, finding one. Rupture able to find the response. The judge coming through. Nova finds Rupture as well. It's a 3v2 in favor of Cabarrus. I'm Lurking has the Vandal at the ready. Will find Josephine. 3v1. It's a float with the spike. Billie Jean able to find the response. 12-11. Map 3. Cabarrus bringing it back.
Cabarrus, they had to have their backs against the wall, trembling in fear before this comeback was possible. Losing 7 rounds in a row, set with the task of playing near perfect Valorant to keep their hopes of this conference championship alive. 1 round away, that's going to push them into overtime, and they're not even going to be done with the day yet. Weddington had a strong grip on Cabarrus early, but these survival instincts, the desperation to continue, has awoken something within Cabarrus early college. Full A push underway. All the utility Cabarrus early college could ask for. It's KOs going to define how this push ends.
Look at the rotation. Weddington through sewers, fake the A push. Not full rotations coming through from Cabarrus just yet. I'm Lurking still hanging around that heaven area. The drone coming through as well will likely give them the intel they need, but it's a fake yet again. They're still hanging around that sewer area. Now approaching A, but the rotation coming through. Rupture still hanging around that mid area. I keep lagging, and Nova still hanging around A, but not quite yet able to really snuff out what Weddington are trying to do. The A push coming through. They need to try to find the plant. They need to try to find an early pick. Rupture again in ropes. Has the heaven angle. No one on the side of Cabarrus are there to see that come through. The spike has been planted. The retake now from Cabarrus. They haven't been able to do it all series long, or all map long, rather.
Yeah.
They need to come up with one here. Rupture able to find one. I'm Lurking goes down. Destiny finds 2 with the judge. That will be... Oh, I keep lagging. Keeping them in the game. That's 3.
Hold on.
Needs to try to find the ace. 42 health and a dream. It's going to be up to I keep lagging. 42 health. Won't be able to find the kill. Weddington High School will be your METROLINA region champions. Lift your trophy. Raise your banner because you earned it.
An incredible match that we saw today. Every single one of our grand finals maps were within 3 of each other, and it was incredible to watch throughout. It was almost 6 hours of Valorant that we had here on the stream today. These players, they worked hard for every single match that came out of it, but of course the star of the day, Weddington, we talked about the difficult beginning to their season way back in week 1, losing on week 2, sneaking their way into the playoffs and find themselves as the champions for the METROLINA Conference. $100 going over to each player and a nice seating spot for the UNC Charlotte Regional LAN event. And even this could also give them a shot at that $30,000 prize pool for the Valorant State Championships. Both Weddington and Cabarrus Early College blew us away today.
What an insane best of 3. And that map 3, 13-11, Cabarrus.
I was so close.
Unbelievably close to forcing that overtime. But Weddington, they were down 9-5 in that map 3. 7-round wins in a row to make it that 12-9. And then Cabarrus almost bringing it back. What a wonderful day of Valorant.
Oh, man. It's been a great day of Valorant. And what better way to revisit that than our wonderful bracket that we've followed throughout the day. Starting with our quarterfinals, nobody took more than 8 rounds off an opponent. That all changed when we got to the grands and 10, 11, 7. Like, these are some good numbers, and especially for a high school level of competition. And when you see teams that are obviously putting in that effort, that work to improve, and it's such an amazing piece for the high school esports scene, and it shows the benefits. And I truly hope every single player that participated in this event, in this conference, enjoyed the experience that they had.
Yeah, I mean, being able to watch it from week 1 and then now in week 4 and seeing that unbelievable improvement from every player that we saw throughout this month of April has been amazing. And I really could not have asked for a better finals than this.
No, not at all. This has surpassed the expectations, and it's been a great VESL regular season in the METROLINA Conference. But unfortunately, all good things have to come to an end. And that'll be it for our Valorant action here on the VESL channel. It's been a pleasure to help host that for these past couple of weeks, along with other people at Shenandoah University. So we still have more of our METROLINA Conference Finals coming up. Smash Bros on tomorrow, actually, and Rocket League on Friday. So make sure you tune back into the VESL YouTube channel at 5 p.m. EST to stay updated on all of that action. And we'll go ahead and see you next time for some more high school esports.